And viewers, I have faith in that unswerving belief that the truth has to come out in this case. Tonight to roar again and trend hashtag Nation for SSR and tell the ecosystem that they must start trembling again in the knowledge that the pure pursuit of the truth can be stopped neither by people like Vaze and Palambir nor political masters. Let's debate.
And we're getting breaking news right now, and these are images coming from the Lucknow assembly, where a fire broke out near the assembly gate. Fire tenders have been rushed to the spot for the firefighting operations. What we know so far is that this fire was triggered by a short circuit, and it probably the fire took place near gate number 3 of the assembly of the Uttar Pradesh assembly. Pictures coming in of sparks and the fire thereafter, plumes of smoke. Firefighting operations are underway. Firefighters have been rushed to the spot to douse the fire and control the situation. Vivek Rai will be live giving us updates on this breaking news update that we are getting from Lucknow Vidhan Sabha, where a fire has broken out at gate number 3 of the assembly. And we'll come back to the developing story, getting you a quick check of other news. Massive controversy has broken out after H.D. Kumaraswamy called BJP a party full of hypocrites and liars. Further, he said that Union Home Minister Amit Shah is a political chameleon and a reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. Big controversy has broken out in Haryana after Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has been booked in an alleged sexual harassment case. He has been accused by junior female coach. Now, amid sexual harassment charges and massive controversy, Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has said that he is giving up his ministry to the Chief Minister and is stepping aside pending inquiry.
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए, और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है, और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ। और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए, तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लेंगे।
Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired high-level meeting at his residence with DGP and CID chief. This comes after allegations of sexual harassment on Haryana Sports Minister. A big twist in the Rishabh Pant accident case. After DDCA said that the accident was due to a pothole, the National Authority of India swung into action and started filling potholes in Roorkee. Amid global alarm on COVID-19 cases, India continues to be on alert. 220 crore vaccine doses have been administered so far, while 265 new cases have been recorded in the last 24 hours. Hindu groups staged massive protests against alleged cases of love jihad and forced conversions. These protests took place in Maharashtra's Solapur.
North Korea marked the first day of the new year with further rocket tests. In addition to images set to show the tests, the Korean media also released visuals of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un overseeing a large display of new rockets and congratulating the workers who made them. At a big end-of-year meeting of the ruling Workers' Party last week, Kim said that North Korea needed more nuclear weapons. Photos also showed Kim attending a New Year's Eve performance at the gigantic May Stadium in Pyongyang. For the first time in many years, North Korean television did not have a live broadcast on New Year's Eve. The fresh test comes against the backdrop of a year that witnessed barrage of missile tests by an increasingly belligerent Pyongyang. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now we're getting these latest videos from China as the COVID crisis in that country deepens, with China also hiding COVID data. New videos that we've accessed shows how bodies are piling up in hospitals, dead bodies piling up in hospitals in China. China's health ministry, in fact, has insisted that COVID-19 information and case figures are transparent. What the head of Bureau of Medical Administration has said is that China has always been publishing information on COVID-19 deaths and severe cases in the spirit of openness and transparency. As per the latest reports from world media, the deaths related to COVID in China could be as high as 9,000 per day. The WHO too, World Health Organization too, had in fact sought authentic data from China a few days back as mystery shrouds over the number of cases in China, China's COVID response, as well as the number of deaths that are taking place in mainland China due to COVID. Amid the entire confusion and emergency, there are videos being circulated on social media, and one of the videos is on your screens right now, which shows how dead bodies have been piled up in fact in hospitals. And as we broadcast these pictures and get you information of what we know about the COVID horror in China, we have Andrew K.P. Long, international, and who's a strategic affairs, strategic analyst. He's joining us from Hong Kong to give us more information about the COVID crisis in China. Mr. Andrew, if you could tell us about the situation, the COVID situation in China right now.
Well, I think after 3 years of lockdown, the country's people most of the people have not been exposed to the virus. Hence, there was a very, very low death rate. According to Johns Hopkins mortality analysis dated at 31st of December yesterday, the death rate is only 1.2 per 100,000 people, compared with over 300 in the case of the United States. But that was before this sudden surge, which of course extremely worrying for the country. And of course, as I said, almost the entire population are not prepared for this because they've been relying on government-imposed tests, and now they are all left on their own. And then I think that the unfortunate thing is that the government appears to have wasted the opportunity of this 3 years lockdown to prepare for the eventual exit strategy in terms of storage of the necessary ordinary medicine for people to administer to suppress fevers and mild ailments. So the result has been that there is a sudden panic in the population, clearing out a lot of the medicine in pharmacies and creating a kind of panic. But if you look at the overall statistics, as I mentioned, the Johns Hopkins University's mortality analysis, China's death rate has been extremely low compared to, as I said, the United States over 300 per 100,000, and Japan 45, much lower, but still much higher than China's 1.2. Japan's is 45 per 100,000. But then, of course, according to Nature, again, a renowned world science journal, as many as 1 million people could die from the surge, because China, in a way, is the victim of its own success, as it were. Success in the sense that a lot of people, they have not been exposed to the virus because of this lockdown, and then because they, as a result, they have very low immunity. Although the vaccination rate has been pushed up in overall, except the elderly. Overall, the vaccination rate of over 3 doses is, according to reports, it's approaching 90%. But then amongst the elderly, it's very, very low. So again, 1 billion deaths, but if we put it in the context of 1.4 billion people, it's less than 0.1%. Less than 1 in 1,000.
Mr. Andrew?
So I think that this is worrying, and I think the World Health Organization is now asking China to share some of the data. The tragedy is that because of the relaxation of the self-test, a lot of people are no longer reporting their infections because the infections were likely to cure themselves, most of the people, within a week or so. And so people are now, a lot of people are more or less laughing it off, and you can see that there's a tsunami of people, tourists, going on holidays abroad and so on and so forth. But of course, it doesn't ease the concern of other countries, because the fear is that with China's huge population, there could be risk of a new variant. And hence, the World Health Organization is demanding sharing of real-time data regularly.
Mr. Andrew, you seem to be downplaying this entire threat because as per reports and as per the recent report that we've read is that the deaths could be as high as 9,000 cases per day. And in fact, what certain reports and estimates also suggest is that China could witness at least 25,000 COVID-related deaths in January per day. I'm talking about on per day basis. You seem to be downplaying the threat. Do you think, then why do you think is China trying to hide the COVID data? Why are they not publishing the data so that there could be more transparency on the variant as well as the deaths and the cases are concerned?
Well, I think it's a question of hiding, because at the end, it's very difficult to hide, because China is now welcoming a lot of people into the country. Especially, there seems to be a huge wave of foreign students going back to China. How can you hide this real situation? I mean, China would not be as stupid as that, But then, as I said, as I mentioned, it's very difficult to come up with a reliable data now that people are not required to report it. But I think that the death rates, the true situation will become truly known to China itself and to the rest of the world after the situation stabilizes. My take is that the situation is likely to stabilize within the next couple of months. Because at the end of the day, and most of my friends in China, they've got it, because as many as half of the population, we talk about 1.4 billion, are now affected, and they're spreading very, very fast. But then, in spite of the high infection rate, the death rate and the mortality rate is just extremely low. And so a lot of people just get well after a week or so. But then there is this initial panic about the lack of medicine, because people are stocking up and so on. But then I think that if you compare with the mortality rate analysis by Johns Hopkins, and also by the Edelman Trust Barometer conducted New York-based. Conducted in January this year, there was a high degree of trust of the people of the government's management of the pandemic. So I think that there is a great deal of misunderstanding of what the zero COVID policies are all about, and then the latest chaos and panic does not lend themselves to a great deal of trust.
Mr. Andrew, we got your point. Yes. Mr. Andrew, we got your point. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Sorry to interrupt you, only due to want of time. We will keep our viewers getting updates on the COVID chaos that is spiraling out of control in China. For now, we're heading into a short break. After the break, we'll get you details of the sexual harassment charges against Haryana's sports minister. And Kumaraswamy has compared Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, a big political fight in Karnataka.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई।
I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai and this is Republic.
Good afternoon, you're watching the news at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We're getting you the top headlines we're tracking this Sunday afternoon. Let's take a quick check. As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, CM says there is nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers massive political storm. Pan-India protest by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. Hours after DDCA says accident due to potholes being filled up by NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge, demand grows for sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of hand. Also, Haryana Home Minister after he met the complainant in the harassment case, where he's assured justice and he said that he will speak to the Chief Minister in this regard. Home Minister of Haryana reacting to the controversy after the female coach filed a complaint against the Sports Minister of Haryana, accusing him of harassing her. The Home Minister of Haryana saying he'll talk to the Chief Minister on this matter. Listen in.
लगाए हैं उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो, जांच चल।
मैंने सुनी है उनकी सारी बात, ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। मैं मंत्री से भी बात करूंगा और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी बात करेंगे और बिल्कुल इंसाफ करेंगे इस मामले में। मैंने सुनी है उनकी सारी बात, ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। मैं मंत्री जी से भी बात करूंगा और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी बात करेंगे और बिल्कुल इंसाफ करेंगे इस मामले में। मैंने सुनी है उनकी सारी।
क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए, और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है, और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण, मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ। और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए, तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लें।
इंसान कितनी घटिया हरकतें। मैंने सर स्पोर्ट्स इन सब चीज़ों के माहौल में ख़राब ना हो और लोग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए गलत राय ना बनाएं, इसलिए मैंने पूरा कोशिश की कि मैं इस चीज़ के ऊपर मतलब इसको मैं अवॉइड करूं। लेकिन मैं जितना कर सकती थी मैंने उतना कोशिश की, लेकिन एक एंड होता है ना लास्ट, कि आप कब तक बर्दाश्त करोगे। जब आपने इतना टॉर्चर हो कि आप घुट घुट के मर रहे हो दिन डे बाई डे इस आदमी की हरकतों से, तो ये प्यार से इसकी चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हुई, तो फिर इसने ऑफिशियली हमेशा कोई ना कोई ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर तैयार किया है कि ये लड़की तो चल के मेरे पास ही आएगी। क्योंकि पहले मैं एक एथलीट थी स्टेट की, तो भी मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के अंडर में ही हूँ, और जब मैं एक एम्प्लॉय हूँ तो सिंपल सी बात है मैं डायरेक्ट उनके अंडर में काम कर रही हूँ। तो इन्होंने हर वो चीज़ की, बाज नहीं आए अपनी हरकतों से, तो मेरा सब्र बिल्कुल पेशेंस जवाब दे चुका था, और इसीलिए मुझे आना ही पड़ा बाहर।
मेरा सवाल यह है कि कुछ और लोग भी आपकी तरह जो कि सामने नहीं आ पा रहे डर के मारे?
सर मुझे चीज़ें काफ़ी हर कोई बता रहा है, लेकिन सर ये लड़ाई अभी हाल फिलहाल मैं अकेली हूँ तो मेरी अपनी लड़ाई है, लेकिन ऐसे हैं काफ़ी लोग हैं, लेकिन शायद वो सामने आने से अभी घबरा रहे हैं। पर मुझे पूरी उम्मीदें हैं कि जैसे ये इंसान इस्तीफ़ा देगा, ये सलाखों के पीछे होगा, तो शायद वो लोग भी आएंगे, ज़रूर आएंगे वो सामने।
First, more breaking news coming in. A massive fire that has broken out in a factory that is located in Mundegaon village of Igatpuri Tehsil in Nashik district. Those pictures on your screens, a huge cloud of smoke visible in the skies of Nashik. This is a fire that broke out at a factory. We don't know yet if any casualties have been reported and what really was the reason of the fire. But fire tenders, they're trying to douse off that fire at the factory, which escalated, but not too sure of the reasons how the fire occurred in the first place. You see those very many fire tenders that are being rushed to the spot to douse off that fire. These are pictures coming in from Nashik, where firefighting operations are underway. And a massive fire that broke out in a factory. This happened in Mundegaon village of Igatpuri Tehsil in Nashik.
अभी मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
And moving on, there's a big face-off after Himanta Biswa Sarma announced a delimitation. The opposition has hit out at the Himanta government for this very decision. Remember, Assam merged 4 districts with 4 others, and that changed the jurisdiction of some of the villages ahead of the Election Commission delimitation. Now, Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that this delimitation process is based on data. He's dismissed it as a political move. He said that one must ensure that the need for policies to keep the demography intact must be followed. He's also gone on to justify as to why he took this decision in the first place. Let's listen in.
Any person with iota of intelligence will tell it, because Assam government is a most anti-national, anti-people, anti-minority, anti-Muslim government, and it is totally dedicated to RSS communal politics. So he behaving is like follow that line. There is no doubt about that.
How do you see this delimitation exercise, which is also
delimitation will be there. It is normal practice, but there are some question because they are depending on the population of 2001. Why not up to date? There is a conspiracy is there. No fair treatment is there. That I can say.
Also, Assam Chief Minister has come out. He's saying that this process is a non-political exercise and it will be done based on data. How do you see this, sir?
Every falsehood and crime has its own explanation.
I don't know what is the reason behind that. The 2001 pattern is implied in the latest delimitation. Why not 2011? So our question is that at that time the Special Armed Forces Act was implemented in Assam and the NRC work is not done. So that time they have filed the case in the court. So ultimately court is clearly stopped this at that time. Presently, it is very important to take the responsibility of the 2011 census, because without the 2011 census, how they can apply it? 2024, it is very near. This time, it is not clear by that letter the constituency will be increased or not. If it is not increased, then reorganization will be there. And by this reorganize, ultimately nothing will do. In 2026 is all over India, delimitation is going on. So ultimately, 2014, one exercise is held there on mandatory exercise or the and then the manpower will be deployed in there. So ultimately, our question is that you do this 24 or 26 once for all, not for twice. So that's why our demand is very clear. You do this as per 2011 census.
2007 में डिलिमिटेशन का कोई प्रोसेस हुआ, बॉर्न हुआ, उस टाइम में अभी जो सत्ता में है बीजेपी, एजीपी और ऑल असम स्टूडेंट जो आसू होता है, इन तीनों का ऑब्जेक्शन था जो एनआरसी, फाइनल एनआरसी बिना डिलिमिटेशन नहीं होना चाहिए. तो अभी तो एनआरसी नहीं हुआ, तो अभी इन लोगों का राय क्या है, इन पार्टी का राय क्या है देखना पड़ेगा. असम का लोग को जानना चाहिए. असम का लोगों को ये अभी मन में ये बात है 2007 में जब बिना एनआरसी से डिलिमिटेशन का ऊपर उन लोगों ने आरोप लगाया था. अभी उन दो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, एक स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इन लोग क्या बोलेगा. दूसरा बात है जो केक का रिपोर्ट में जो आ गया एनआरसी में जो घोटाला हुआ, तो मेरा कहना है देखिए दिल्ली में बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट है, असम में बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट है, दोनों गवर्नमेंट ये एनआरसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. तो इन लोगों को ऑफिसर ने एनआरसी का सारा काम किया है. तो केक का रिपोर्ट का पहले इन लोगों को पास क्यों जानकारी नहीं है जो एनआरसी में घोटाला हुआ है. ये एक बात है, ये एक सवाल है. तो इस सवाल का जवाब तो दोनों गवर्नमेंट ने देना पड़ेगा. और हम लोग का राय है, देखिए हम लोग एनआरसी चाहता है, एनआरसी के लिए इतना रुपया भी खर्चा भी हो गया, इतना मेहनत भी हो गया, लोगों को ज़्यादा तबलीग करके भी एनआरसी में सब सहयोग किया है। तो हम लोग तो फुल एक फाइनल एनआरसी चाहिए, उसको एक मर्यादा देना चाहिए। इसमें कोई अगर घोटाला वो घोटाला का मामले में कोई किसका क्या होगा वो तो सरकार राय करेगा, ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट राय करेगा। लेकिन हम लोग का क्या कहना है, एनआरसी हम लोग को चाहिए, जो एनआरसी से असम का वो हमेशा के लिए वो फॉरेनर इशू, वो बांग्लादेशी इशू खत्म हो जाए। और इस एनआरसी बनाने में, इस एनआरसी का जो डेवलपमेंट होने में, इस एनआरसी के जो लोग को जितना ऑफिसर, जितना गवर्नमेंट का जितना वो लोग जो इसमें काम किया है, अगर किसी का कोई गलती है तो उसको पनिशमेंट दीजिए, हम लोग सहमत है उसमें।
No, we welcome the decision of Election Commission that they will start the delimitation process and they will finish up the thing before 2024, and before 2024 the delimitation process will finish. So in Assam it was very essential because, as you know, that delimitation process was already been there in other states, and as we are sharing the border with different countries. Assam is sharing the border with other countries, so it was very essential to have delimitations, and not only for that, but in our constituency, as for example, we in Palasbari constituency there is we are sharing some area, the same area with West Guwahati. So it was very essential for the smooth functioning of a MLA or the public representatives to have delimitation so that they can get a good constituency for them. So we welcome the decision, and welcome the decision that they have taken 2001 census report for delimitation. That is also important because the delimitation should be before 2001 itself. Before 2001 itself, but the delimitation process were started once at 2001, but due to I don't know why it was not happening, but it is now delimitation will be there, and we welcome the decision of the election commissioner that delimitation will get the one good perfect delimitation process, and thereby will get a perfect constituency for all. And we should help for a smooth functioning of the constituency for the public.
कि अब तो पूरा देश कह रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाकई में झूठ की सियासत करते हैं। ये झूठ के ऊपर देश को गुमराह करते हैं और देश की जनता को गुमराह करते हैं, झूठे आंकड़े पेश करते हैं, झूठी बातें पेश करते हैं, झूठे वादे करते हैं। और मैं दुख के साथ कहता हूं कि पार्लियामेंट में भी झूठ बोला जा रहा है। अब एक मिसाल मैं आपको देता हूं, यहाँ एलजी साहब ये कहते हैं कि 80,000 करोड़ रुपए की इन्वेस्टमेंट हुई है जम्मू कश्मीर में, तो पार्लियामेंट कहता है कि 300 कुछ करोड़ रुपए की हुई है। अब एलजी साहब कहते हैं कि वो टेक्निकल एरर है, तो आज तक किसी ने उस पर सफाई नहीं दी है। तो मैं कहता हूं कि ये हर जगह पर झूठ का ही बोलबाला है, और वाकई में ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी झूठ के सारे अपना काम चला रही है।
All right, so those are the many reactions that have come into Himanta Biswa Sarma's decision of delimitation, where the Chief Minister has dismissed it as a political move. He said that this is a process that is based on data. He said that it is a must to ensure demography is not changed, and also policies to keep the demography intact are extremely necessary. He's also gone on to do this as the EC has ordered delimitation of Assam constituencies of parliamentary and assembly seats in Assam based on 2001 census, where you remember that the last delimitation in Assam was done in 1976. Now, you heard those very many reactions and how politics is now escalating on this, where the Congress is saying that the remapping of constituencies is being done to polarize votes. AIUDF asking as to why the 2001 data is being used, and this is to polarize. CPM also saying that it is an anti-Muslim government in Assam, ignoring the 2011 data. And the top stories we're tracking this afternoon. Massive controversy broke out after JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies. Further, he called Union Home Minister Amit Shah a political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. The former Chief Minister, through a series of tweets, responded to Amit Shah's attack on JDS. It's a big controversy that broke out in Haryana after Sports Minister Sandeep Singh was booked in sexual harassment case. This comes after he sexually harassed his junior female coach. Soon after, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired a key meet at his residence. Amid sexual harassment charges and massive controversy, Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh gave up his ministry. He said, "I'm ready to cooperate with the investigation."
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लें।
Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired a high-level meet at his residence with DGP and CID chiefs. This comes after Haryana Sports Minister was booked under sexual harassment charges. A big twist has engulfed Rishabh Pant road accident case after DDCA pothole claim. The National Authority of India has swung into action and started filling potholes in Roorkee. Amid global alarm against COVID-19, India continues to be on alert. Total 220 crore vaccine doses that have been administered so far, while 265 new cases were recorded in the last 24 hours. Hindu groups staged massive protests against love jihad and forced Hindu conversion in Maharashtra's Solapur today. Hundreds took to the streets to voice against love jihad. As the world welcomes New Year Eve, North Korea fired ballistic missiles in North Korea, adding to the barrage launched a day earlier as Kim Jong-un leads a major political meeting to set policy for 2023. And we next get you these pictures of Army Chief General Manoj Pandey, who visited the troops deployed at various locations in high altitude areas along the line of control in Kupwara sector. This is on the occasion of 2023 as India brings in the new year. General Manoj Pandey, Chief of Army Staff, visited the troops to boost their morale while they continue to serve their duty. These are troops deployed at various locations in high altitude areas along the line of control in Kupwara sector, and the Chief of Army Staff interacting with these troops, extending them New Year wishes. Those pictures on your screens there where the Army Chief celebrated his New Year's Eve with the troops to boost their morale. Gursimran is now joining us on the broadcast. Gursimran, these pictures are so symbolic. They put out that message of how the Chief of Army Staff boosting the morale of the men who are braving it in such harsh circumstances, but for them it is their duty first, rest everything else is secondary.
Yes, so Shasi, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey reached the Kashmir Valley yesterday evening, and he today celebrated the New Year with the troops who have been deployed at the high altitudes in the Kupwara district. This is one of the high altitudes when it comes to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where the Indian Army has been deployed, and one of the active borders are here because there have been repeated attempts of infiltration as well as smuggling of narcotics and weapons into the Indian territory by the Pakistani side in the Kupwara district. This is not not only a morale booster but also a message to the Pakistani side that on every important occasion the chiefs of the country, be it the head of the nation, Prime Minister, or the chief of the Indian Armed Forces, they are with the forces on ground, and this sends a symbolically very strong message to the enemy that if they dare to do anything mischievous, they will be given a befitting reply, and also a major morale booster for the troops that have been deployed on the high altitudes away from their families. They never imagined that someone like the chief of the armed staff will be visiting them on the eve of New Year. On the New Year, they will be celebrating the day with them. But the chief of the armed staff, General Pandey, they reached there and also celebrated the New Year with them and extended the greetings to the Jawan that have been deployed in the upper locations.
Oh yes, absolutely. And this once again speaks of how the Chief of Army Staff is on this day when these Jawans probably want to be with their families, but all that is nothing that matters because they are protecting our borders, they are protecting the entire country, and the Chief of Army Staff celebrating this day, the first day of 2023 with our troops.
Yes, it is very important to keeping in view the way these soldiers who are on ground in the toughest of all locations, because when it comes to the Kashmir Valley and the upper reaches, especially when we speak of the Kupwara, Baramulla and the heights of Bandipora, these are one of the toughest locations to man, because these areas previously have been one of the key routes that the terrorists used to follow to infiltrate into the Indian territory. The Indian Army over the years not only has decimated those routes but also keeping a strict vigil on each and every movement of the enemy. Even if we speak of the recent year, that is the 2022 that has ended yesterday only, the majority of the attempts that have been made by the Pakistani side to push in terrorists into the Indian territory, they were in the Kupwara sector. So a symbolic message is also being given to the enemy that the forces are firm and they will ensure that not even a single inch of the territory is occupied by the enemy, and also the nefarious attempts of enemy to destabilize the Indian state and the region, that will also be given a befitting reply. We have seen that how the attempts of the Pakistan to push in terrorists have been foiled. Also, the 56 terrorists, the foreign terrorists who managed to sneak into the Indian territory, they have been neutralized last year. The 56 is the highest ever number of the foreign terrorists that have been neutralized by the security forces in the recent years. So this shows the might of the Indian security forces, and now the Chief of Armed Staff going to the forward location and celebrating the New Year is a major morale booster for the troops on ground.
All right, Simran there sending us all the details as we are showing you the pictures from where the troops are protecting the borders at very high altitudes, and Chief of Army Staff brought in the first day of 2023 while boosting the morale of our soldiers.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और
Viewers of Republic, for years since we have launched, we have fought on this network against these forces who incite me and who, I am ashamed to say, collect money by claiming to be victims, and those who, because their political masters are out of power today, will go to any extent to damage our country. And tonight I call upon you to reflect on this backsliding of ethics, to reflect on this total compromise of basic journalistic values, and ask yourself whether this fake news story, arguably the biggest in the world, is being hidden by those in the Lutyens media who think that the authors of this falsehood must be protected and not exposed because they are one of them. This time it's crossed all limits.
Good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching the news at 4:30. I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the top stories we're tracking this Sunday afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines. As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, Chief Minister says there is nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers massive political storm. Pan-India protest by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. 24 hours after DDCA says accident due to potholes, potholes are now being filled by the NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge, demand grows for sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of hand. It's a big political face-off between the BJP and JDS in the run-up to the elections in 2023, where JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy on Saturday called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah a political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, through a series of tweets, reacted to the Saffron Party leader's attack against JDS, the fact that BJP Bari Bootik party, that is a party full of hypocrisies. And these were the many tweets that followed from H.D. Kumaraswamy. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken on this. Let's listen in.
जेडीएस और कांग्रेस एक ही सिक्के की दो पहलू हैं। हमेशा आपने जेडीएस को वोट दिया और कुमारस्वामी जी कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठ गए। मैं आज कहने आया हूं कि एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दीजिए। 5 साल के अंदर ये परिवारवाद, ये भ्रष्टाचार और एक जातिवाद, तीनों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी समाप्त कर कर्नाटक के अंदर इस देशभक्त सरकार देने का काम करेगी। कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर इस बार सरकार बनाएगी और अपने दम पर सरकार चलाने का काम करेगी।
S. Prakash from Karnataka BJP now with us on the phone line. Mr. Prakash, these tweets by H.D. Kumaraswamy, how is the BJP viewing them? You think it's a rattled JDS that is not very confident of its victory? And do these comments hold any weight for you?
No, obviously Mr. Kumaraswamy is rattled by the response our Home Minister has received in Monday district yesterday. The speech he made, and when he compared the JDS and Congress are the same coin, two sides of the same coin, he is definitely feeling unnerved, and his Pancharatna Yatra, what he proclaims, is very popular and is gaining momentum. Now it has disproved all his claims. His reaction clearly shows he is nervous, and he is attacking Amit Shah in an uncharitable manner. and instead of politically replying to the charges, he is going personal against the Home Minister. This is evident that JDS is on losing streak.
All right, S. Prakash, please stay with us. Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS is also with us on the phone line. Tanveer, that is what the BJP has to say, that if you really want to fight them, do it politically and don't make personal remarks like this. Why is the JDS doing this, and what is H.D. Kumaraswamy meaning by saying this?
Firstly, somebody need to really understand what is a personal remark, and then they need to really start speaking about it. All their life, BJP has wasted doing personal remark, whether it was Rahul Gandhi, whether it is Sonia Gandhi, whether it is Mamata Banerjee, whether it is Kumaraswamy, Deve Gowda, always they went on personal. Kumaraswamy had never even spoken. Deve Gowda, in fact, praised the Honorable Home Minister of India, Mr. Amit Shah, on a dais. He, rather than keeping the decorum very high, he goes on to attack personally. To think the JDS is going to take his comments lying low? Absolutely no. Karnataka, what have they given to Karnataka? Corrupt government, 40% commission government, agrarian crisis, unemployment, so not solving any problems of farmers, students. Entire business has gone to Chennai and Hyderabad. Rather than speaking about the issues which are pertaining towards Karnataka, Kannadigas, and rather than solving those issues, at the nth moment he comes and says that every vote you give it to JDS is going to Congress, and Congress says that every vote which is given to JDS goes to BJP. It means both these national parties are rattled by the kind of support Kumaraswamy is getting on the ground reality. Before Amit Shah,
all right, Tanveer, let the BJP also respond to it. S. Prakash, this is Tanveer Ahmed saying that the BJP is trying to evade the real issues on the ground in Karnataka and just indulging in these war of words, which actually does not mean anything. It is really for you to show your work on the ground.
No, the party is going to fight the election on our performance of the last 2 years. Earlier also, Mr. Kumaraswamy was Chief Minister of Karnataka. Why he does not speak about his achievement during those 2 years? Because he has nothing to show himself. And Mr. Tanveer Ahmed repeatedly says 40%. The person who made the charge was behind the bar about a week back, and he could not produce any shred of evidence to prove that the 40% commission is taken. And despite that, the case is in court. Mr. Tanveer Ahmed repeatedly, deliberately raises those issues. If he has any evidence about to prove that the 40% commission has been received, he should immediately produce it, not come on a national channel and make wild allegations. We are fighting the election on performance. We are fighting the election on our leadership. We are performing on the future of, putting forth the agenda of the future of Karnataka. What is the agenda of JDS? The party itself does not know about it. They fight for the 30-40 seats so that they can bargain for the power in case of hung assembly. But they will be disappointed in the 2023 election. BJP is going to come to power with full majority, and Mr. Kumaraswamy, your party may not cross even 25 seats this time around.
All right, S. Prakash and Tanveer Ahmed, thank you for joining us and speaking with Republic. Given the paucity of time, we will not be able to continue with this discussion longer, but certainly for the people of Karnataka to decide in battleground Karnataka to which side they stand for.
With the evolving COVID-19 situation across the globe, India has stepped up measures. Right now, I am at the arrival of the Delhi airport, wherein you can see that RT-PCR test has been made mandatory for 5 countries, which is China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand from today, that is 1st of January 2023. The reports will have to be uploaded on the Air Suvidha portal before travel, and all of this test has to be done 72 hours before undertaking the journey to India. The advisory has been issued by the Health Ministry. Remember, this move comes amidst an uptick in the COVID-19 cases in China and East Asian countries, and this requirement is in addition to random 2% test of all international passengers in all incoming international flights on their arrival in India. And this is irrespective of their port of departure. All of this is happening amid a very, very massive spike in the COVID-19 cases that is reported across the globe. India, however, has not reported a spike so high. However, in order to maintain precaution, in order to maintain and make sure that everybody is safe and India does not face a COVID wave like before, India is taking all precautions. Health Ministry in this regard has issued advisories, which in this case is also making the RT-PCR test mandatory from 5 countries, which is China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Like we say, precaution is always better than cure. Hence, take your precautions, maintain the COVID advisory protocols and stay safe. This is Tanisha Avasti with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
And these are pictures of a massive fire that broke out in a factory located in Mundegaon village of Igatpuri Tehsil. This is in the Nashik district, where you see a huge black cloud of smoke in the skies of Nashik, where this fire broke out. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse off the fire. Alicia is with me on the phone line. Alicia, what caused the fire? Are there any casualties yet? Have they been able to douse off the fire? What's the latest?
Well, Suesha, what we know that the fire broke out at a factory in Nashik where one person is reportedly died and 19 are injured is what we have been told. And this incident where happened where the other people have also been fear trapped is what officials have been saying. Right after this incident where the fire tenders were rushed to the spot and the senior officials are taking the stock of the situation. And this came after when the resident in the area heard a loud explosion and a huge clump of smoke were rising up from the site. Even we can see in the video itself, which shows a huge cloud of smoke emerging from the factory, was doing rounds on social media platform as well. And this is a blaze that erupted around 11:30 a.m. in the morning in the Jindal's group of polythene manufacturing unit in Mundegaon village of Igatpuri Tehsil in Nashik. And the fire started at the boiler inside the chemical plant. For now, we know that it is almost 19 people who have been injured and some of them are critical. They are being treated in the hospital as well. And right after this incident with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also stepped into action and said that all possible help are being provided to injured and those who are stuck inside. He's personally monitoring the situation, and the fire system of all nearby stations are pressed into action. 2 among 14 are critical. So this was the tweet from Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde right after this incident. It's a very tragic incident that has happened in Nashik where more than 14 people are injured, and also there is a report that 1 people have lost their life, but we are still waiting for a detailed statement that is going to be circulated by the administration. But yes, there are the fire visit team who have been rushed to the spot, and the nearby fire team has also been diverted to for the fire incident that has been happened in Nashik.
All right, Alicia, they're getting us the details of the firefighting operations that are underway in Nashik, where this fire broke out at a factory located in Mundegaon village of Igatpuri Tehsil in Nashik.
रात को नहीं अभी थी अभी हाँ ओके और कितने सारे लोग फंसे थे आपके साथ में अंदर कंपनी में
फंसे तो बहुत से लोग थे क्योंकि अलग अलग कई प्लांट हैं वहाँ नज़दीक
ओके
अब ये अचानक फायर हुआ है अचानक हुआ इसके लिए किसी को कोई वो था ही नहीं तो जैसे जैसे मालूम हुआ फिर फ़ोन किया गया उसी में एक बाइक प्रेशर मारा तो उसी में जल गया.
And moving on, there have been multi-city protests by the Jain community. In fact, the community is taking out a rally in the national capital towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. And remember, these are protests that are happening in several parts of the country. This over Jharkhand government's decision to turn Sri Samed Shikharji, one of the country's most important Jain pilgrimage sites, into an eco-tourism destination, as well as the desecration of the holy site in Palitana in Gujarat. Several reactions coming into this. Listener.
अतिशय पवित्र स्थान पालीताना के अंदर जिस तरह हमारे अति प्राचीन पगतियों की तोड़फोड़ की गई, मंदिर में तोड़फोड़ की गई, जिस तरह से हमला हुआ और उसके बाद में समेत शिखर जी की घटना भी साथ में जुड़ी हुई है, जहां पर कि पर्यटन स्थल घोषित करने की झारखंड सरकार ने कोशिश की। उन दोनों के विरोध में सारे भारत के अंदर नहीं, सारी दुनिया में अहिंसक लोगों में आक्रोश है और वो आक्रोश समझते हुए गुजरात सरकार और केंद्र सरकार से हम निरंतर संपर्क में हैं। उनके सहयोग से अहमदाबाद के अंदर, गुजरात के अंदर बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई हुई है, पर जब तक समेत शिखर जी के अंदर ये कार्रवाई पूर्ण नहीं होती और पालीताना में जिन्होंने तोड़फोड़ की, षड्यंत्र के पीछे जो लोग थे, उनको गिरफ्तार करने के लिए, उनके खिलाफ सीरियस एक्शन लेने के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ा मोर्चा, भव्य मोर्चा पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जगह जगह पे निकल रहा है।
अब पूरा जैन समाज यहाँ एक हुआ है, एकत्र हुआ है। पूरा मुंबई और आगे चल के हम सारे देशवासी जो जैन है, सब एक साथ इस लड़ाई में हमारे साथ शामिल है। केंद्र सरकार से हमारी यही मांग है कि हमें हमारे तीर्थ की रक्षा चाहिए, हमारे तीर्थ का रक्षण चाहिए। हमारे तीर्थ के ऊपर पवित्रता जो नष्ट हो रही है उसको टूरिस्ट बनाइए।
मेरे को गिरिराज बचाना है, मैं मरते तक बचाऊंगी। जितनी रैली होगी मैं हमेशा आऊंगी और है ना, गिरिराज के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे। हमारा ये शाश्वत तीर्थ है, कितने सालों के है, अभी ये विरोध क्यों हो रहा है? हम लोग भी खड़े रहेंगे, हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे गिरिराज के लिए, मरते दम तक। भले खाना नहीं खाएंगे, कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, पर गिरिराज को बचा के रहेंगे।
और हमारा जो गिरिराज है उसके ऊपर असामाजिक तत्व लोग घुस गए और उधर कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा जो गिरिराज है वो पवित्र है और बहुत साल से पुराना हमारा ही उसका ऊपर अधिकार है जैन लोगों का। तो ये दूसरे लोग उधर आके अधिकार जमा रहे हैं और हमारा गिरिराज को जो पवित्र है वो भूमि को वो लोग खराब कर रहा है।
Srishti Pandey now joining us live from the national capital. Srishti, we heard those many voices of protesters against this decision, but is the Soren government really listening? And given the intensity of these sporadic protests across various parts of the country, is there a possibility that the decision will be rolled back? What more is happening on the ground?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो यहाँ लगातार जारी है। ये तस्वीर इस वक्त हम आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। पुलिस की भी तैनाती यहाँ पर है, भारी पुलिस बल की तैनाती है। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि अधिकारी जो है वो यहाँ पर बात कर रहे हैं और जो जैन समाज के लोग हैं और अधिकारी वो आपस में बातचीत यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं। लोगों से अभी बात करना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि आपको बताएं कि लगातार यहाँ पर बातचीत इस वक्त जारी है। भारी पुलिस बल की भी तैनाती आपने यहाँ पर देखी है। अभी थोड़ा सा पीछे हटने के लिए यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है, क्योंकि पुलिस और जो आंदोलन करता है यहाँ पर वो आपस में बातचीत कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि ज्ञापन यहाँ पर सौंप दिया गया है। 11 जो प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए थे उन्होंने ज्ञापन सौंपा। अभी पुलिस यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है। क्या बातचीत यहाँ पर चल रही है? जिस तरीके से हम देख रहे हैं कि भारी पुलिस बल की भी तैनाती है। अभी क्या प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर आगे क्या रणनीति है?
आगे की रणनीति तो जारी रहेगा जब तक सरकार लिखित में आश्वासन नहीं देती। लिखित में आश्वासन चाहिए कि हम इस नोटिफिकेशन को रद्द करेंगे, तब तक हम ये अनशन जारी।
अभी पुलिस यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है, मीडिया को उन्होंने किनारे किया। क्या बातचीत चल रही है? कुछ
जानकारी संजय सिंह जी चल रही, जो हमारे अनशन में बैठे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं संदेश लेकर के वो सरकार का आते हैं। लेकिन हम ये कहते हैं कि सरकार का प्रतिनिधि क्यों नहीं आता? ये काम पुलिस का नहीं, ये काम सरकार के प्रतिनिधि का है।
तो पुलिस क्या कहने की कोशिश कर रही है, क्या कह रहे हैं?
पुलिस जो प्रशासन आई है वो कह रहे हैं जी हमने भी गवर्नमेंट से बात करी है, भाई इन चीज़ों में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, आप कोऑपरेट कीजिए। सिर्फ वो इस चीज़ के लिए समझाने के लिए आई हुई है। परंतु
अभी क्या आप लोगों का क्या डिसीजन है इस पे? जैसे पुलिस कह रही है कि थोड़ा सा वक्त लगता है इन सारी चीजों में, नोटिफिकेशन रद्द करने का फैसला है, जो भी चीजें, तो अभी आप लोग का क्या है?
मैडम ऐसा है, 7 दिन से हम भूखे प्यासे, संजय भाई और रेनू भाभी जो बैठी हुई अनशन पे, उन्होंने कितनी तपस्या करी है, साधना करी है। आज हमने इंडिया गेट पे भी हम राष्ट्रपति महोदय से मिलना चाहते थे, ज्ञापन देना चाहते थे, वहाँ पर हमको रोक लिया गया सुबह, बल्कि लोगों को उठा के बसों में भर के भी ले जाए। रोडें भी ब्लॉक कर दी गई, लोगों को जाने तक नहीं दिया गया। फिर अब इस आंदोलन को अगर हम यहीं छोड़ते हैं, बीच में नहीं छोड़ा जा सकता है।
ये ज्ञापन तो सौंप दिया गया है।
हाँ, ज्ञापन सौंप दिया गया है। अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हमें कोई रिटर्न में कोई आ जाए ज्ञापन कि भाई हम आपकी मांगों को जो है आश्वासन टाइप के, हम आपकी मांगों को जो है तुरंत जल्दी से जल्दी मान लेते हैं, इस तरीके किसी मिनिस्टर के थ्रू आ जाए। हमने इसके लिए गृह मंत्रालय में भी बात करी है, बाकी मंत्रालय से, वन मंत्रालय से भी बातचीत करी है, परंतु अभी तक कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आया है।
अच्छा। मतलब सर बिना आश्वासन के आमरण अनशन जो है वो खत्म है?
नहीं मैडम, 1 साल से हम संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। अभी 7 दिन से अनशन पे हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं। कितना हास्यास्पद है। हम चाहते हैं कि ये समाधान हो। गवर्नमेंट कहती है हम समाधान करने को तैयार है, हम मानते हैं उनकी बात, अब तैयार है। हमारी मांग क्या है? हमारे जो पवित्र स्थान है उसे हम चाहते हैं कि वे पवित्र ही रहे। कोई मांग है हमारी, ये जो स्थिति है यथास्थिति चाहते हैं, कोई डिमांड हमारी नहीं है। केवल हमें अपनों को क्षेत्र को बचाना है। गवर्नमेंट कहती है हम बचाने को तैयार है, आश्वासन देती है, कोरा आश्वासन हमें नहीं चाहिए। अब से पहले कई बार कोरा आश्वासन हम लेके धोखा खा चुके। हम कहते हैं हम उठ जाते हैं, अनशन त्याग देते हैं। अब हमें एक रिटर्न में दीजिए आश्वासन। टाइम लगता है, कोई बात नहीं, टाइम लीजिए, आप 15 दिन टाइम लीजिए, 1 महीना टाइम लीजिए। हमें एक लेटर लिख के दे, वन मंत्रालय लिख के दे, जो अथॉरिटी है वो लिख के दे कि आप अपना अनशन समाप्त करें। हम 15 दिन में, 1 महीने में, 3 महीने में ये अपना गजट नोटिफिकेशन कैंसिल करेंगे। और आप जो चाहते हैं बैठा के मीटिंग अपनाए, हमारी कोई अलग से कोई डिमांड नहीं है। हम नहीं कहते हैं कि
अच्छा, ये प्रशासन के लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, बात वो कर रहे हैं। अभी क्या फैसला आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पर जो संजय जी इस वक्त आमरण अनशन कर रहे हैं उनसे पुलिस बातचीत कर रही है, जो ज्ञापन सौंपा गया है उसके बाद पुलिस हो सकता है, जैसा आपने बताया कि बताने आई है कि चीजों में वक्त लगता है, लेकिन अनशन आपका जारी रहेगा?
बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा। ये बार बार गवर्नमेंट हमें कोई बेवकूफ़ समझती है कि पुलिस को भेज देती है हमें बेवकूफ़ बनाने के लिए, डराने के लिए। हम डरने वाले हैं? हम जैन लोग हैं, महावीर की संतान है, जी और जीनों में विश्वास करते हैं, हिंसा नहीं करते, लेकिन हिंसा सहते भी नहीं है। हम ऐसे मानने वाले नहीं है, ऐसे त्याग नहीं होगा कि पुलिस
किसी भी सॉलिड नतीजे के बिना ये अनशन जारी रहेगा। आप देखेंगे
गिरफ्तारियां इंडिया गेट पर आज से शुरू हुई हैं, ये पूरे भारतवर्ष में गिरफ्तारियां शुरू होने वाली है यदि हमें कोई भी बिल्कुल आश्वासन नहीं मिलता, सॉलिड कुछ हमें नहीं मिलता।
बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से लोगों का लगातार यही कहना है कि हमारी आस्था को भंग न किया जाए, और जिस तरीके की यथास्थिति रही है, एक पवित्र धाम है, एक पवित्र स्थल है, और वो पवित्रता लगातार बनी रहे। जी, ओवर टू यू।
कटा सकते हैं लेकिन
Absolutely, and like they say that unless there is a firm resolution, they will not come back on their decision when it comes to staging a protest or fast that will continue. Thank you, Shrishti, for the moment. We slip into a very short commercial break. Also, a quick check of the big stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. 24 hours after DDCA says that the accident was due to potholes. The potholes are now being filled up by the NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge. Demand grows for sacking.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi-charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control.
North Korea marked the first day of the new year with further rocket tests. In addition to images set to show the tests, the Korean media also released visuals of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un overseeing a large display of new rockets and congratulating the workers who made them. At a big end-of-year meeting of the ruling Workers' Party last week, Kim said that North Korea needed more nuclear weapons. Photos also showed Kim attending a New Year's Eve performance at the gigantic May Stadium in Pyongyang. For the first time in many years, North Korean television did not have a live broadcast on New Year's Eve. The fresh test comes against the backdrop of a year that witnessed barrage of missile tests by an increasingly belligerent Pyongyang. Agency report for Republic TV.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge. Demand grows for sacking.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त।
And we get to these pictures as the entire world brought in 2023 New York. Revelers celebrated the traditional ball drop in city's Times Square, braving the cold. They ushered in 2023 in the largest New Year's celebration in the US. The dazzling Saturday night spectacle anchored celebrations across the US and the world. Thousands gathered at Rio's famed Copacabana beach to celebrate the start of 2023, enjoying a 12-minute firework display. Mostly dressed in white, local, national and international revelers welcomed 2023 jumping waves, a tradition to bring good luck under the bright, colorful lights of the fireworks display. Time now for a short break. On the other side, the opposition trying to communalize delimitation process in Assam. Hemanta Biswa Sarma says there is nothing to politicize. Also, Kumaraswamy comparing Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist. This triggers a massive political storm.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi and this is Republic TV.
As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, CM says there's nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers massive political storm. Pan-India protests by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. 24 hours after DDCA says that the accident was due to potholes, potholes are being filled up by NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge, demand grows for his sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of hand. And we cut across to the latest pictures coming in from Delhi, Mumbai and Ahmedabad as Jain community stages protests against Jharkhand government's decision to turn the pilgrimage site into a tourist destination. What we know so far is that their march to Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi was halted, and as per the latest developments, a delegation has handed over their memorandum on this issue to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We have our reporters joining us from the ground as they cover these protests live. Earlier today we saw protests, widespread protests, and Jain community members gathering in large numbers at India Gate. They were scheduled to march from India Gate to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, but the march was stalled and protesters were detained. We've been getting a lot of reactions on the protests that have been taking place. Let's listen in.
हमारे अतिशय पवित्र स्थान पालीताना के अंदर जिस तरह हमारे अति प्राचीन पगतियों की तोड़फोड़ की गई, मंदिर में तोड़फोड़ की गई, जिस तरह से हमला हुआ और उसके बाद में समेत शिखर जी की घटना भी साथ में जुड़ी हुई है, जहां पर कि पर्यटन स्थल घोषित करने की झारखंड सरकार ने कोशिश की। उन दोनों के विरोध में सारे भारत के अंदर नहीं, सारी दुनिया में अहिंसक लोगों में आक्रोश है और वो आक्रोश समझते हुए गुजरात सरकार और केंद्र सरकार से हम निरंतर संपर्क में हैं। उनके सहयोग से अहमदाबाद के अंदर, गुजरात के अंदर बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई हुई है, पर जब तक समेत शिखर जी के अंदर ये कार्रवाई पूर्ण नहीं होती और पालीताना में जिन्होंने तोड़फोड़ की, षड्यंत्र के पीछे जो लोग थे, उनको गिरफ्तार करने के लिए, उनके खिलाफ सीरियस एक्शन लेने के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ा मोर्चा, भव्य मोर्चा पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जगह जगह पे निकल रहा है।
अब पूरे पूरा जैन समाज यहाँ एक हुआ है, एकत्र हुआ है। पूरा मुंबई और आगे चल के हम सारे देशवासी जो जैन है सब एक साथ इस लड़ाई में हमारे साथ शामिल है। केंद्र सरकार से हमारी यही मांग है कि हमें हमारे तीर्थ की रक्षा चाहिए, हमारे तीर्थ का रक्षण चाहिए। हमारे तीर्थ के ऊपर पवित्रता जो नष्ट हो रही है उसको टूरिस्ट बनाइए।
मेरे को गिरिराज बचाना है, मैं मरते तक बचाऊंगी। जितनी रैली होगी मैं हमेशा आऊंगी और है ना गिरिराज के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे। हमारा ये शाश्वत तीर्थ है, कितने सालों के है। अभी ये विरोध क्यों हो रहा है? हम लोग भी खड़े रहेंगे, हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे गिरिराज के लिए मरते दम तक। भले खाना नहीं खाएंगे, कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, पर गिरिराज को बचा के रहेंगे।
और हमारा जो गिरिराज है उसके ऊपर असामाजिक तत्व लोग घुस गए और उधर कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा जो गिरिराज है वो पवित्र है और बहुत साल से पुराना हमारा ही उसका ऊपर अधिकार है जैन लोगों का। तो ये दूसरे लोग उधर आके अधिकार जमा रहे हैं और हमारा गिरिराज को जो पवित्र है वो भूमि को वो लोग खराब कर रहा है।
These are the multi-city protests taking place over the issue of turning a Jain pilgrimage site to a tourist destination in Jharkhand. Protests taking place in Delhi, Mumbai as well as Ahmedabad. We see scores of Jain community members hitting the streets, asking the Jharkhand government to withdraw its decision. We have Madhurima joining us live from New Delhi. She's been covering the protests in New Delhi. Madhurima, what is the situation on ground? Has the memorandum been submitted to the Rashtrapati Bhavan? What is the status of the protest right now in Delhi?
Well, the status of the protest is that yes, the memorandum has been submitted to the president. A team of 11 members from the protesters were taken by the Delhi police officials to the Rashtrapati Bhavan earlier in the day, and after that the memorandum was submitted wherein the Jain community has expressed their concern about the decision of the Jharkhand government of turning their one of the most important pilgrim site into an eco-tourism destination. Also, this protest for the day is now over because the Delhi police officials have now asked these protesters who were protesting the entire day peacefully at the heart of Lucknow, Delhi, that is the India Gate, and they have asked to vacate the site, and now the site has been vacated as well. Earlier in the day, there were some protesters that were initially detained, but as the entire thing, the passive side, they kept on sitting at India Gate, but looking at the time of the year, that is the New Year's, and it's the rush hour, the police have now begun vacating the entire area of India Gate. In a way, the protest is coming to an end. And the most important part, that is the memorandum that needs to be submitted in front of the president seeking her intervention. Her intervention in the entire matter has been done. A group of 11 people, from the group of protesters went to the president, and this memorandum has been submitted. This particular decision has not been taken well by the Jain community because they believe that turning this particular very holy and very important pilgrimage site into an eco-tourism spot destination is going to compromise the authenticity and the holiness that comes along with it. We'll have to wait and watch to see that how the president is going to intervene in the matter, and how will the Jharkhand government take this action of the Jain community. How are they going to respond to it? Because the Jain community has made it abundantly clear. They were in huge number in the national capital today, where they expressed their ire, where they expressed their dismay against this particular decision. We'll have to see that how will the president intervene and resolve the matter that has been kept in front of her. Back to you.
Madhurima, we continue to beam these pictures for our viewers, showing the scale of protests that have taken place across the country today, not just in Delhi but also in Mumbai and Ahmedabad. And what is also surprising is the silence of the so-called secular brigade, who have not uttered a word on these protests, on these widespread protests that have taken place, that have been staged by the Jain community. if you could also tell our viewers about the response of the Jharkhand government, as this is not a spontaneous protest that has taken place. The resentment in the Jain community has been building for a while since the decision was announced. So any word from the Jharkhand government on that?
Well, the Jharkhand government has been playing it very safe because they believe that the decision that they have taken of turning this very important site into an eco-tourism destination, they are labeling it as development. But what needs to be noted here is that the sentiments of the Jain community have not been taken on, they have not been taken into account.
Madhurima, I have to cut you short because we have the Finance Minister of Jharkhand, Dr. Rameshwar Oraon. He's joining us on the phone line as these protests take place. Dr. रामेश्वर जी, अगर आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं, ये जो प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं पूरे देश में, दिल्ली, मुंबई, अहमदाबाद, जैन समुदाय का जो प्रदर्शन चल रहा है आपके गवर्नमेंट के डिसीजन पर कि आप उसको इको टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन बनाना चाहते हो, उनके पिलग्रिमेज साइट को, आपका क्या रिस्पांस होगा? आपका गवर्नमेंट क्या एक्शन लेने वाला है इस पे?
व्यक्तिगत मेरा ये कहूँगा कि हम सबको मिल करके जो सैंक्टिटी है पारसनाथ भगवान बुद्ध के महावीर के ज्ञान स्थली में उसको बनाए रखना, सैंक्टिटी को बनाए रखना है। तो हम लोग अभी बात करेंगे सरकार में, मैं तो व्यक्तिगत रूप से बोल रहा हूँ और इसको मानता हूँ कि सैंक्टिटी को, इस शुद्धता को हमको बरकरार रखना चाहिए, उनकी भावना का कदर किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन कुछ करने के पहले हम अपने साथियों के साथ, सरकार के साथ, खासकर मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ इस पर विचार करूंगा। इससे ज्यादा अभी मैं कुछ नहीं बोलने की स्थिति में हूँ।
डॉक्टर रामेश्वर जी, ये जब डिसीजन आप ले रहे थे, आपकी सरकार जब ये डिसीजन ले रही थी, तो क्या जैन समुदाय के किसी डेलीगेशन से आपने बातचीत की थी ये डिसीजन लेने से पहले कि इस तीर्थ क्षेत्र को आप टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन बनाने वाले हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट वो सब नहीं करती। अगर कोई स्टेक होल्डर हैं उनको आकर कहना चाहिए कि इस पर इस तरह का कोई निर्णय पार्श्वनाथ भगवान के स्थल पर नहीं होना चाहिए, कोई बताना चाहिए था। निर्णय पूरे राज्य के लिए हुआ है तो ऐसी स्थिति में वहां के लिए भी हो गया। अब लेकिन उनकी भावना को देखते हुए सरकार जरूर विचार करना चाहेगी। लेकिन और मैं तो कहूंगा कि व्यक्तिगत भावना ये है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। जैन समुदाय की भावना को हमें समझना चाहिए और उसी के अनुरूप कोई नीति बनानी चाहिए। लेकिन ये व्यक्तिगत विचार हमारे हैं।
तो क्या
कांग्रेस के पास
कांग्रेस हेमंत सोरेन से इस बारे में बात करेंगे? आपके एलाई जो है झारखंड में चीफ मिनिस्टर, क्या आपसे
व्यक्तिगत रूप से बोलूंगा, कांग्रेस के साथियों से कहूंगा कि इस संबंध में हम लोग को सेंसिटिविटी दिखाना है। इनका जो जैन समुदाय का जो भावना है उसको कदर करना है, सम्मान देना है। ये
आप डॉक्टर रामेश्वर जी, आप कह रहे हैं, आप व्यक्तिगत तौर पे आप बता रहे हैं कि भावनाओं का रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए। आई कम्प्लीटली अग्री विद दैट, बट क्या आपकी गवर्नमेंट फिर ये अनाउंस करेगी कि ये जो डिसीजन लिया है वो तब तक होल्ड पे रखेंगे जब तक ये रिव्यू ना हो जाए?
जी मैडम, मैंने कहा ना कि मैं इस पर बात करूंगा। कुछ लोग आए थे बॉम्बे से, अहमदाबाद से आके जैन समुदाय के लोग हमसे मिले भी थे 2 दिन पहले। तो मैंने आश्वासन भी दिया कि इस संबंध में सरकार से बात करूंगा। सरकार का पार्ट हूं मैं, तो अपने से कुछ बोल नहीं सकता। निर्णय हुआ है, निर्णय होते हैं, निर्णय बदले भी जाते हैं। तो जैन समुदाय के भावना को विचार जरूर करेंगे हम लोग। मुख्यमंत्री जी से मेरी वार्ता होगी। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा मुख्यमंत्री जी से, उन्हीं का विभाग है ये, कहूंगा कि इस भावना को हमें सम्मान देना चाहिए।
जी डॉक्टर रामेश्वर जी, thank you very much for speaking to us, and that was a very big statement in fact made by the Jharkhand minister himself, a voice from the government saying that the sentiments of the Jain community will be respected and there will be a rethink on the decision. He's speaking on a personal level On a personal level, the government is yet to issue a statement on it. We continue to get reports from the ground on the protests that are taking place.
एक है जो जिसका पहले था उसको वहीं रहने दिया है। तो देख सकते हैं ये तमाम वो लोग हैं और भी कुछ लोग हैं। आप आइए आगे। आप बताइए चाचा, आपकी उम्र भी ज्यादा है, तजुर्बा भी ज्यादा है, और क्या कहना चाहेंगे आगे की रणनीति को लेकर के, कि क्या लगता है अब?
इस तरह है कि हमारा सम्मेद शिखर, हमारे 24 तीर्थंकरों में से 20 तीर्थंकर वहाँ से मोक्ष गए हैं। तो हमारा तो हम हिंदुस्तान के नहीं, हमारे तो संसार का सबसे बड़ा तीर्थ स्थल है और हमारे जैन समाज की उसमें भावनाएं जुड़ी हुई हैं। वहाँ पर लाखों यात्री, जैन यात्री जाता है। उस जैन यात्री को अगर सुविधाएं नहीं मिले, हमारे पवित्र स्थल पर लोग मांस का सेवन करें, शराब का सेवन करें, और हम लोग जो शाकाहारी लोग हैं, हम नंगे पांव पहाड़ पर जाते हैं। 27 किलोमीटर की यात्रा है। हम उसे चाहते हैं कि हमारा जो सम्मेद शिखर है वो पवित्र स्थल ही बना रहे, इसको पर्यटन स्थल नहीं बनाया जाए।
देख सकते हैं, तो एक ही मांग है, जो हमारा सम्मेद शिखर है वो पवित्र स्थल ही बने। जी जी।
So these were the responses from the ground of the protesters there in Delhi, who were saying that their site of pilgrimage, their sacred site, should be untouched. It shouldn't be made into a tourist location. Visuals coming in from Delhi, Mumbai and Ahmedabad. We've had a string of reactions coming to these protests taking place. A few minutes back, we also had a voice from the government, Jharkhand minister, saying that he will appeal to the chief minister to rethink the decision, keeping in mind the religious sentiments of the Jain community. But there has been no official statement made by the Jharkhand government, by the Soren government there, on whether they would halt this entire plan, whether they would suspend this decision of making the pilgrimage site into a tourist destination. And moving on to another big story of the day. There's massive face-off in Assam after Himanta Biswa Sarma announced that 4 districts will be merged into another district. And this announcement in fact comes just ahead of the delimitation process in Assam. Opposition has alleged that this is a communal move. This is a move to polarize the voters in the state of Assam. A huge political fight thus breaking out. Let's listen into the reactions we have so far.
Any person with iota of intelligence will tell it, because Assam government is a most anti-national, anti-people, anti-minority, anti-Muslim government, and it is totally dedicated to RSS communal politics. So he behaving is like follow that line. There is no doubt about that.
How do you see this delimitation exercise, which is also
delimitation will be there? It is normal practice, but there are some question because they are depending on the population of 2001. Why not up to date? There is a conspiracy is there. No fair treatment is there. That I can say.
Also, Assam Chief Minister has come out, he's saying that this process is a non-political exercise and it will be done based on data. How do you see this, sir?
Every falsehood and crime has its own explanation.
You see, I don't know what is the reason behind that. The 2001 pattern is implied in the latest delimitation. Why not 2011? So our question is that at that time the Special Armed Forces Act was implemented in Assam and the NRC work is not done. So that time they have filed the case in the court. So ultimately court is clearly stopped this at that time. Presently it is very important to take the responsibility of the 2011 census. Because without the 2011 census, how they can apply it? 2024, it is very near. This time, it is not clear by that letter the constituency will be increased or not. If it is not increased, then reorganization will be there, and by this reorganize, ultimately nothing will do. In 2026 is all over India delimitation is going on. So ultimately 2014 one exercise is held there on mandatory exercise or the and then the manpower will be deployed there. So ultimately our question is that you do this 24 or 26 once for all, not for twice. So that's why our demand is very clear. You do this as per 2011 census.
2007 में डिलिमिटेशन का कोई प्रोसेस हुआ, बॉर्न हुआ, उस टाइम में अभी जो सत्ता में है बीजेपी, एजीपी और ऑल असम स्टूडेंट जो आसू होता है, इन तीनों का ऑब्जेक्शन था जो एनआरसी, फाइनल एनआरसी बिना डिलिमिटेशन नहीं होना चाहिए. तो अभी तो एनआरसी नहीं हुआ, तो अभी इन लोगों का राय क्या है, इन पार्टी का राय क्या है देखना पड़ेगा. असम का लोग को जानना चाहिए. असम का लोगों को ये अभी मन में ये बात है 2007 में जब बिना एनआरसी से डिलिमिटेशन का ऊपर उन लोगों ने आरोप लगाया था. अभी उन दो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, एक स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इन लोग क्या बोलेगा. दूसरा बात है जो केक का रिपोर्ट में जो आ गया एनआरसी में जो घोटाला हुआ, तो मेरा कहना है देखिए दिल्ली में बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट है, असम में बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट है, दोनों गवर्नमेंट ये एनआरसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. तो इन लोगों को ऑफिसर ने एनआरसी का सारा काम किया है. तो केक का रिपोर्ट का पहले इन लोगों को पास क्यों जानकारी नहीं है जो एनआरसी में घोटाला हुआ है. ये एक बात है, ये एक सवाल है. तो इस सवाल का जवाब तो दोनों गवर्नमेंट ने देना पड़ेगा. और हम लोग का राय है, देखिए हम लोग एनआरसी से आता है, एनआरसी के लिए इतना रुपया भी खर्चा भी हो गया, इतना मेहनत भी हो.
No, we welcome the decision of election commission that they will start the delimitation process and they will finish up the thing before 2024, and before 2024 the delimitation process will finish. So in Assam it was very essential because, as you know, that delimitation process was already been there in other states, and as we are sharing the border with different countries. Assam is sharing the border with other countries, so it was very essential to have delimitations, and not only for that, but in our constituency, as for example, we in Palasbari constituency there is we are sharing some area, the same area with West Guwahati. So it was very essential to for the smooth functioning of a MLA or the public representatives to have delimitation so that they can get a good constituency for them. So we welcome the decision, and welcome the decision that they have taken 2001 census report for delimitation. That is also important because the delimitation should be before 2001 itself. Before 2001 itself, but the delimitation process were started once at 2001, but due to I don't know why it was not happening, but it is now delimitation will be there, and we welcome the decision of the election commissioner that delimitation will get the one good perfect डिलिमिटेशन प्रोसेस.
देखिए ऐसे है कि अब तो पूरा देश कह रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाकई में झूठ की सियासत करते हैं. ये झूठ के ऊपर देश को गुमराह करते हैं और देश की जनता को गुमराह करते हैं. झूठे आंकड़े पेश करते हैं, झूठी बातें पेश करते हैं, झूठे वादे करते हैं, और मैं दुख के साथ कहता हूं कि पार्लियामेंट में भी झूठ बोला जा रहा है. अब एक मिसाल मैं आपको देता हूं. यहाँ एलजी साहब ये कहते हैं कि 80,000 करोड़ रुपए की इन्वेस्टमेंट हुई है जम्मू कश्मीर में, तो पार्लियामेंट कहता है कि 300 कुछ करोड़ रुपए की हुई है. अब एलजी साहब कहते हैं कि वो टेक्निकल एरर है, तो आज तक किसी ने उस पर सफाई नहीं दी है. तो मैं कहता हूं कि ये हर जगह पर झूठ का ही बोलबाला है, और वाकया में ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी झूठ के सारे अपना काम चला रही है.
all the state of the country has been delimited on the basis of census figure of 2001, and Parliament Act says that delimitation has to be done in the context of 2001, and this is a mandate of the Act.
And post delimitation, do you propose to move back to the demerger districts which you have done?
I think this district delimitation, I think these are not that, but generally government kiba eta siddhanto lole the scope of reconsideration is always there, but this exercise is not attributed to anything the way you want to put it.
Army Chief General Manoj Pandey on Sunday visited the forward areas in the Kashmir line of control. His visit is significant, keeping in view that the Chief of the Armed Staff celebrated the New Year with the troops who have been deployed on Ground Zero under the heavy snowfall and intense challenging conditions, and also the threat perception that always remains intact from the enemy Pakistan, which always remains in a bid to destabilize the peace in Jammu and Kashmir and also to foment troubles on the borders. But the troops of the Indian Army have always stood firm for the sovereignty and the integrity of the country. Yesterday evening, the Chief of the Armed Staff reached the Kashmir Valley, and today morning he was in the Kupwara district of the North Kashmir, the northern frontier of the Kashmir Valley that deals with the line of control with the Pakistan. And this visit is also significant as it has come on the day of New Year and a major morale boosters for the troops who have been deployed in the challenging condition.
And we're heading into a short break right now, and after the break we'll get you updates on the pothole cover-up. But before that, let's get you this report from North Korea, where North Korea marked the first day of the new year with reports of further rocket tests. In addition to images set to show the test, the Korean media showed North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversee a large display of new rockets and congratulating the workers who made them.
The world welcomed 2023 with grandeur. But what grabbed the spotlight were the actions of North Korea. Mounted on trucks, barrage of missiles were rolled out at the May Day Stadium. Thousands gathered for the missile launch. Taking stride steps, watch how North Korea's Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un led the launch of this one-of-its-kind missile. With Kim taking center stage, an emotional audience broke into an applause. The display of weaponry comes a day after Pyongyang's latest rocket launches. And after the big end of the year meeting of the party, where Kim called for more nuclear weapons, for North Korea, 2023 started with a bang. The fresh tests come as a declaration of intent by an increasingly belligerent Pyongyang, which has refused to show any sign of halting its arms race. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And 24 hours after DDCA said that the accident was due to potholes, NHAI has started filling up the potholes in Roorkee. And horrific videos continue to emerge from China as COVID situation gets out of control.
मैं GK 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर
As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, Chief Minister says there's nothing to politicize. Kumar Swamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers massive political storm. Pan-India protests by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. 24 hours after DDCA says accident was due to potholes, NHIA has started filling up the potholes. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge. Demand grows for his sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 situation spirals out of control. Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach in the state. The female coach made the allegations and a day later she filed a complaint with the Chandigarh police. Here's a report.
Sexual harassment allegations have shaken up the Haryana cabinet.
तो ये प्यार से इसकी चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हुई तो फिर इसने ऑफिशियली हमेशा कोई ना कोई ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर तैयार किया है कि ये लड़की तो चल के मेरे पास ही आएगी। और जब मैं एक एम्प्लॉय हूँ तो सिंपल सी बात है, मैं डायरेक्ट उनके अंडर में काम कर रही हूँ, तो इन्होंने हर वो चीज़ की, बाज नहीं आए अपनी हरकतों से। तो मेरा सब्र बिल्कुल पेशेंस जवाब दे चुका था और इसीलिए मुझे आना ही पड़ा बाहर।
The sports minister Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach. Resigning from the ministry, the Neta dismissed allegations against him, calling them baseless.
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लेंगे।
However, on the other hand, Chandigarh police said a probe will be conducted to find out if the allegations against the minister is true.
एक लेडी कोच है हरियाणा की, उन्होंने 30 दिसंबर को चंडीगढ़ पुलिस को अपनी कंप्लेंट दी थी। तो उस पर चंडीगढ़ पुलिस के 26 पुलिस स्टेशन में एक FIR दर्ज की है। 354, 354A, 354B, 342 और 506 IPC की, जिसको इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है।
Soon after, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired a key meet with top DGS and CIDs. Currently, a probe is on, but the minister facing the grave allegations is not behind bars.
मैंने सुनी है उनकी सारी बात, ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। मैं मंत्री जी से भी बात करूंगा और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी बात करेंगे और बिल्कुल इंसाफ करेंगे इस मामले में।
Will the state government take action? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, there's a big political face-off between BJP and JDS in the run-up to 2023 elections in Karnataka. H.D. Kumaraswamy has called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies, and Union Home Minister has been labelled as political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. The former Chief Minister, through a series of tweets, has reacted to Amit Shah's attack on the JDS on a Saturday. Let's listen in to what Amit Shah had said, triggering that response from H.D. Kumaraswamy.
जेडीएस और कांग्रेस एक ही सिक्के की दो पहलू हैं। हमेशा आपने जेडीएस को वोट दिया और कुमारस्वामी जी कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठ गए। मैं आज कहने आया हूं कि एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दीजिए। 5 साल के अंदर ये परिवारवाद, ये भ्रष्टाचार और एक जातिवाद, तीनों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी समाप्त कर कर्नाटक के अंदर इस देशभक्त सरकार देने का काम करेगी। कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर इस बार सरकार बनाएगी और अपने दम पर सरकार चलाने का काम करेगी।
So that was a statement made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah when he was addressing BJP cadre in Bengaluru on a Saturday. Following which, H.D. Kumaraswamy put out a series of tweets and said that BJP is a party full of hypocrisies and BJP a party of liars. Coming to more breaking news that's coming in. And we're also getting a response from Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is visiting the injured in Nashik. Remember, there was a fire in a factory in Nashik in which one person has been reported dead and 14 are injured. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is currently at the hospital meeting those who have been injured. Firefighting and rescue operations are still underway, we're being told. And these are the latest images of Maharashtra Chief Minister meeting those injured in the fire in the factory in Nashik. And Alisha will be joining us on the phone line as we get more information on this blast in fact that took place in the boiler at a chemical company in Maharashtra's Nashik, which triggered fire and plumes of smoke in Igatpuri district of Nashik. We have Alisha joining us on the phone line to give us more details about the operations that are underway. Alisha, over to you.
Well, yes, Anika, it's a very unfortunate incident that has happened in Nashik, where the fire broke out in a chemical firm, and still the firefighting rescue operation is still underway. In this entire incident, where one person has lost his life and 14 injured after a fire that broke out, and it was after a blast in Nashik chemical firm. Now we see in the visuals where Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has reached to the hospital to meet the victims who has been suffered. Also, he's been speaking to the doctors over the condition that has been underway, because we even saw the tweet of Eknath Shinde clearly mentioning he's been closely monitoring the situation, because this fire which broke out early morning at around 11:30 a.m. and it was something blast voice that has been reported according to the locals resident there, and we even see that the blast was so strong that it was heard in the nearby area and also villages. The fire and smoke could be seen from a distance, and out of 3 people who were trapped, 1 was rescued and 2 are yet to be rescued, is according to the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who told reporters while in Aurangabad district. But now he has reached Nashik, where in the hospital where the people who have been severely injured and admitted to the hospital, he has been speaking to the doctors and also to those victims who have been injured in this entire incident.
Yes, and Alisha, we'll beam these pictures of Eknath Shinde meeting the injured in the hospital, and also let's listen in to what he said while meeting those affected.
बड़ा हादसा है और जैसे ही पता चला हमारे पालक मंत्री दादा भूसे जी वहाँ तुरंत पहुँचे। कलेक्टर डिविजनल कमिश्नर से मेरी साथ बात हो रही थी लगातार। यहाँ रेस्क्यू के लिए एयरफोर्स की टीम को भी तैनात किया था और यहाँ पर 17 लोग घायल है, जख्मी है, 2 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। बहुत बड़ा हादसा है, बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। जो इंजर्ड है, जख्मी है, उनसे मैं खुद बातचीत करके आया हूँ। यहाँ के हॉस्पिटल के सब डॉक्टर उनके ऊपर ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। पूरे इलाज यहाँ पर उनका ठीक तरह से होगा। इलाज का पूरा खर्च जो है सरकार उठाएगी और 2 लोग की मृत्यु हुई है, उनको प्रति परिवार को 5-5 लाख रुपए दिए जाएंगे और दुर्घटना की जाँच की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking to the media after he met those injured in the blast in the fire. He said that the Air Force helicopter has been on standby for the rescue operations, also saying that there will be help given to those who've been injured. He also said that out of the 3 people trapped, 1 was rescued and 2 are yet to be rescued. In fact, this incident took place at around 11:30 a.m. This is Mundegaon along the Nashik-Mumbai highway in Igatpuri Taluka in Nashik, where those workers were injured after a blast at the chemical factory. Let's listen in to some more reactions coming in on this incident.
क्या 12 बजे के लगभग
रात को?
नहीं, अभी थी।
अभी हाँ, ओके। और कितने सारे लोग फंसे थे आपके साथ में अंदर कंपनी में?
फंसे तो बहुत से लोग थे क्योंकि अलग अलग कई प्लांट हैं वहाँ नज़दीक नज़दीक।
ओके।
अब ये अचानक फायर हुआ है, अचानक हुआ है, इसके लिए किसी को कोई वो था ही नहीं। तो जैसे जैसे मालूम हुआ फिर फ़ोन किया गया, उसी एक बाइक प्रेशर मारा तो उसी में जल गया।
14 लोग अभी एडमिट है जो कि घायल है और इसमें से एक की अनफॉर्चुनेटली डेथ हुई है। अभी भी रेस्क्यू के प्रयास जारी है। लगातार प्रशासनिक टीम यहाँ के जिला प्रशासन, कलेक्टर, कमिश्नर, एसपी, आईजी ये सभी उपस्थित है और यहाँ के गार्डियन मिनिस्टर और एमएलए भी आ गए हैं। लगातार इस बात को ऑनरेबल सीएम, ऑनरेबल डीसीएम साहब भी लगातार इसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं।
Check of the other top stories. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey visited forward posts at LOC and interacted with the troops. He motivated the soldiers posted along LOC on the first day of the year. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan visited Delhi's Army Research and Referral Hospital on the first day of the new year along with his wife. He met troops who are admitted there for treatment. 2 have been killed and 14 others injured in a fire which broke out after a blast in a boiler at a chemical company in Maharashtra's Nashik district. Rescue operations continue in the factory. Incident took place at around 11:30 a.m. in the unit located at Mundegaon along with the Nashik-Mumbai highway. A fire broke out near the gate at Uttar Pradesh Assembly. The fire was triggered by short circuit. No casualties or injuries have been reported so far. Odisha Crime Branch has said that they have recorded the statements of the hotel employees in connection with the death of Russian tourists. He added that the investigation is underway and it will continue for a few more days. They will have to analyze the statements before confirming anything. Heading into a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you the political responses on the delimitation process in Assam.
What
Chanda Kochar and Venugopal Doot acting alone? Was Videocon the only company and Chanda Kochar the only banker who took advantage of the culture during the Congress government? Were the money of poor Indians locked in banks, backed by government-issued licenses and government backing and government trust? In effect, people's money was swindled by business houses with political links who were fronts for extracting the money either out of India or into the hands of corrupt politicians and corrupt business houses and corrupt business persons. Without political patronage, such corruption cannot happen. When we investigate at Republic, either SSR or such financial scams, the corrupt and those guilty fight us back. With your support, we at Republic will fight back harder and we will beat them. Ladies and gentlemen, the whistleblower in this big financial scam is live with me at 10 o'clock tonight.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
And we are cutting across to these pictures that we are getting from the Solapur district in Maharashtra. What we are getting to know is that 3 people have been killed after fire broke out at a firecracker factory. This is in Barshi in Solapur district of Maharashtra. We can see this thick smoke billowing out after there was a firecracker. There was a fire in a firecracker factory in Solapur. Alisha is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about the operations also that is underway. Alisha, what more can you tell us?
Explosion has occurred in a firecracker factory in Barshi of Solapur district. This incident took place near Pagri village in Barshi Taluka. A huge explosion that took place in a factory while the crackers were being made. Preliminary information has told that there were around 40 employees were working in the firecracker factory. and according to the local information, 6 to 7 employees have been injured. There is no official information about the casualties. The fire brigade and the police have already reached to the location, is what we know from our sources, and we even know this the fire that has been broke out, but at this point of time with the fire brigade team, they have been trying to douse the fire, but you can see in the visuals itself the situation, the way it was a huge explosion that has occurred in a firecracker factory in Barshi of Solapur district, where around 40 employees were working in the same factory, and 6 to 7 has been injured, and there is no official information about the casualties. We'll speak to our even sources in the police and administration, because they have already reached to the location and they have been trying to rescue if anyone is being trapped inside the factory. But at this point of time, all we can say that there are 6 to 7 employees have been injured, and fire brigade team and police have reached to spot.
Alisha there getting us the exclusive details, and in fact latest details from Solapur, as we report that at least 3 people have died in this fire that broke out in the firecracker factory in Solapur in Maharashtra. Firefighting operations are underway. More information coming in. Alisha also telling us that at least 40 people were inside the factory. Details also coming in of the rescue operations and the firefighting operations that are taking place in Solapur. We'll keep a close watch on the developments there in Solapur, on the casualty figures as well, and as well as those who've been injured. Getting more details from across the country, especially about India's COVID fight now.
With the evolving COVID-19 situation across the globe, India has stepped up measures. Right now, I am at the arrival of the Delhi airport, wherein you can see that RT-PCR test has been made mandatory for 5 countries, which is China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand from today, that is 1st of January 2023. The reports will have to be uploaded on the Air Suvidha portal before travel, and all of this test has to be done 72 hours before undertaking the journey to India. The advisory has been issued by the Health Ministry. Remember, this move comes amidst an uptick in the COVID-19 cases in China and East Asian countries, and this requirement is in addition to random 2% test of all international passengers in all incoming international flights on their arrival in India, and this is irrespective of their port of departure. All of this is happening amid a very, very massive spike in the COVID-19 cases that is reported across the globe. India, however, has not reported a spike so high. However, in order to maintain precaution, in order to maintain and make sure that everybody is safe and India does not face a COVID wave like before, India is taking all precautions. Health Ministry in this regard has issued advisories, which in this case is also making the RT-PCR test mandatory from 5 countries, which is China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Like we say, precaution is always better than cure. Hence, take your precautions, maintain the COVID advisory protocols and stay safe. This is Tanisha Avasthi with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
And there's a big twist in the Rishabh Pant accident case. What we're getting to know is that the DDCA, in fact, had yesterday said that the accident took place because Rishabh Pant was trying to negotiate a pothole while he was on his way to Dehradun. And in fact, just after this revelation was made, we had pictures of NHAI, National Highway Authority, in fact, filling up the potholes in Roorkee on the very same highway that we're talking about. And as this controversy builds up, we also had Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami going and meeting Rishabh Pant earlier this morning. No word on the incident of pothole, but Meenakshi is joining us live on this broadcast as we continue to get more details. Meenakshi, आप उस जगह पे गए थे, आपको क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रही है अभी? जो पॉटहोल्स थे, क्या उनको अभी पूरी तरह से भरा गया है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए कल भी ये इंफॉर्मेशन मैंने दी थी कि किस तरीके से वहाँ पर 2 टीमें पहुंची हुई थी। एक पहुंची हुई थी जिसमें कि सेव लाइफ फाउंडेशन की टीम थी और दूसरी पहुंची हुई थी जो कि रोड सेफ्टी वाली टीम थी। और उन्होंने वहाँ पर जाकर के पूरी तरीके से सर्वे किया, क्योंकि जब डायरेक्टर जो है डीडीसी के श्याम सुंदर शर्मा वो पहुंचे हुए थे ऋषभ पंत से मुलाकात करने के लिए, और उस दौरान ये बात निकल करके सामने आई कि ऋषभ पंत की आग भी लगी और साथ ही वो रोड जो था वहाँ गड्ढे थे, और इस वजह से ये 2 रीजन रहे जिसकी वजह से ये इतना बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ। उसके बाद कल रात की ये तस्वीरें निकल करके सामने आई हैं, ये फुटेज निकल करके सामने आए हैं कि किस तरीके से NHAI की जो टीम है वहां पर पहुंची है और उन्होंने जो भी वहां पर गड्ढे थे उन्हें भरा है ताकि आने वाले वक्त में ऐसे हादसे ना हो। लेकिन जब हम वहाँ रुड़की में मौजूद थे, वहाँ लगातार लोगों के द्वारा ये शिकायतें की गई थी, ये इंफॉर्मेशन दी गई थी कि यहाँ पर हर महीने 6 से 7 एक्सीडेंट इसी तरीके से होते हैं और कई बार वो लोग शिकायत कर चुके हैं, बाद में उसकी किसी ने सुना नहीं और इस वजह से कई लोगों की जान गई। ऋषभ पंत लकी थे कि वो इतने मैसिव एक्सीडेंट में भी बचे हैं, और बचे हैं तो ठीक है, साथ ही उन्हें इतनी गंभीर चोटें नहीं आई हैं जिसका अंदाजा आप CCTV फुटेज देख करके लगा सकते हैं कि वो कितना भयानक हादसा था, भयानक एक्सीडेंट था, कुछ भी हो सकता था। एक नेशनल प्लेयर के तौर पर हम लगातार ये कवरेज कर रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं कि आखिरकार उनकी जो चोट है वो किस हद तक है और उन्हें कितना ज्यादा लिगामेंट डैमेज हुआ है। लेकिन आप समझ सकते हैं उस गाड़ी का हाल देख करके कि अगर वक्त रहते उन्हें नहीं बचाया जाता, वहां पर जो लोग मौजूद थे, जो आई विटनेसेस थे, अगर वो नहीं बचाते, नहीं मदद करते तो एक बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था जिसके लिए कंट्री फिलहाल तैयार नहीं है और किसी की जान मैटर करती है। यही एक वजह रही कि अब कहीं ना कहीं NHAI भी जागा है, रोड सेफ्टी की टीम भी जागी है और सेव लाइफ फाउंडेशन भी पहुंचा है और अब उन्होंने उन गड्ढों को भरना शुरू कर दिया है। ये मैसिव एक्सीडेंट हुआ और इस वजह से ये जो न्यूज है वो निकल करके सामने आई, लोगों का ध्यान उस तरफ गया, तब जाकर के NHAI ने ये पूरा संज्ञान लिया है और अब जाकर के वहां जो भी गड्ढे थे उन्हें भरा गया है ताकि आने वाले वक्त में इस तरीके का कोई हादसा न हो।
Thank you very much, Meenakshi, as you join us with the latest updates from Dehradun. We're moving on to some breaking news that we're getting. And now this is a tragic case of accident that we're getting from the national capital on the New Year's Day. We've been informed that a 20-year-old girl met with an horrific accident in Delhi in Sultanpuri area is what we're getting to know. This accident took place in the wee hours where this 20-year-old girl was dragged for several kilometers. She suffered multiple injuries and died on the spot. This is a case of hit and run we're getting to know. 5 people have been arrested in this case. These 5 people, we believe, on New Year's Eve, and it was at 4:11 a.m. when a call was made, a PCR call was made, and this girl was found dead in Sultanpuri area. We will have Piyush joining us on the phone line to give us more details of this accident that took place. The car was traced during inquiry. It looks like an SUV. But what we can tell our viewers is that a 20-year-old girl lost her life in the wee hours of New Year morning after she was hit by a car. She was dragged for several kilometers is what we are getting to know. What we've been also told in the initial information that is emerging is that the dead body was found naked. She was dragged for a few kilometers by a car that hit her in Sultanpuri area in early morning hours. After being hit by the car, the body got entangled in the wheel of the car and was dragged alongside. All the occupants of the car that hit the 20-year-old girl, 5 people, have been apprehended. She was dragged for several kilometers. It's a horrific accident that is being reported in the national capital on the New Year's Day. Investigation is underway. There were 5 people in the car is what we are told, and we have the names of the 5 accused who have been arrested by the police. Deepak Khanna, Amit Khanna, Krishan, Mithun, Manoj, Mittal. These are the 5 people who've been arrested. What our reporters on the ground and investigators are also telling us is that the victim, the 20-year-old girl who was found dead, was working part-time in in events, in marriage and other events, and she was returning home from work when this accident took place. Piyush Mishra will be joining us live on this broadcast, giving us more details about this hit and run case that has been reported in Delhi, in Sultanpuri area of Delhi. We have a response coming in from the DCW chief, Swati Maliwal, where she says the naked body of a girl was found in Delhi's Kanjhawala. It is being told that some boys in an inebriated state hit her scooty with a car and dragged her for several kilometers. This matter is very dangerous. She's issuing summons to Delhi police on this entire case. So what the DCW chief is saying, that those in the car were in inebriated state. The police is yet to issue those details, but as far as the details we know is that the 20-year-old was dragged for a few kilometers by a car. She suffered multiple injuries and died on the spot. And we're heading into a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you details of the political face-off in Karnataka. It's JDS versus BJP. And pan-India protest by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site.
मैं GK 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में।
आई एम गुरसिमरन सिंह इन जम्मू एंड दिस इज रिपब्लिक।
Good evening, you're watching This is Exclusive at 6 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawan joining you on the broadcast. In this edition, we get you more videos from China. It is an utter state of chaos due to COVID and the Jinping government that continues its attempt of a cover-up and it's not being able to handle its state of affairs. That and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. As the opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, CM says there is nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers a massive political storm. Pan-India protests by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. 24 hours after DDCA says that the accident was due to potholes. Potholes are now being filled up by NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge. Demand grows for a sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of hand. And well, amid multiple COVID collapse reports yesterday, the president of China, Xi Jinping, claimed that everything is under control. But multiple videos that have emerged that show you the extent of chaos, apathy and situation of China's health infrastructure. The big question being, is China trying to hide something? However, China's health ministry has insisted that the COVID-19 information and the case figures are absolutely transparent. The pictures on the ground tell a contrary story. Take a look. So you see, that is actually what is happening in China. The first peak that was witnessed on the 13th of January, where 3.7 million cases were reported. The deaths that peaked to 25,000 a day on the 23rd of January. The second biggest peak on 3rd March, where there were over 4 million cases a day. And these are the projections that are coming in from China, as per a UK firm, which is saying that it is only by the end of April that the numbers may start dipping. Otherwise, until then, China could very well report 1.7 million deaths all across. Because even as we talk, the daily infections in China are hitting 1.8 million a day, daily deaths that are hitting 11,000. Cumulative cases since the 1st of December that stand at 20.4 million, and cumulative deaths since the 1st of December that stand at 110,000. But China continues to hide what the truth is. It is not talking about the situation. In fact, Xi Jinping, who says that there is a ray of hope and it is getting better, which is far from the story that these pictures on your screens tell you. Newer videos that are emerging, and you see how dead bodies are getting accumulated. So much so that there are no funeral spaces to give them their due end. Hospitals are completely running out. A girl who died on the street because she could not receive treatment in a hospital, she got breathless until she actually died. And that is quite the case cutting across all age groups in China, where hospitals stand completely saturated. There is no space such that those who are suffering from COVID can be treated. The deaths that are mounting, but the Jinping government that is not willing to put out the truth. On the contrary, they stopped publishing the numbers. So much so that the firm that actually puts out the daily COVID situation in China is now saying that they will do it once a week to once a month. So China, as it's been the nature of how the CCP functions, they are hiding what the truth of the COVID situation in their country is. These are the projections that have come in from a UK firm, where they say that the first peak will actually be close to the 13th of January. In another 2 weeks, China is likely to see 3.7 million cases in a day. And joining us on the broadcast is Dr. Ishwar Gilada. He is consultant of infectious disease, Secretary General of Organized Medicine Academic Guild. He is joining us from Mumbai. Dr. Gilada, thank you for speaking to us this evening, because we are staying with those new videos that are emerging from China, and the story is no different. It is an utter state of chaos. people are dying, they're not being able to get treatment, dead bodies which are not getting funeral spaces. But it is the Jinping government that is continuing to cover up, saying that there is a ray of hope, saying that things are getting better. And that has always been their pattern, where they don't speak of what the truth is.
China had two wrong policies. Number one was a zero COVID policy, which is not possible with this virus. This virus has come to infect all of us. Either you get infected naturally or infected through vaccine. Now in China, if they put a zero COVID policy, 2.5 year, 3 year lockdown, they did not allow their people to be naturally infected. But secondly, the worst policy is their vaccine. Their vaccine is very poor in quality. There has been a study which was done in Malaysia, which shows a comparison of a breakthrough infection. Breakthrough infection is that which happens after vaccination. They compared 3 different vaccines. AstraZeneca, which is a Covishield from India. Second one was a mRNA from Pfizer, and third one was Sinovac. If one person dies after the Covishield or AstraZeneca, 2.5 times more people died of mRNA, 10 times more people died of Sinovac. So Sinovac is a useless vaccine. But WHO is a culprit. They approved this vaccine at 50.1%, and the benchmark is 50%. So anybody in the world will suspect that 50.1 is a manipulated figure. But the WHO had a time to correct or rectify by delicensing that. They have not done that. Now China, third problem is they are shying away from asking help from India. Today, no place in the world can help China as much as India. With the quantity, quality and longevity of vaccine they require, it is only from India. So Indian vaccine, it has a longevity of 10 to 12 months protection as against mRNA, which is very expensive and has a protection of only 4 to 5 months. And secondly, we have seen in real life that Covishield, which is 90% utilization of our total vaccination program, has been having no problem. People are taking second dose, third dose as against any other vaccine in the world. So India should offer help on their own, but China should also seek help from India, keeping aside their all differences at the border and all along in political arena. So if China does that, then they can save people. If they don't do that, their own people will not forgive them for ever life. Xi Jinping.
All right. I would also want to talk to you on a couple of other aspects. But before that, I'd also like to bring in Andrew K.P. Leung. He's an international and independent China strategist. He's joining us live from Hong Kong. Andrew, firstly, it is very important for you to throw light on what the real picture in China is and what the Jinping government is hiding. Because these videos tell a contrary story which is not matching the narrative of the CCP. And it is important for the world to know how China is handling this chaos, how they are incapable of handling that chaos, and what is happening.
Well, China is now opening up. In fact, the border with Hong Kong is set to open up on the 8th of January in a week's time. And China is now welcoming the whole drone of foreign students back into China. So how can China hide anything if it's opening up to foreign students? So I think this this mantra about China hiding is a load of nonsense. Now, secondly, as for the ineffectiveness of the vaccine, although it's not as effective perhaps as the mRNA, but then China has been relying on its own vaccine to contain the pandemic. And if you check the Johns Hopkins University website, updated as at 31st of December yesterday, the death rate around the world with the pandemic, China is 1.2 person per 100,000 people, compared with 300 person per 100,000 people in the United States. So China's way back down on the list as of 31st of December. That's according to Johns Hopkins University mortality analysis website as of yesterday. So I think that the mantra about China's vaccine is totally ineffective. Again, is over the tops. Now, of course, there is a pandemonium kind of reigning in China as the a virus suddenly surges, and a lot of people are not prepared for it. And there is a great scramble for medicine, ordinary medicine like paracetamol and ibuprofen. But China is now is the world's biggest producer of this medicine. So the Beijing is now ordering all these pharmaceutical suppliers to stock up the supplies. And also, as the Chinese New Year exodus is looming, Beijing is also ordering village officials to stock up their the medicine and also strengthen the various kind of facilities, including clinics and so on and so forth. So I think that at the moment, of course, with this sudden surge, everybody's worried. But on the other hand, a lot of my friends in China, their family members, their friends, their colleagues have been infected. And according to a Japanese newspaper, as many as half of China's population, 1.4 billion, have now been infected. But then, of course, these kind of infections are pretty mild by nature. There's nowhere compared to the previous situation when the pandemic first happened. It's now moving into something like an endemic, much more infectious, but much less deadly.
You've made your point.
A lot of people get well after a week or so.
But Andrew, if one was to believe what you're saying, I'm sorry, but you are also downplaying the situation exactly what the Chinese are doing, Andrew. And if one was to believe what you are saying, how do you justify these videos? Pictures don't lie, Andrew. They're speaking what the situation on the ground is. A girl died due to shortness of breath. She could not receive treatment in a hospital. Hospitals are saturated. There are dead bodies that are piling up. There are no funeral spaces to actually give them their end and to be able to actually cremate them. But this is what the situation of the people is. A zero COVID policy that did not work for China. People staged protests and you saw how they spoke against the government. Numbers that stopped getting published. If that was the situation, then the numbers should be transparent.
Well, according to Nature, for example, the world-renowned journal, China could suffer something like 1 million deaths over the next couple of months. But of course, with the very low infection rate amongst the elderly, this is quite possible. But then 1 billion people compared to 1.4 billion, that's 0.07%, or less than 0.07%. And then according to Johns Hopkins website, mortality rate, China is 1.2 person per 100,000 population. It's not going to change China's very low mortality rate. Check the website, please. this moment now, Johns Hopkins University.
Yes, absolutely, Andrew. But your arguments are not cutting ice, Dr. Gilada.
Anyway.
You're clearly in disappointment with the kind of explanation that Andrew is giving. Andrew, please stay on. Let's also give Dr. Gilada a chance to say what he has to these explanations that you're giving. Dr. Gilada.
Yeah,
another cover-up.
Due respect to Mr. Andrew. You know, whether you talk about John Hopkins or whether you talk about Worldometer, they will report what you are reporting to them. You go on Worldometer and see in last 6 days, you are not reporting more than 5,000 cases. Only yesterday you reported 7,000 cases. You know, in India or anywhere in the world, we used to always think under-reporting. And under-reporting factor was, say, we are reporting 50%. But you are reporting only 1%. So if you are getting 5,000 cases, at least you have 500,000 people or maybe 5 million people which are infected. Number two, you are talking about your own vaccine. Malaysia is not India-friendly country. It is China-friendly country. So why don't you refute Malaysian finding? And thirdly, in such a bad situation, one should give up your all egos. No, all kind of human life is more important for us. For a doctor like me, whether it's a Chinese dying or Indian dying or African dying, is same for me. So give up your ego fight. Just come down to reality. We know that you are the largest manufacturer of pharmaceutical API, but you are not largest manufacturer of finished products. And sometimes India is also second largest producer. If you are thinking we are the largest, we did take help from all over the world. And we did not deny help from even our countries which are not so friendly to India. So I think you should give up the ego fight. And secondly, there is always a kind of reaction, whether Jinping or our Indian government or any government. There is something called denial. Then is a blaming others. Then is a recognition of the problem, and then is a solution or some kind of planning. But you are in denial for many months and not months, for years. Until last month, your total figure in the world was only 100,000. You did not want to cross that 100,000 figure. Now you are coming close to 400,000. And you are not, despite counting those many dead bodies, that means if 5,000, 10,000 people are dying daily, you are reporting only deaths. And you have changed the definition of death, where only pneumonia, diagnosed pneumonia will be considered COVID. So if you do that, you will manipulating figure. Nobody will believe you. Whether you talk nature, people know your nature. You talk about John Hopkins, you go to Worldometer, you go to John Hopkins, you talk to John Hopkins. They will tell you that China is not reporting to us. We are just transferring the data which we are receiving. So any country, if you do not give correct data, you be dishonest, then you will not get it. But anyway, currently lives lost are life lost. You don't talk about numbers. Everybody would be infected sooner or later. That you should accept. Some viruses infect 100% people, like measles. So I remember my grandmother used to tell me that if one measles child comes, the community they used to bring that child in a room and bring all community children and put them together so that all children get infected, so that they do not get infection.
Dr. Gilada.
So this is that kind of virus. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. Gilada, I'd also like to add for Andrew that China has been buying Indian vaccine from the black market exactly to harp upon the ego issue that China is doing at this point, and the lack of sensitivity that you have towards your people, where so many lives are being lost. But China is busy playing politics. It is about projecting a certain picture. It is about hiding the numbers. And Andrew, you cannot deny that no matter how much you try, because that has been the very approach of the CCP right from the start, from the word go, when COVID had broken out. You had tried to conceal the information, then finally to the level that so many other countries and the entire world was affected by it. Then also you kept pushing the fact that it did not emerge from China. And now that China is going through so much, in fact, the UK firm projecting numbers of how the first peak may come by the 13th of January in 2 weeks, when it could touch as many as 3.7 million cases a day. By 3rd March, it could go up to 4 million cases a day. Still no word on how the Chinese government is actually planning to tackle the situation.
Well, the pandemic first happened at the end of 2019. Of course, there was an initial hiccup in China's reporting system. But then China shared very rapidly the DNA and all the findings in January, on 3rd of January, with Lancet, the world-renowned medical journal based in the United Kingdom, and with the rest of the world. So China shared its findings very, very early. It's just that some countries, including the United States, did not take these findings seriously, and hence leading to the spread of a pandemic. Right, to see images of body floating in the rivers in India, for example, in the beginning. I mean, just think, how many people died in the beginning in various parts of the world. Now, as far as China is concerned, I suggest, I don't think China is trying to score brownie points with any country, least of all with India. But I think that if you look at the Johns Hopkins University website, mortality analysis, you'll find that as of yesterday, December the 31st, you can see the death rate per 1,000 population around the world. And China ranked very, very low, way low below countries like Japan and also India, and of course, way below the United States. Well, don't laugh at Johns Hopkins University, okay? It's a well-renowned university as far as medical research is concerned. Anyway,
I'm sorry, I'm a little short on time. But what the situation in other countries is not going to change what is happening in China. Dr. Gilada, quickly responding to you. Dr. Gilada, a minute to go before we slip into a short break. Please take that last word.
Okay, now I'm telling you, not only vaccine, even medicines are smuggled. I have information from the pharma companies from India, from the poorest border, wherever they're kind of border posts, they are exchanging money or some kind of goods against medicine. It is happening for last 1 month. Secondly, if they are talking about John Hopkins, how many deaths you are reporting? Yesterday you reported 2 deaths. In entire last week you have reported only 6 deaths. So if you don't report, then you say percentage 0.001 per million. It's ridiculous. No, don't make mockery of human suffering. Don't make mockery of human deaths. We can privately debate. You will defend China, I will defend India. But today I'm not defending anybody. I'm defending only humanity. So be human. Whatever is required, I think India should proactively offer. If you accept, then we are bigger. If you don't accept, we are still bigger. India consider Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We consider entire world as whole family. So, and we have offered help to many countries. We'll offer to you also. But be open, give up your ego, look after your human beings, and I think you'll be remembered forever. Otherwise, 23 will be a kind of black year for you also.
Right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Dr. Gilada and Andrew, thank you for speaking to us this evening. Of course, the pictures do a tell-all story of what the situation really like is on the ground. But really, for the CCP to attempt a cover-up over and over again, how long can they hide from what it really is? On that note, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you details as the opposition is trying to communalize delimitation process in Assam. But Himanta Biswa Sarma saying there is nothing to politicize. Also, Kumaraswamy comparing Amit Shah to Nazi propagandists, triggering a massive political storm.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई
Army Chief General Manoj Pandey on Sunday visited the forward areas in the Kashmir line of control. His visit is significant, keeping in view that the Chief of the Armed Staff celebrated the New Year with the troops who have been deployed on Ground Zero under the heavy snowfall and intense challenging conditions, and also the threat perception that always remains intact from the enemy Pakistan, which always remains in a bid to destabilize the peace in Jammu and Kashmir and also to foment troubles on the borders. But the troops of the Indian Army have always stood firm for the sovereignty and the integrity of the country. Yesterday evening, the Chief of the Armed Staff reached the Kashmir Valley, and today morning he was in the Kupwara district of the North Kashmir, the northern frontier of the Kashmir Valley that deals with with the line of control with the Pakistan, and this visit is also significant as it has come on the day of New Year and a major morale boosters for the troops who have been deployed in the challenging condition.
Let me ask you tonight, which language do you speak? How many languages do you speak? I speak Hindi, Assamese, Bengali, English. I can understand Marathi, I can comprehend spoken Gujarati, Bhojpuri, and I can understand at least half a dozen other dialects. That is my upbringing. I'm sure that many of you speak as many and understand many more languages and dialects. And this is what makes us uniquely Indian. This characteristic is not common in many parts of the world. When we launched Republic, I spoke a bit of Kannada at a pre-launch youth event in Bengaluru. And Republic's first marketing campaign viewers was in Tamil in Chennai. Where else in the world do we have this richness, this unique diversity? Where else, viewers? And so, please don't stay a distant observer in this language political fight. You must say, we are #United by Language. Let us make #United by Language trend tonight and for a long time. Because it is the only way that the politicians in this country, across this country, will know that they can never beat us.
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे।
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi-charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau report for Republic TV.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने
हाय फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। ये हमारी शो का पहला एपिसोड है और इस एपिसोड में हम आपको मिलवाएंगे खास मेहमान से। लेकिन उसके पहले हम आपको बता दें शो के बारे में। इस शो में हर समय हम आपको फौजियों से मिलवाएंगे। अब फौजी है कौन? फौजी का मतलब यह नहीं कि जिसने वर्दी पहनी है और जिसने बॉर्डर पर नौकरी करी है। फौजी कौन दोस्तों? वो डॉक्टर जो ईमानदारी से पेशेंट का इलाज करे, वो वकील जो अपने क्लाइंट के हक की बात करे, वो आम आदमी जो अपना फर्ज निभाए। ये सारे के सारे क्या हैं? दिल से तो फौजी हैं ना। तो ऐसे फौजियों से मैं आपको मिलवाऊंगा इस शो पे। हमारे पहले गेस्ट, खास मेहमान, कर्नल डीपी के पिल्ले, शौर्य चक्र। सर, शो में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका सर।
थैंक यू गौरव, थैंक यू फॉर दिस ऑनर।
सर, इट्स एन ऑनर एंड अ प्रिविलेज फॉर मी टू होस्ट यू। दिस इज द फर्स्ट एपिसोड सर। और सर मैं आपसे शुरुआत में ही एक सवाल दाग देता हूं सर। लेट मी शूट ऑफ वन क्वेश्चन सर। यू गॉट अ शौर्य चक्र इन मणिपुर सर। आपको मणिपुर में एक एक्शन के लिए शौर्य चक्र मिला सर। आपने एक ऐसा काम करा जो कहानियां सुनने को नहीं मिलती। ऐसी कहानी सुनने को कम मिलती है। फौजियों के साथ क्या एसोसिएटेड होता है सर? गोली, बम, बारूद, इसको मारा, वहां पे एक्शन करा, ये अटैक करा। आपकी कहानी यूनिक है। आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे, बेहोश होने वाले थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थी, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। आपने बोला कि मेरे साथ जो हो सो हो, बच्चों की जान बचाओ। और यहां से आपकी कहानी शुरू होती है सर। मैं चाहूंगा आप हमारे व्यूअर्स को, इफ यू कैन जस्ट टेल आवर व्यूअर्स, व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी, व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर ऑन दैट फेटफुल डे सर।
पहले बात तो गौरव, आई वांट टू से ऐसे कहानियाँ सुनने को कम मिलते, मगर ये जरूरी नहीं है कि नहीं होते। हमारे आर्मी में कई स्टोरीज हैं ऐसे
जी
जो हम लोग को सुनने में नहीं आते। कई ऑफिसर्स होते हैं जो, या जवान होते हैं जो रॉकेट लॉन्चर इस्तेमाल नहीं करते क्योंकि उस घर में बच्चे होते हैं एंड वो खुद मर जाते हैं, मगर वो नो दे आर विलिंग टू सैक्रिफाइस देयर लाइफ बट नॉट टू अलाउ अ सिविलियन और अ चाइल्ड टू डाई।
जी।
सो दिस इज समथिंग दैट यू नो विच many people don't realize.
जी.
Our army has a very, very strong cultural and moral ethos. You know, it is something civilizational in us, you know.
जी.
So my encounter was like I was told that you know there is a group of insurgents.
ये किस साल की बात है सर? कब हुआ?
1994 में.
1994.
So
the year I passed out from the academy, sir.
Okay.
You were in Manipur hunting down these people. अच्छा सर, ठीक है, आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली and you went into the forest. जंगल में चले गए सर आप.
My CO, Brigadier Nautiyal, who gave me an information that there are a group of insurgents.
जी.
And I trust you to hunt them down and locate them. जी. And एक फौज में एक बार कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बोल देता कि I trust you, तो वो ट्रस्ट को you know you have to keep it up.
तोड़ना नहीं है सर.
तोड़ना नहीं चाहिए. वो फेथ जो है, चाहे गोली हो या ना बमबारी हो, you have to do it. You know,
sir.
You can't. There's no way. So when the commanding officer said that I can trust that you will do it, you know, you locate them. So that faith had to be kept. It's very important to have faith and keep the faith that somebody has in you.
Yes.
You know, my countrymen have faith in our army, and we keep the faith that the countrymen have. You know, till the last round.
Zaruri hai, sir.
You know, it is
yes,
like when you hear Shaitan Singh's story, or
yes, sir.
When you hear that, it is till the last man, last round.
Yes,
it is something that inspires all of us.
भरोसा नहीं टूटना चाहिए कहते हैं ना फौज में सर. हाँ. भरोसा नहीं, एक बार भरोसा टूट गया
फिर खत्म हो गया.
फिर खत्म हो गया. फिर वहाँ पे that is वो बाइनरी है सर मामला फौज में जी.
So I decided that I have to go locate. So I took a long route and reached that village. We took a detour and we landed up in the right village. God's grace that we much before sunrise से पहले पहुंच गए थे वहाँ पे. Cordon लगा दिया था हमने. And luckily for us वहाँ पे कोई alert हुआ नहीं था. वहाँ पे कुत्ते वगैरह भौंक नहीं रहे थे तो लोगों को पता नहीं चला था. And then I had gone to the church, village church, which is normally at the highest point. There I found a young boy who was trying to run away. So I caught him and tied him up and told him that, keep quiet. And that's the time that...
बोलना मत किसी को. हम लोग आए हैं. मैं I just want to tell the viewers कि ऐसा ना बोले कि बोलें कि अरे उस समय young Captain Pillay tied up a young boy. Why did he tie him up? क्यों किसी को बोलना पाए? Advance warning ना दे दे गलती से किसी को.
And then there was this Havaldar Madan from AEC who was also... In fact, एक और चीज़ बताना ज़रूरी है कि हम लोग सब सोचते हैं कि फ़ौज में जो सबसे अच्छे डिसिप्लिन लोग होते हैं वो सबसे अच्छे सोल्जर्स होते हैं वो नहीं. मेरे पेट्रोल में पूरे जितने भी क्वार्टर गार्ड में थे वो लोग थे जितने बदमाश और गुंडे होते हैं ना. तो जो छुट्टी से लेट आए
शुरू में सर पूरी राष्ट्र राइफल्स ऐसे बनी थी. इनिशियल डेज एंटायर राष्ट्र राइफल्स वाज क्रिएटेड टू सच पीपल सर. मुझे तो लगता था सारे ने क्वार्टर गार्ड खाली कर दिया आरआर. नाउ लेटर ऑन ऑफ कोर्स दे गॉट द टॉप पीपल टू गो. बट हाँ जी. Please continue.
But it is a fact that you'll find the ones who are the like the most disciplined people are not the ones you would trust them in war. Like I went to NDA get together yesterday, and I met somebody who was removed from the academy for forging his. He used to give purchase for people. Now if you see World War II movies, आप देखेंगे तो पासपोर्ट बनाने के लिए एक हुआ करता था ना जो बना के देता था नकली पासपोर्ट
फेक पासपोर्ट.
तो मैं याद किया यार ऐसे आदमी होते हैं जो काम आएंगे लड़ाई में. टैलेंटेड ये टैलेंट होना चाहिए. मगर उनको निकाला गया था एकेडमी से कि यू फोर्ज्ड मेडिकल स्लिप्स फॉर पीपल. वो बना के देता था हम सबको मेडिकल स्लिप्स. गो एंजॉय आउट पास. एक आउट पास का पर्ची बना के देता था. So poor fellow was. But then I'm telling you that the best people that you have are the ones who have a little bit of a you have to have that sense of adventure. Yes, so that is something. So this patrol was full of them, and I had this guy. He had opened fire, so he alerted us. So I ran. जहाँ पे गोली चला था उस तरफ I ran towards that door, and then I entered the room, and then I had a burst of AK-47 on me, and then there was.
कितनी गोलियां लगी सर आपको?
I got 4 bullets, 3 burst, and one more corrected himself. Then he got it on my chest, right above my nipple.
उसने अपनी chest ठीक करी. उसने बोला गलत जगह गोलियां लग रही हैं. So you got a burst of 3 सर. एक chest में लगी आपके?
3 मेरे बाजू में.
3 बाजू में लगी?
Shoulder में. Yeah. Upper arm.
एक छाती पे.
Then he threw a grenade, and the door came and covered the body for me, so I got protected.
उसने grenade आपके ऊपर फेंका.
Yeah.
Grenade फटा
जो मेरे.
But you're saying दरवाजा बीच में आया?
हाँ, पूरा splinters ले लिया दरवाजे ने.
तो main impact was taken by the door, वरना it would have been fatal, sir.
Yeah. It's a butterfly effect. It flies up.
बिल्कुल sir. बिल्कुल.
But anyway, it's all good luck for me personally. I think we spend lifetime waiting for such moments in the army. We prepare from academy. When you go, I'll just come back again. I'm saying yesterday we had a commandant from NDA. और जो कमांडेंट बनता है एनडीए का उसके एक मीन्स ही हैज़ अ प्रिविलेज कि अपने कोर्स को बुला के गेट टुगेदर करा सकता है. तो हमारे आउट ऑफ टर्न एक गेट टुगेदर हुआ था एनडीए में. आई वेंट बैक देयर. मैं 16 साल व्हेन आई वाज 16 इयर्स आई वेंट देयर. तो आई वाज ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर व्हाट इज इट दैट इंस्पायर्ड मी. एंड व्हेन आई रीड दो स्टोरीज हट ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यू वेंट. You saw the stories of Salaria, and Gurbachan Singh Salaria, Paramveer Chakra, or Arun Khetrapal. These are things that really inspired us. Stories of valor, courage, and we always wanted to be like that. Nobody wants to join the army to become a general or whatever. They want to have heroic stories. It's from our childhood we've been reading those kind of things. You read about Abhimanyu who knew how to break the Chakravyuh. And you learned about the right conduct because even today, आज भी हम याद करते हैं कि अभिमन्यु पे जो हुआ था गलत हुआ था. वो
हम कहते हैं उसको घेर के मारा निहत्था था.
बिल्कुल.
घेर के मारा.
So that is something that we always remember. That even the elders are faulted for that they took up arms against a person who was without arms. He was disarmed. He was a young boy.
Yes, sir.
So Ashwatthama is roaming around for killing, young children and everything. So it's remembered. It is something immoral, unethical. There's something that is culturally taught us in our army.
अच्छा सर, मैं आपको बीच में इंटरप्ट करूंगा सर. ये आपने तो बताया कि ये एनडीए में जो सिखाया था, यहाँ पे आपको 4 गोलियां लगी सर. 3 हाथ में, एक छाती पे. ग्रेनेड फटा. ठीक है, ऊपर वाले की कृपा है सर कि यू गॉट सेव्ड बिकॉज बीच में दरवाजा आ गया. तो स्प्लिंटर शायद आपके पैर में भी लगा था सर, योर सिग्निफिकेंट इंजरी, हाथ में लगा था। अच्छा सर, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप जमीन पे गिरे हैं, जाहिर सी बात है, ब्लड लॉस है, एंड योर सब यूनिट और द प्लेटून दैट यू वर विथ, or whatever number of men you were with, sir, they called for CASEVAC, sir, casualty evacuation. Indian Army sends a helicopter. कि वहाँ पे young Captain Pillay is lying there on the ground. He's injured. Nobody knows the extent of the injuries, क्योंकि सर किसी को भी बोलो 4 गोली लगी, बगल में ग्रेनेड फटा है, तो what is he to imagine, sir? वो सोचेगा क्या? वो तो यही सोचेगा ना कि भाई प्लीज सेव हिज लाइफ, जाओ भेजो चॉपर। इंडियन आर्मी चॉपर भेजती है, उसके बाद क्या स्टोरी हो गई सर?
पहले बात तो मैं गिरा नहीं था। एक चीज़ याद रखना चाहिए कि बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजू आपके बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत, वो इन दोनों के बीच में होता है। जो आप अगर दिमाग में आप सोच ले कि हम हार गए तो ख़त्म हो गया। तो आई हैव नॉट फॉलन, आई गॉट पिक्चर्स ऑफ मी स्टैंडिंग विद दोस 4 bullets, स्माइलिंग। So, you didn't fall, sir? I didn't fall. I never fell. It's in your mind. It's in your mind that you give up. कई बार तो लोग, shocks him, they die because of fear, shock and everything. I think the most important thing is to believe that, you have a mission at hand. And that mission keeps you going. I always knew that my mission, I couldn't just collapse. My CEO told me that I have to, now that I've reached there, I can't just abandon the mission. So you fight through the end. So the blood loss and all, these are all things that you can control, your mind can control. You have heard of, Hanumantappa, who survived for 10 days in
Yes, sir.
How did he survive? It's that willpower. It is that, and even when I got shot, I wasn't crying or in pain. I'm smiling with them because, you read in Mahabharata that when, Arjuna's arrows pierced Bhishma, he smiled back at him. You always grew up with those kind of heroism. When you look at somebody who are proud of being a warrior, there is a cultural thing. So I had to give a mission accomplished report to my commanding officer. So I decided, though the encounter went on for some time, third time chala, then when the helicopter had not taken off because we not secured the area. Helicopter can't land until the mission is accomplished,
Yes,
till
sir.
you neutralize them, because you never know koi goli bari chal jaye fir. So that's why. So this. Towards the end, when I was beginning to get a bit giddy and weak, I told them we had a rocket launcher. So I said, I'm going to use a rocket launcher. And I had that very light fire, which I used to burn a haystack.
Sure.
So that fire and then the threat of that, everything added to the confusion. So those people surrendered, and those 2 young children came out first who were wounded. And when I saw those children, one thing that...
उनको क्रॉस फायर में गोली लगी थी बच्चों को सर?
बच्चों को क्रॉस फायर हमारे तरफ से ही लगा होगा, because हमारे ही गोली अंदर गए थे कमरे के अंदर, तो it is... But obvious that they won't have fired at them. We fired into their house. So
you did not know कि अंदर बच्चे हैं?
Yeah, अंदर
जाहिर सी बात है।
Yeah, so it was not. So I don't know whether there's any way I could make. We were in an insurgency operation. We were never amongst enemies. We were amongst our own people. And our competition was not with the children at all. They teach us this that. It is fight between equals. So the men bearing arms, and there it is like a boxing bout, red versus blue. It has nothing to do with the... So the fight was with him. So there was just children who were wounded, and I could only imagine themselves as my own, like back home in my own hometown. If there was a fight, would I have liked to hear that my niece or nephew was killed or whatever in a crossfire? I couldn't have. I don't think. And that is something that is there in our, we respect every form of life as equal. When you read about Yudhishthira reaching the gates of heaven and him being told that now you can enter, leave your dog behind, the one who accompanied him after his brothers had died. But what does he say? He says, if we can't come, then you respect every type of human life.
I refuse to enter heaven.
Yeah. I refuse. So it's something that is, you grow up with that kind of a thing where you respect all forms of life. These are human beings. These are our children. Very cute, beautiful children.
Sure.
For me, I immediately thought that if anyone deserved to live, it was those children. They.
तो आपने फिर क्या बोला सर उस पायलट को?
पायलट को नहीं, मेरे CEO को बोला था मैंने कि I said that. So my CEO said, don't play Mother Teresa. And he said, then he asked the pilot, can you evacuate him?
Yeah.
Then he says, yeah, but he says, then if it's his dying wish, fulfill it. And my CEO was a great man, Brigadier Nautiyal. Anyone else would have refused to fulfill that thing. He would have said that civilians are not allowed. He requested that these children be evacuated. He asked the pilot was his course mate. And he says, just do this. And he did it. In the army, it happens. Course mates carry a lot of weight.
Postmates से कुछ भी करवा लो
government unto themselves. They can change.
Yes, sir.
They can change the
तो
laws.
सर एक बात बताइए, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि उस वक्त जब आपको गोली लगी थी एंड यू वर गिडी विद ब्लड लॉस, जाहिर सी बात है सर, 4 गोलियां लगी तो इट्स अ बिग थिंग सर, इट्स नॉट अ स्मॉल थिंग. मेरा कहना है कि सीओ को ये लगा कि आपकी अंतिम इच्छा है, आपके सीओ को ये लगा कि आपकी लास्ट डाइंग विश है ये, तो बोला कि उस जमाने में जो कैप्टन पिल्ले थे, यू आर अ कैप्टन देन, कि कैप्टन पिल्ले की डाइंग विश है, सो ही टोल्ड दी चॉपर पायलट हु वाज हिज कोस्टमेट सर, जो सीओ के कोस्टमेट थे. जबरदस्त. ये सिर्फ फौज में हो सकता है सर. दिस कैन ओनली हैपन इन द इंडियन आर्मी एंड ऑफ कोर्स कोस्टमेट्स के लिए तो सर यू चेंज एवरीथिंग.
But my CEO told me, hang on, Pillay, we'll do it, and you hold on. Can you hold on? He asked me.
Yes.
I said, definitely, sir, I'll hold on. If this is your order, I'll hang on. Don't worry, I won't cop it. So, Brigadier Nautiyal was an outstanding commanding officer.
Yes,
I'll tell you one thing more greater than this. What I ever feel, this thing is that, my battalion is one of the bloodiest battalions. In 71 war, we got 3 embassies in the Battle of Hilli. It was, we captured, it's a one-on-one, like a battalion against a battalion. It did exceedingly well. So, because the Northeast was the back of beyond for us. That time in 90s, Kashmir was the foreground, Kashmir, that 1992, that kidnapping happened, and the foreign terrorism. So everyone was focused on Kashmir. So Nagaland, Manipur, that insurgency has been going on from 1958 onwards. So it is back of the beyond. But my commanding officer, before vacating command, he wrote a letter, which is something which is, I think that is where the character of a person comes out. He wrote a letter to the army commander and to the, everyone up the chain, that while every officer and men in my battalion is expected to be brave, bravery is our way of life. But what the officer did beyond the encounter is something which is really, I wanted to take credit, bring to the thing. He's not even been found worthy of an award, a commendation card. So before I vacate command, I want to explain to my men the standards of gallantry in our army so that we may aspire to be recognized by our army, which is something which nobody does that.
Yes, sir.
Anyone will say, okay, sorry, Pillay, I tried my best. But somebody who puts, it's questioning the system.
All-time soldier, sir.
All-time soldier.
All-time soldier.
If you read his letter to my father, which he wrote, which is something that is, where he told that what he did, he owes it to the values. Any father would feel proud to read that letter, which he wrote. When you see movies like Saving Private Ryan and all that, and we all feel bad, we have got such soldiers in our country also.
Sure.
Such commanding officers who take decisions, who stand by. And he didn't owe it to me. I was from 4 guards.
Sure.
I come from 4 guards on a cross attachment.
Sure.
I wanted to serve. And my father served in this is also something very interesting.
Sure.
In 1958, when the Armed Forces Special Powers Act was first invoked, my father served exactly in the same village where this encounter took place.
And what is the name of the village, sir?
Longdi-Pabram.
Longdi-Pabram, sir?
I have. In fact, I went to that 2nd Guards, which is there in 1958. We went to Hisar now. We went to the battalion records and I found that Second Lieutenant A.V.D. Pillay, along with Major Sumana and others, were cordoned off that area and that village and all. It's something I can show you. I took snapshots of that record of service, that digest of service.
जी. अच्छा sir, I just wanted to ask you. So chopper उड़ता है sir, बच्चों को ले जाता है. Then chopper comes back for you, sir.
Yeah.
Then it takes you. And मैंने जो कहानी सुनी है सर, if I remember correctly, मेरी पहले भी आपसे इस मामले में बात हुई थी. I think the village did not know that you were alive.
Yeah,
उनको ये नहीं पता था कि जिस कैप्टन पिल्ले ने इतना बड़ा काम करा है और ये सब जो करा है कैप्टन पिल्ले ने, वो जिंदा हैं, जिंदा नहीं हैं, उनको नहीं पता था. कई सालों के बाद, आफ्टर many years, एक पेट्रोल गया उसी गांव में सर, आर्मी का. वो वाली स्टोरी बताइए सर, क्या हो गया?
So there was this Brigadier N.J. George who had become the commander in 44 Brigade there.
Sure.
And he sent a patrol saying that, just check out Longdi-Pabram village, how it is and what it is. So he went there and then they found they had made a small memorial. So then he said, call the village headman.
They made a memorial for you, sir?
Yeah.
Because they thought that you'd gone, sir?
Yeah, he said that he died so that this village may. Which is something, I think even for me personally, I owe a lot of gratitude to the villagers also.
Sure.
Many good deeds, many people get and forget.
Yes, sir.
But this village has nourished and cherished that value of that act that was done.
Sure.
Which is something which you have to really admire about those people.
Yes, sir.
It is something that just shows that how we are all alike in the same way.
Yes, sir.
They remembered that good deed, they nourished it, and cherished it, and they, and they remembered me for whatever, that with a lot of love and affection. And
Brigade commander would have been shocked, sir.
No, he said, "Come, I'll make
memorial." Kahan se? He's alive and kicking.
He said, "आ जाओ उनके भूत से बात कराते हैं." So then anyway,
Captain Pillay के भूत से बात कराते हैं.
Then the village headman was very, very excited to hear. He says, "You have to come back."
Sir.
We all remember that what you did for us, and I went back there. It was like a homecoming for me.
Sure.
Personally, like going and meeting, उधर सबसे मिलना, उन बच्चों से मिलना. That boy who was wounded had grown up to be a young boy. There was no way he would have survived because walking down is impossible to walk.
So one village, in
6
one corner of northeast, 6 घंटे, वो लड़का लड़की दोनों बचना नामुमकिन ही था सर. Had it not been for the chopper. फिर आप दोनों से मिले सर?
सबसे मिला वहाँ पे पूरे गांव था. There was Chonka was there from Brigade of Guards only. He was commanding Assam Rifles there. Colonel Chonka, now Brigadier. So I remember what he said sums up the feeling of every good soldier.
Sure.
Every soldier would like to be remembered as a savior, not a killer.
सर ये कहानी हो जाती है, मीडिया में आ जाता है कि कर्नल पिल्ले गांव में गए, आर्टिकल दुनिया भर के छप जाते हैं सर. एंटर मिस्टर नितिन गडकरी. ये नितिन गडकरी जी की क्या स्टोरी है सर?
No, there was this road which we wanted. The village even today, many years later, is also the same. The roads are very bad. Manipur roads are very bad.
Sure.
Firstly, insurgency. Secondly, the kind of things. So the villagers wanted a road. So the GOC made one bulldozer. So, but that happened. Then we got a small little highway, small state highway. Means a BRO was supposed to make from Tamenglong to Longdeep-Abram. And the road was, but it got stuck in that environmental clearance because there's a small reserve forest and everything. So I had sought an appointment with the honorable minister, and so he was told that you can't make a road between in the state. So the simple thing, he found a solution. Mr. Vaibhav Dange was the who's that time he was the PS and
PS to Mr. Gadkari, sir.
Gadkari. So he says, sir, the best way would be to just add 10 kilometers and into Nagaland and make it into a national highway. So when two states are connected, so there's this Tamenglong to Perin. Perin is in Nagaland.
Nagaland, sir.
It's like 10 kilometers into that area. So the order was issued for a road via Longdeep-Abram.
1994 से ये अभी सर 2023 हो गया, 2023. और लड़ाई अभी तक जारी है सर.
लड़ाई नहीं,
द स्ट्रगल, नॉट लड़ाई एज इन लड़ाई सर, स्ट्रगल इन द सेंस की फॉर जस्टिस, फॉर गुडनेस, अच्छाई की जीत. जो 1984 में 1994 में माफ कीजिएगा जो आपने करा था, वो भी तो अच्छाई की जीत थी सर. दैट वाज नॉट अ काइनेटिक एक्शन सर. हम क्लासिकली काइनेटिक, और ठीक है उसमें फायरिंग हुई और आपने मिनी फ्लेयर मारा, उसमें बोला रॉकेट मारना, ये सब वो ठीक है सर. बट इन द एंड इट विल बी रिमेंबर्ड नॉट एज अ काइनेटिक एक्शन सर. इट विल बी रिमेंबर्ड एज, जिसको कहता है ना, हाईएस्ट ईथॉस एंड वैल्यूज ऑफ द इंडियन आर्मी. जो हम सोचते हैं कि भारतीय सेना, मैं अक्सर ये कहता हूँ सर, इट्स अ मॉरल आर्मी. द इंडियन आर्मी इज अ मॉरल आर्मी सर. हमारी ताकत, हमारी मॉरलिटी में, हमारी ताकत, इट्स नॉट इन द बोफोर्स एंड द राफेल्स एंड द विक्रांत सर. इट इज़ इन दी हार्ट ऑफ एवरी सोल्जर, एवरी सेलर, एवरी सीमैन सर. वो ताकत तो वहीं से आती है ना हमारी. तो वो अभी तक जारी है. वो रोड जो है वो गांव तक पहुंचानी है. वो सर हम सारे व्यूअर्स हैं सर, वी प्रे कि गांव वालों को फाइनली रोड मिल जाए सर. और ये जद्दोजहद जारी है सर. मैं आपसे एक और सवाल पूछूंगा सर. ये मुझे इसका आंसर पता है क्योंकि मैं आपसे 10 बार बात कर चुका हूँ सर. बट फॉर व्यूअर्स सर, आई वॉन्ट टू नो, ये जज्बा आया कहाँ से सर? कुछ लोगों ने यह भी बताया है कि जब आप फेंट होने वाले थे, जब आप बेहोश होने वाले थे, बिकॉज ऑफ ब्लड लॉस, 4 गोलियां लगी सर, ट्रेमेंडस ब्लड लॉस, ग्रेनेड फटा है. कहीं ना कहीं सर यू टोल्ड योर ट्रूप्स दैट यार कोई गांव वालों पर कोई गलत काम मत करना, बिकॉज दिस विलेज इज अंडर माई प्रोटेक्शन. ऐसी बात हुई थी सर?
लीडर्स थिंग इज टू टेल देम व्हाट आर द मॉरल लिमिटेशंस, and one thing that we all take an oath to in our country is to the Constitution of India and our passing out parade.
Yes, sir.
What does the Constitution of our country guarantee? It sees the equality of everyone. We're all equal. There's no faith which is superior. There's no color that is superior. There's no language that is superior. I think that what is taught to us, and it is not because of this constitution. It comes from 5,000 years ago. You know, its constitution is just...
It embodies in the constitution.
Embodies, yeah. Whatever it's there, it is. But the fact is that you see the moral equivalence of everyone. Our stories, our mythologies, our legends, our Puranas, everything is full of such stories. If we had done that in 1971, we sent back 93,000 prisoners. You think if 93,000 prisoners were with Pakistan, they would have allowed us to
Not at all, sir. Not at all. Not at all.
Did we do it, or did we do the right thing? What is as per the conventions? We evacuated all of them back to Pakistan.
And not just conventions. कन्वेंशन तो एक चीज है सर, वो तो अलग बात है. अकॉर्डिंग टू आवर कल्चर, जो हमारे संस्कार हैं, हमारे संस्कार के हिसाब से ठीक था तो कर दिया.
उनका अभी तक 53 people are in their custody, never came back.
Sir,
you know, the missing Indians have not come back to us, even though there have been organizations and people like the ICRC also reported that there were Indians in the prison. You know, they haven't come back. So they've lived as per their ethos, where they justify violence. And what is 71 war about? If you look at it, like, why is India India? And in 71, we got two countries created, Pakistan, on the basis of religion. Now, was Bangladesh less Muslim than the Pakistanis of that place? But what did they do? They recognized the superiority of the Punjabi, Musalman, the Urdu-speaking guys, and the culture was superior. That's why they treated them shabbily. And मुझे बड़ा ये अजीब लगता है कि Pakistan had never had Kashmir in their hands. अगर उनको बोलना चाहिए कि हमें वापस लेना तो बांग्लादेश वापस लेना चाहिए ना. कश्मीर तो कभी इनका हिस्सा ही नहीं था.
Sir.
But the fact is they obsess over something which was never theirs.
Sir.
But something that was theirs and they lost, they never covered that. Sir. They never valued. So it's interesting that our country, wherever we are today, our strength is that we've always respected all cultures. That's why you find India has never, the battle may have started in 50s. We were a poor country. Today, there's a recognition that we want to be part of the Indian mainstream. There's a lot of respect for India, not only here. I was in Iraq, Syria and Yemen as a military advisor. The amount of respects that Indians generate, the kind of respect, just being, they all know the kind of
people we are, sir.
By people we are, the kind of progress we made.
Sir.
From a country that fought slavery and we came out of colonialism. Today,
Jain.
We are in the top 5 economies of the world. Yeah. Today our neutrality is recognized, non-alignment that we had practiced, where we don't take side.
Sure.
That is something that is celebrated.
Absolutely. Sir, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. Such a wonderful talk, sir. दोस्तों, कर्नल डीपी के पिल्लई शौर्य चक्र के साथ हमने बातचीत करी और कई चीज़ें सीखने को मिली ना. मैं अक्सर ये कहता हूँ, मैं काफ़ी सालों से ये बात कह रहा हूँ, और आई डोंट थिंक देर इज एनी बेटर एग्जाम्पल देन कर्नल डीपी के पिल्लई टू माई माइंड व्हेन आई से दैट द इंडियन आर्मी इज नॉट जस्ट अ पावरफुल आर्मी, इट इज ऑल्सो अ मॉरल आर्मी. वी आर नॉट स्ट्रांग बिकॉज वी हैव वेपन्स, वी आर स्ट्रांग बिकॉज वी आर राइट. जो मोरालिटी है ना, जो नैतिकता है भारतीय सेना की, वो भारतीय सेना की असली ताकत है. द गौरव वारिया शो देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अगले हफ्ते एक और एपिसोड लेकर आऊंगा, एक और हीरो के साथ. आपको बड़ा मजा आएगा. वेट करिएगा हमारे नए एपिसोड का, और आपकी तरफ से और हम सब की तरफ से स्टूडियो में कर्नल डीपी के पिल्लई को एक बहुत बड़ा जय हिंद.
जय हिंद. थैंक यू.
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है. लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है. आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा. जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी. और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है. पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है. और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा. और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Viewers, the entire ecosystem and the entire cabal came together to somehow bury the SSR case and the Disha Salian investigation, because they either had clarity or they had a clear inkling that the real rot will come out if the two cases are really investigated. Now, viewers, of the many cases I have covered and led over the years in my career, the most nervous and desperate reaction was in these two cases, the Disha Salian case and the SSR case. They went after Republic, filed the false TRP cases on us, which turned out to be bogus. They got me and my colleagues interrogated, then arrested, then put in jail. Then for about 1 year, that ecosystem went after us like mad, like they'd gone completely crazy, in fact out of control with fear. And I always said the truth will break the door open. You're watching me tonight because you know that whether over the years you've agreed or disagreed with me on issues of the debate, you also know that the only channel that follows up, investigates, never gives up is Republic. And viewers, I have faith in that unswerving belief that the truth has to come out in this case. Tonight you roar again and trend #Nation for SSR and tell the ecosystem that they must start trembling again in the knowledge that the pure pursuit of the truth can be stopped neither by people like Wazir and Palambir nor political masters. Let's debate.
As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, and the deadly hit and run case that is being reported out of the national capital on New Year, where a woman was dragged for 4 kilometers. Opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam. Chief Minister says there's nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers massive political storm. Pan-India protest by Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. "24 hours after DDC has said that Rishabh Pant's accident was due to potholes. Potholes are now being filled up by the NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge. However, horrific videos that continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of hand. Good evening. It's the biggest story tonight, and we are getting you details of the deadly hit and run case that is being reported in the national capital, where a 20-year-old was reportedly dragged for 4 kilometers by a car. She died in this horrific accident. This happened in the wee hours of the morning. She was on her scooty when she was hit and dragged for close to 4 kilometers. 5 people have been arrested in this case. This happened close to Sultanpuri, where the girl was dragged, and a PCR call that was received at a checkpoint of how someone had seen this car and a girl hanging to it. 5 men were in this car. They have all now been apprehended. But this crime that has shaken the entire country on New Year's Eve a horrifying incident from the national capital. The girl was coming back home. She was allegedly working for events, and she died at close to 3 a.m. in the Kanjhawala area. She was over 20 years of age, and she had come back from work on New Year's Eve on a scooty when she was killed and dragged to that vehicle for a good 4 kilometers. Absolutely brutal and barbaric. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal has also responded to this. Let's listen in.
दिल्ली के कंझावला इलाके से एक बहुत ही दिल दहलाने वाली घटना सामने आई है। बताया जा रहा है कि कल रात एक लड़की स्कूटी पे जा रही थी और उस लड़की की स्कूटी को ठोकर मारी एक गाड़ी ने, जिसमें 5 लोग नशे में धुत सवार थे। लड़की को चोट लगी, लड़की गिर गई और ये गाड़ी उस लड़की को घसीटते हुए कई किलोमीटर तक लेकर गई, जिस वजह से लड़की की मौत हो गई है। लड़की का नग्न शरीर पाया गया है दिल्ली की सड़कों पर। ये बहुत ही ज्यादा डराने वाली घटना है और हमने समन्स इशू करे हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को, क्योंकि सबसे पहले तो वो ये हमें आकर एक्सप्लेन करें कि क्या हुआ और लड़की को इंसाफ कैसे दिलाया जाएगा। दूसरी बात मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि न्यू ईयर्स ईव पर दिल्ली पुलिस की दिल्ली में क्या सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है कि लड़की को इतने किलोमीटर तक घसीट कर लेकर जाया जाता है और कोई चेक पोस्ट नहीं है। वो लोग दारू पी के गाड़ी चला कैसे रहे थे, उनके ऊपर कोई एक्शन नहीं हुआ। क्या दिल्ली पुलिस की कोई सुरक्षा व्यवस्था नहीं थी कल रात दिल्ली में? ये बहुत 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 डराने वाली बात।
And Delhi DCP Harinder Singh is now with us on the phone line. Firstly, give us details of the investigation. What have you found until now? Did those boys know this girl? What happened? What was the sequence of events?
The first information was received from PS Kanjhawala area of Rohini district, where somebody informed that a body or a person is being dragged by a car. And we noticed that car, and on the basis we got hold of the people who had been inside the car, and it was found that around 4 kilometers away they had committed an accident with a scooty, and they were not realizing that the victim of the accident, a scooty driver, a lady of 20 years of age, had come inside under the vehicle and getting dragged. And their play was that the music was very loud, and it was not prima facie established that they were drunken. That's why they didn't notice. But they dragged, and because of that, the lady died. So we have registered a case under a fatal accident, and we have apprehended all the 5 occupants of the vehicle. And as far as security concern, what you had mentioned right now, the place of accident, it's inside a semi-urban colony area, and the route taken was also not on a main road. When they came on the main road and they realized that something was below the vehicle, they got the body disentangled and then moved away. So it's not that we were not patrolling in the area or not available in the area.
So, Mr. Harinder Singh, are you saying that it's not confirmed yet whether it was a drunken driving case?
No, it's a fatal accident in which, because of the negligence of the driver, that accident took place. But it was under the influence of alcohol. That will be confirmed only when we get the blood samples examined by the FSL team.
Yes, that is right. You can only confirm that once reports come out for sure. But
we have got all the occupants of the vehicle
yes, go ahead,
medically
please.
examined. We have got all the occupants of the vehicle, total 5 in number. All have been apprehended. They have been taken to medical examination. Their blood samples have been taken. But presence of alcohol will be confirmed only when the blood is examined.
Can you also help us understand the timeline of where she was coming from, what time she was on the scooty, when did the collision happen? How did they drag her and through which area? Because you're saying that this was not one of the main roads. This was a very remote area in Sultanpuri. Then after that, when you got the call on the PCR until you found the dead body?
There are two parallel situations. One where the accident took place and one where the body of the girl was located. So in Sultanpur area, that is around 4 to 4.5 kilometers from the place where the girl was found. There was an accident and it was reported by our patrolling team. We were in the area and our patrolling team noticed that one scooty is there lying in an accidental condition. And we expected that somebody might have got some accident and shifted to hospital. Parallelly, when the Kanjhavala police tried to find out on the basis of the call made to them that body is being dragged by a car, and by noticing the car, they were able to find out the vehicle as well as the victim. Only then they realized that some accident has taken place and they came back to us with this information, and we were able to link that. Because of the fatal accident, they dragged the body from there and traveled a lot, leading to the damage to the body as well as maybe death. That postmortem will tell.
Sir, also help us understand what's the next step in this procedure. So you are saying that they will be checked for drunken driving. All four of them have been apprehended. What's the next step? When will they be produced in court? Are you going to seek further custody? How will you go about tackling this case?
We have registered the case. We are investigating the matter. We have apprehended all the 5 occupants of the vehicle. We will establish the role of each and every individual sitting in the car who was on the steering wheel and what role others were playing. As well as, the victim is of a very lower middle class family. She was doing part-time job looking after the financial condition of the family also. In that case, we will try and we will approach court to have maximum compensation given to the victim under MSCT.
So as of now, you are saying that all 5 of them are stating or making the same statement that because the music was loud, they did not realize that the body was entangled in the tire and they kept driving for 4 kilometers?
Maybe they could have realized after that, but under panic or something like that, which we will find out during the investigation. Prima facie, they told that, but we are not going to believe their theory.
All right. Mr. Harinder Singh, thank you for speaking to Republic this evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the statement of Harinder Singh, Delhi DCP, on the investigation that is continuing in this case and checking for details of whether it was drunken driving. That angle is being probed, for which they have already collected the samples, but certainly saying that all the accused, for now, making the statement that the music in the car was too loud and they did not realize that there was a body of that girl entangled in the tire. A very, very barbaric hit and run case that has come to light on New Year's Eve. Happened in the wee hours of the morning. It was at 3:24 when they received the call of a dead body being dragged by a car. At 3:53 when the victim's scooty was found by the Sultanpuri SHO, and 4:11 when the call was received on the body of the girl lying on the road. We have more reactions coming in from the cops. Let's listen in.
कंझावला थाना जो रोहिणी डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर आता है, वहाँ पे एक कॉल आई थी जिसमें ये बताया गया था कि किसी कार से कोई व्यक्ति लटका हुआ खींचा जा रहा है, ड्रैग हो रहा है। उसके बाद वहाँ की पुलिस ने जब कार नंबर से आइडेंटिफाई किया तो उसके ऑनर और जो कार के ऑक्यूपेंट्स थे उनके बारे में पता चला। जब हमने उनको एप्रीहेंड करके उनसे पूछताछ की तो उन्होंने बताया कि सुल्तानपुरी के इलाके में एक स्कूटी के साथ उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, और जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो वहाँ जब हमने वेरीफाई किया तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी टूटी हुई हालत में मिली भी थी, और स्कूटी के नंबर से हमने विक्टिम को आइडेंटिफाई किया।
तो ये पता चला कि इंसिडेंट के टाइम में एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ था उस समय स्कूटी से लड़की गिरी थी और बालेनो कार जिसमें एक्यूज सवार थे उसके नीचे आ गए थे और उसके साथ ड्रैग होते काफ़ी दूर तक गई थी। एक्यूज की ये दलील रही है कि कार के शीशे बंद थे और म्यूज़िक काफ़ी हाई वॉल्यूम पे था, इसलिए उनको पता नहीं चल पाया और सड़क भी उबड़ खाबड़ थी, इसलिए वो पता नहीं कर पाए कि गाड़ी के नीचे कोई व्यक्ति है या उबड़ खाबड़ होने की वजह से गाड़ी पे बम्प है। काफ़ी दूर जाने के बाद उन्होंने रियलाइज़ किया और उसके बाद फिर बॉडी डिसेंटेंगल करके वहाँ से वो फिर भाग गए। बाद में हमने उनको पकड़ा है। जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो ये है कि एक फैटल एक्सीडेंट है और एक्यूज्ड के पार्ट पे ये गलती रही और जो उन्होंने रुककर विक्टिम को देखने के बजाय ड्रैग करते हुए गए और काफ़ी दूर तक बॉडी गाड़ी के साथ खींचती रही।
That is exactly what the cops are saying as the investigation continues. But how exactly did this happen? It's a hit and run case that is being reported in the national capital on New Year's Eve in the wee hours of the morning when a 20-year-old who was returning from work was a part of the events industry. On New Year's Eve, she had finished with her work. She was coming back on her scooty when her scooty collided with this very Baleno that is on your screens right now. There were 5 men sitting inside this Baleno. Now, their version so far is that they did not realize when the collision happened, and because the music was very loud, they didn't know that the girl got entangled in that tire. But absolutely horrific to learn that the girl's body was entangled in that tire and she was dragged for a good 4 kilometers until she died. It was at 4:11 when the call was received on the girl's body lying on the road. And the police is now looking into details confirming whether this was a drunken driving case. Considering it was New Year's Eve, these 5 men were returning. Where exactly were they coming from? Were they partying? Whether they were drunk is something that they have been denying so far. But that will of course be checked as their samples have been taken. And a 20-year-old girl coming back on her scooty after working all day, killed in the night by 5 men who were in that car. And they dragged her body for 4 kilometers on the streets of the national capital, taking a deserted route. Because they say that they should have gotten down from the car to check on her, but they did the complete opposite, and a very, very barbaric act that has come to light. Srishti is joining us from Republic Bharat. Srishti, it is horrific to even understand what the girl may have gone through in that time. And this theory is absolutely bizarre that the music was loud, so they did not realize that her body was entangled in the tire. As the DCP is saying that it could have probably been the fear of getting caught in an accident, so getting out of the car to check on her, which is something they did not do. Instead, her body got entangled in the tire and they drove around, taking deserted streets for a good 4 kilometers.
बिल्कुल देखिए, अब कुछ देर के बाद में हम आपको उस गाड़ी की भी तस्वीर दिखाएंगे, लेकिन जैसा डीसीपी की ओर से भी लगातार कहा जा रहा है कि पूरा मामला जो है वो एक्सीडेंट का है। लेकिन सबसे बड़े जो सवाल लगातार वो यही खड़े हो रहे हैं कि यहाँ पुलिस की ओर से कहा तो जा रहा है कि वो तफ्तीश कर रही है, मामला एक्सीडेंट का है, लेकिन एक 20 साल की लड़की जिसकी बॉडी फंसी होती है गाड़ी में और उन 5 लड़कों को इस बात की कोई जानकारी नहीं होती है, क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं म्यूजिक लाउड था और जाहिर तौर पर वो नशे में धुत थे। और ये और भी ज्यादा खतरनाक बात है, अगर उनकी इन बातों में सच्चाई है तो कि उन्हें इस बात की जानकारी लगी ही नहीं कि वो इतने ज्यादा नशे में थे या म्यूजिक इतना ज्यादा लाउड था। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि इस बात को मान पाना बहुत मुश्किल है। आपकी गाड़ी में पत्थर भी फंसेगा तो आपको पता चलता है। कोई बड़ी गाड़ी नहीं थी, एक बलेनो छोटी गाड़ी थी जिससे वो जा रहे थे और नशे के हालात में थे, सीधे तौर पर ये बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद भी उनको इस बात का अंदाजा नहीं लगा कि 20 साल की वो लड़की उनकी गाड़ी में फंसी हुई है। ये उन लड़कों की ओर से कहना है कि म्यूजिक बहुत लाउड था जिस वजह से उनको पता ही नहीं चला, उनको समझ ही नहीं आया। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये पुलिस प्रशासन पर भी खड़ी होती है क्योंकि नए साल का जश्न जाहिर हर एक व्यक्ति अपने घर से निकलकर मनाता है और ऐसे में बड़े हादसे होने की आशंका रहती है, बड़ी दुर्घटना घटित होने की आशंका रहती है। तो माना जाता है कि पुलिस मुस्तैदी दिखाती है, जगह जगह पर चेक पॉइंट्स बनाए जाते हैं, जगह जगह पर पुलिस की पेट्रोलिंग लगातार जारी रहती है। लेकिन अभी कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं 4 किलोमीटर, कुछ कह रहे हैं 8 किलोमीटर, कुछ कह रहे हैं 13 किलोमीटर, जितने भी किलोमीटर उस लड़की को घसीटा गया, घसीटने की वजह से ही उस लड़की की जान चली गई। उसके शरीर पर एक कतरा कपड़े का नहीं था। अगर पुलिस की पेट्रोलिंग वाकई में हो रही होती, अगर पुलिस वाकई में मुस्तैद होती तो ये घटना ना घटित होती। या तो लड़की की जान को बचाया जा सकता था या उसके साथ जो कुछ भी हुआ उसे रोका जा सकता था अगर पुलिस बहुत ज्यादा सतर्क रहती। तो नए साल के अवसर पर हर जगह एक तरीके से पुलिस की जो सुरक्षा है वो चाक चौबंद रहती है। खास तौर पर राजधानी दिल्ली की अगर बात करें तो निर्भया कांड के बाद में समय समय पर इस तरीके की गाइडलाइंस आती रही महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर, ताकि लड़कियां अपने आप को महफूज समझे। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक लड़की जो अपने घर में अकेली कमाने वाली थी, उसके 2 छोटे भाई हैं, उसकी एक माँ है, वो काम से ही वापस लौट रही थी। तो जाहिर है कि इसके बाद लड़कियों के जहन में ये डर बैठना बहुत लाजमी है कि क्या वो अपने घरों से बाहर ना निकले, क्या जो लड़कियां नाइट ड्यूटीज करती हैं, रात में दफ्तर में जाके काम करती हैं, उनका परिवार उनको इजाजत ना दे क्योंकि आप राजधानी दिल्ली में सुरक्षित नहीं है, पुलिस की पेट्रोलिंग नहीं हो रही है। नए साल की रात में इस तरीके की हरकतें होना, उन 5 लड़कों को यही मालूम नहीं पड़ा, ये मान पाना असंभव है कि आपको ये पता नहीं चला। एक छोटा सा पत्थर भी अगर छोटी गाड़ी में फंसता है तो आपको तुरंत अंदाजा लगता है। जो व्यक्ति ड्राइविंग सीट पर बैठा है खासतौर पर उसको मालूम पड़ता है कि गाड़ी में कुछ हुआ है, वो उतर के देखता है। और आप इतने ज्यादा नशे में धुत थे, इतनी ज्यादा लाउड म्यूजिक चल रहा था कि आपको पता ही नहीं लगा कि एक 20 साल की लड़की आपकी गाड़ी में फंस जाती है और कई किलोमीटर घसीटने की वजह से उसकी जान चली जाती है। पुलिस लगातार इस बात को कह रही है कि एक्सीडेंट का मामला है, किसी प्रकार की दरिंदगी यहाँ पर नहीं हुई है। लेकिन अगर पुलिस की सतर्कता होती, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो दावे लगातार करती है महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर, खास तौर पर कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर, अगर वो वाकई में उस तरीके से धरातल पर उतरते तो शायद उस लड़की की जान को बचाया जा सकता था। लेकिन सीधे तौर पर कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त रही है इस पूरे मामले में, क्योंकि कानून की धज्जियां यहाँ पर उड़ाई गई। ना तो पुलिस की पेट्रोलिंग थी, ना तो उस रास्ते पर उतनी किलोमीटर में कोई भी एक ऐसे चेकिंग पॉइंट्स नहीं बनाए गए थे। मूर्थल से वो लड़के लौट रहे थे, ये जानकारी मिल रही है। और सुबह 3:30 से 3:45 बजे का वक्त था जब एक कॉलर कॉल करके बताता है कि एक लड़की नग्न अवस्था में निवस्त्र है, उसके शरीर पर एक भी कपड़ा नहीं है और वो छत बिछत हालात में जमीन पर पड़ी हुई है। वो तस्वीरें दिखा पाना बहुत मुश्किल है, इसीलिए हम लोग लगातार ब्लर करके ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि वो तस्वीर दिखा पाना बहुत मुश्किल है। जी, ओवर टू यू।
Absolutely, Srishti, and fact is that probably that girl's life could have been saved if they had just gotten down in time and rushed her to a hospital, because according to the details that are coming in, it was really her body getting entangled in the car and being driven for very many kilometers that took her life. But it is evident that the boys chose to do that, whether they were drunk or they were not. But they left her to die, and in the most brutal way one can imagine. We are tracking the story very closely. For the moment, we are stepping into a short commercial break. Also on the other side, we'll get you details of the pan-India protest by the Jain community, which is against the Jharkhand government's decision on pilgrimage site.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी
And we're getting you details. Tripura Minister and IPFT President NC Debarma has died at the age of 80. Senior Minister and President of BJP's ally Indigenous People's Front of Tripura, that is IPFT, Narendra Chandra Debarma, died on Sunday following prolonged illness. This has been informed by both the hospital and the family. He was 80 years of age. Debarma held the Revenue and Forest Department's posts. He is survived by his 4 sons and 3 daughters and his wife. The veteran tribal leader who suffered from a severe brain stroke on the 30th of December. He was later admitted to the government-run Govind Ballabh Pant Medical College and Hospital, where he breathed his last. He played a very significant role in installing BJP-IPFT alliance government in March 2018, defeating the CPIM-led Left Front.
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू।
Something new is happening in China. Something new that is the result of the battering China has taken in the recent wave of COVID. We all know that there are dead bodies piling up and the crematoriums are busy 24/7. We are given to believe that there is a lack of hospital beds and patients have to be treated while lying down on floors. All that is true. But it's also true that the Chinese have done something new for once. Hi, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. You could be put in prison, you could be heavily fined or otherwise punished for buying Indian generic drugs. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. China claims to have had over 3 billion vaccinations, which means that every Chinese was vaccinated at least twice. But that isn't helping the situation in China at all. As I told you, people are dying. And China is facing a really, really horrible time. So what does China do about it? What do the Chinese do about it? They go online, on Weibo, and they start asking for information on Indian drugs because the Chinese now trust Indian drugs more than they trust Chinese medicine. Here I have a little report which I'm going to read out to you. Topics like anti-COVID Indian generic drugs sold at 1,000 yuan, which is 144 USD per box. You know, these kind of messages have been trending on Chinese social media platform Weibo. With users exchanging messages and tips on how to get hold of these medicines. Now, let's talk about pricing first. Paxlovid, which is apparently a Chinese drug, is priced at 2,980 yuan per box. And a box of Indian-made drugs can be bought for 530 to 1,600 yuan only. So Indians are selling drugs more effective at almost 1/5 the price, and the Chinese can't seem to get enough. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. The Chinese common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs. So somebody has drugs from India, somebody's been to India, somebody buys a couple of these injections and medicines, he goes to China and he sells it at a premium. The Chinese administer those drugs on themselves, hoping that they will use an Indian drug that is far more effective than the Chinese counterpart. This is one thing. Second news that we have regarding China is this, that the Americans are mulling over a new law or a new rule by which they can stop the Chinese from entering America because of something that I've been saying all along and the world has been saying all along. The Chinese are not transparent, and this is exactly what the Americans are saying. We don't know what's happening in China. We don't know what in God's name China is doing, because China has been hiding figures. They've been fudging figures. China has been saying there are no deaths, and suddenly it seems dead bodies are piling up. Chinese say there is no threat of COVID because we followed at one point in time a zero COVID policy. But today, entire Chinese cities are in a state of mayhem and chaos. The West does not know what to believe and what not to believe. And as a precautionary measure, they are mulling over the fact, should we stop passengers coming over from China into the United States of America? That's what the Americans are saying. And trust me, if America does this, many other countries will follow suit. On various social media platforms, I have been requesting the government of India to follow suit, or at least take the first step, if not follow suit, because I've been saying it for a long time now. Stop Indians from traveling to China and stop the Chinese from traveling to India. Otherwise, we don't know what we are in for. We don't have much exposure to this new strain of COVID, and we don't know what else will come out of China, because there was a time during the third wave and the second wave where we saw lakhs of Indians dead. We saw a massive shortage of oxygen, of basic health facilities, because the system crashed, the population of India being what it is. Even though the government says that they are fully prepared, and I believe them when they say that, but the fact of the matter is, if you do not know what the enemy looks like, or what capabilities the enemy has, it is very difficult to prepare against that enemy. So it's best if we stop all traffic from China for a while, to and fro. We should not allow Indians to go into China and Chinese to come into India for some time before we get a hang of the situation. Exactly what the Americans have been saying. Exactly what the Americans are saying now, that the Chinese will start traveling on the 8th of January. From the 8th of January, the Chinese are going to get their visas ready, their tickets ready, and they're going to fly to every country in the world as tourists. You know, they've been locked away for a very long time, and there is this new concept of revenge travel that is going around the world. It's almost like taking revenge. People want to travel because they've been cooped up inside their homes. And the Chinese are no different. They will want to travel, and with them they will carry the virus. This has to be stopped. Now for some news from Pakistan. In the 254th Corps Commanders Conference held at Rawalpindi, General Asim Munir, and he made a couple of statements which are quoted by ISPR, the propaganda wing of Pakistan, not just the armed forces but of Pakistan as a nation. They said that without discrimination, the Pakistani army will fight against terrorism, which means that they will no longer discriminate between terrorists. They will no longer say that, this is a good terrorist and this is a bad terrorist, and we will fight against all terrorists equally. Now, this sounds great. This sounds absolutely fantastic, but it's not true. It's a whole bunch of lies they are trying to feed the world, because they've had a massive hammering from the FATF and the economic misfortunes of Pakistan, which are just getting bad to us with every single passing day. The foreign exchange reserves are crashing. They are at 6.1 billion. Their rupee is trading at 235 to a dollar. And everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Pakistan has been battered by floods, and economically it's in a very, very precarious condition. Many experts feel that Pakistan has already defaulted. And that $6.1 billion, by the way, that I'm saying are the foreign exchange as of today, the reality is that 3 billion was given by Saudi Arabia, and the rest has been given by China. And Saudi Arabia has been very specific: do not spend this money. This is just to shore up your foreign exchange reserves. This is not expenditure money. This is not for your expenditure, not for your daily needs. Effectively, Pakistan has almost zero foreign exchange reserves. That is the truth of Pakistan now. When General Asim Munir says that we will fight against all terrorists, it's very difficult for me as a former Indian Army officer to believe this statement. This is more of rhetoric, less of reality, and I will tell you why I say this. They might take action against the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and assorted terror outfits that are operating against the Pakistani army and the Pakistani people. But most Pakistanis actually believe that what is happening in Kashmir, the terrorism in Kashmir, is jihad. This is why there is a lot of support for Kashmir, because for the past 75 years, Kashmir was and remains the cornerstone of Pakistan's foreign policy and national security policy. They cannot look beyond Kashmir. They're extremely short-sighted that way, myopic even. So to say that they will act on all terrorists, I think there is a fine line and there is a difference. The difference is that they do not consider Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists. They consider them freedom fighters. There is a twist in the definition. And there is another reason they dare not take action on Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. They dare not. And why is that? This is because of one simple reason, that the Pakistani army and this entire strategy for the past 40 years in Kashmir has been based on terror outfits. It is a rare Pakistani army chief who took military action against Kashmir. There was, of course, this regular light and sound show along the line of control. Of course, there was a 1999 Kargil war. But apart from that, there has been absolutely nothing. And even Kargil was more to do with Siachen than to do with Kashmir. Kashmir was one of the aims, but Siachen was the main aim, to cut off Siachen Glacier. But the fact of the matter is, military action for benefit in Kashmir for the last 30-40 years is not something that the Pakistani army has contemplated. They've always used terrorists against India. And today, they cannot take action against a Hafiz Saeed or a Maulana Masood Azhar. The Pakistani public knows that if Hafiz Saeed is in jail, it's actually not a jail, it's a 5-star hotel. He has access to his family, he has access to the best food, the best medical care, the best security that Pakistani money can buy, however little that may be. The public of Pakistan, the people of Pakistan will not stand for mistreatment against their so-called national heroes like Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar. These were the people who put Burhan Wani posters on their trains. I'm talking about July 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed by the Indian Army in an encounter. It was Pakistan who raised him to the level of a national hero. They declared a holiday. They had postage stamps in his honor. They put his photographs on trains, and everywhere it was Burhan Wani all the way. So this is the mindset of Pakistan. Pakistan will not let go of this unique power that they have, or that they feel that they have in Kashmir. That is the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and to some extent, the Hizbul Mujahideen. There is another reason for it, and I'd like to take this opportunity to explain in detail why Pakistan will not do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who control the Pakistan army, the corps commanders and the army chief and various people in military operations and military intelligence, the ISI. When Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar were starting off their careers in terrorism, blessed by the Pakistan army, today's 3-star, 4-star generals of the Pakistan army were at one point in time captains and majors. It was at this point in time that the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed were picking up. It was at this time that Maulana Masood Azhar, later and slightly earlier, Hafiz Saeed was making a name for himself in Kashmir. They were sending terrorists in Kashmir from across the border. They were training young Kashmiris, gullible Kashmiris. They were asking them to come to Pakistan. They were giving them training, Daura-e-Am, Daura-e-Khas, a few weeks of weapon training, send them back, ask them to attack Indian army, ask them to attack politicians, locals, spread terror in Kashmir. The generals of the Pakistan army, their professional growth, their growing up, has been with the heads of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Lashkar and the Jaish are almost regiments of the Pakistan army. And I have it from a reliable source, though I cannot claim this thing to be true, and I do not vouch for this thing to be absolutely true. But I have journalist friends in Pakistan who tell me that people like Hafiz Saeed and people like Maulana Masood Azhar are very, very smart. They have audio recordings and video recordings of Pakistani army officers planning terror strikes along with them inside Kashmir. And some of those senior officers today are those very officers who 30 years back were sitting with Hafiz Saeed in a drawing room in Muridke planning the next strike in Kashmir. Today they are co-commanders. Today they are army chiefs or Director General of Military Operations and Military Intelligence. They have grown up together literally. Their professional growth has been simultaneous. Today, how can a Pakistani general take action against Hafiz Saeed? Hafiz Saeed has a plethora of information about them. And they say, these sources say, unconfirmed, let me state for the record, unconfirmed, but these sources tell me, and I have my people there who keep on telling me, they're journalists, they say that Major Saab, Hafiz Saeed and other people who are part of the terror network in Pakistan, they have this evidence against the Pakistan army, which they have placed in safe boxes outside Pakistan. So if tomorrow the Pakistani army comes under pressure from FATF, from the United Nations, from the Americans or from India, they don't end up killing Hafiz Saeed in a fake encounter. They don't end up decimating his organization. Which is why, ladies and gentlemen, even when Pakistan was under a huge amount of stress, FATF, during those times when it was on the grey list, and it lost almost $35 billion over a period of 4.5, 5 years, Pakistan did not give up. Lashkar-e-Taiba chief and the Hizbul Mujahideen chief, Pakistan did not give up these people. Pakistan owes forced loyalty to them. It owes loyalty to them, and it's forced. They're blackmailing each other. And this is what is happening. This is what my Pakistani sources tell me. So, General Asim Munir saying that we will take action against all terror outfits, I think this is, absolutely fake. This is false. This is messaging to the domestic audience in Pakistan. People who are sick and tired of, being attacked by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Of course, Pakistan will take some action against the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, but that will be action like legal cases, court cases, like imprisoning a few leaders to show to the world that our judiciary is, taking cognizance of this and we are filing cases and we're doing the right thing as a democracy. But kinetic action, never. Kinetic action will be reserved for the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Baloch people living in coastal areas, generally around Gwadar, like people living in coastal areas in India and other parts of the world, one of the primary occupations is fishing. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years, centuries old profession. They have these old boats in which they can go, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers inside, fish and come back. It's almost hand to mouth. It's almost subsistence. Now what happens is, suddenly the Pakistani government gives permission to Chinese trawlers to come and start fishing there, making money. The Pakistani government and the Pakistani army did not consider the welfare of the Baloch. Had this been in Punjab, it would have never happened. But then Baloch are not just second class, but rather third class citizens.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है. लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है. आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा. जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी. और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है. पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है. और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा. और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग
What has happened is that Nishat Chunia, one of the biggest textile manufacturers in Pakistan, Pakistan had at one point in time a very vibrant textile manufacturing base. Now this is all shut down, and there are 2-3 reasons. First of all, government policies which don't help manufacturers of any kind. The electricity rates in Pakistan really going up, electricity becoming unaffordable for the common man and also for business houses. But the main thing is that the inability of the State Bank of Pakistan, to issue letters of credit. Now, where does Pakistan get raw material from? People need to be paid. People need to be paid in dollars. In different countries from where Pakistan imports raw material, Pakistan does not have so much of raw material on its own. And this is where the problem comes in. Now, Nishat Chunia, one of the biggest brands in Pakistan for textile manufacturing, has been temporarily shut down. And there are stories about other things happening in Pakistan where loads of companies, literally in their hundreds, are on the verge of shutting down, or they're talking to the government, pleading for some sort of relief. But there is no relief to be had. The core problem is lack of dollars. Pakistan is in no position to pay dollars to anyone. And moving from here to Balochistan, what is happening is, you must have heard about the news about how a policeman was shot dead. So there is this movement happening in Balochistan called the Haq Do Tehreek. Haq as in right, and Do, give us our rights. Haq Do Tehreek. And what has happened is that a lot of Baloch people have got together. They've literally shut down the national highway. They're not allowing the Chinese to leave. I believe some Chinese are stuck inside, but the Pakistani media is not very open about this. They're not very transparent about this. There is no regular media coverage. All the videos that you will find are not from mainstream media, generally from social media. There is a clampdown, and I'm given to understand that for the past 7 days, they have shut down mobile communication in certain parts of Balochistan, especially Govt. Now, what is happening there is, we've discussed this once before in Checkmate also, and I will say this again. The Chinese are grabbing Baloch resources, and the Baloch don't like it. Earlier, the Pakistani Punjabis were grabbing gas from the Sui gas fields, they have massive gas fields in Pakistan, and everything goes to Lahore. Homes in Lahore, homes in Karachi, homes in Islamabad are heated. But the Baloch, they still cook with firewood, and they have no heating in their homes because everything is taken mostly to Pakistani Punjab. Now, the problem here is, especially started off with the fishing community in Balochistan, especially in Govt. Baloch people living in coastal areas, generally around Govt, like people living in coastal areas in India and other parts of the world, one of the primary occupations is fishing. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years, centuries old profession. They have these old boats in which they can go, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers inside, fish and come back. It's almost hand to mouth. It's almost subsistence. Now, what happens is, suddenly the Pakistani government gives permission to Chinese trawlers to come and start fishing there, making money. The Pakistani government and the Pakistani army did not consider the welfare of the Baloch. Had this been in Punjab, it would have never happened. But then Baloch are not just second class, but rather third class citizens in their old so-called country called Pakistan. So what happened was, they allowed these hundreds of Chinese fishing boats to come. Now, these are big trawlers which the Chinese have in Balochistan. These are big trawlers that can stay days at sea. Big fishing boats with refrigeration in them. Big fishing boats which have radars and GPS and all the latest equipment. Fishing boats that can go fish in international water and come back to Pakistan. The Chinese trawlers have taken away all the fish, and there is nothing for the Baloch, which is why the Baloch fishermen, this started off as a fishermen's protest. And this has snowballed into the Haq Do Tehreek, which is give us our rights. The movement for demanding of rights of the Baloch people. Now, the Baloch people obviously are suffering because of Pakistani army action. There are checkpoints everywhere. Baloch women are humiliated. The elderly are humiliated. Plus, even their daily bread is being taken away. Now, what has happened in Pakistan, and it's not happened today, it's been happening for some time, is that there is so much of pressure on the Baloch. There is so much of pressure by the largely Punjabi Pakistani army that the Baloch have now joined hands with the TTP. In fact, they did that in the early part of this year. But now it is coming to the fore where the Baloch separatists, the Baloch freedom fighters have joined hands with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Most of them have homes inside Afghanistan also. So what's happening is that the Baloch go, they attack, and they melt away into Afghanistan or go back into the hills. Now these attacks that have been happening in Pakistan for the last 10-15 days, every day there is an attack, every day there is a killing. This is because of the partnership of the Baloch with the TTP. The TTP were anyway attacking the Pakistani armed forces. They were anyway killing. But the Baloch felt that they needed more firepower. The aims of both these organizations are different. The Baloch want an independent Balochistan and the TTP want the Sharia. But like they say in Hindi, Dost ka dushman, apna dushman. Your friend's enemy automatically becomes your enemy, and your enemy's enemy automatically becomes your friend. This has exactly what has happened in Balochistan. Now they're attacking Pakistani armed forces, they're killing Pakistani policemen, they're killing the levies, the frontier corps, and everybody who they think is possibly a collaborator who's sort of giving information, who's a traitor to the Baloch people. Those people are being silenced, they're being killed in Balochistan. It's really sad, the levels of violence, but then a people oppressed for too long, and here I'm talking about Baloch, not the TTP, the people who've been oppressed for so long. There will be a time, when they will lose patience and they will fight, and this will be a bloody war. It has been continuing, it's now spiraled out of control. There is nothing that the Pakistani army can do. Except for giving press conferences, ISPR organized press conferences, there is very little that the Pakistani army can do because the entire area is up in arms. There are various think tanks who are saying that 2 provinces of Pakistan, or Pakistan has 4 provinces. It has Punjab, it has Sindh, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And many experts are saying that 2 provinces are absolutely out of Pakistan's control. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is ruled by the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and Balochistan, which is ruled by BAP, the Balochistan Awami Party, along with other parties also. So it's like a coalition government happening in Balochistan. It's absolutely out of control. The army says law and order is a local issue. The policemen there say that we cannot control it because these terrorists come from across the border. These freedom fighters come from Afghanistan. They're carrying with them rocket launchers. They're carrying with them grenades, AK-47, sniper rifles, the latest equipment. And, a lot of people made fun, a lot of Pakistanis made fun of the Americans when America left Afghanistan. They said, America ran away, America was afraid, and America left $85 billion worth of arms and ammunition in Afghanistan. And the Pakistanis were laughing, jeering, making fun of the Americans and saying that, we have defeated the Americans. That was the Pakistani narrative, that it was the Pakistanis who had somehow, been very smart about it, been very cunning and defeated the Americans along with the Taliban. Now those $85 billion worth of weapons are coming to bite Pakistan. They're using the latest thermal imaging. The terrorists are using the latest sniper rifles, the latest weapons that the American Marines and the infantry used. They're using everything in the American arsenal, and they're using those weapons to kill Pakistani citizens, including Pakistan Army. Pakistan Army has no answer. Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are going out of control. They're spiraling absolutely out of control. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I have for you this week. I hope you like this episode. I'm going to be back again with fresh news from around the world for you on Checkmate. Thank you for watching and have a great week.
मैं GK 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं जीके 2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में
20-year-old killed and dragged for 4 kilometers in the national capital. 5 accused arrested by the Delhi police. As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, the chief minister says there's nothing to politicize. Controversy in Karnataka as Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah, the Home Minister, to Nazi propagandist, triggers big political storm. Pan-India protest by the Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. "24 hours after DDCA says accident due to potholes being filled up by the NHAI. Haryana Sports Minister faces sexual harassment charge, demands grow for his sacking. Horrific videos continue to emerge as China COVID-19 emergency spirals out of control. Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. This evening, getting in some breaking news of a woman who was killed after she was hit by a car and then dragged for a few kilometers on the road in the national capital. And she was entangled to the wheels. We're getting in non-stop reactions to it.
सुबह से मेरे को कहीं भी नहीं दिखाया मेरा बच्चा, मेरे को सुबह से ये टाइम हो गया, मेरा बच्चा नहीं दिखाया इन्होंने।
माँ की हालत देख लो क्या, चारपाई में रहती है।
हमें तो सुबह बड़ी वाली सिस्टर को 8 बजे पता लगा है और हमारे को 10-11 बजे यहाँ खबर आई है, फ़ोन आया था छोटी वाली सिस्टर के पास कि एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, वो लड़की एक्सपायर हो चुकी है। ठीक है, उसके बाद हम थाने में गए। थाने में जाके बस डीसीपी साहब भी थे, एसीपी साहब भी थे, उन्होंने बोला छानबीन हो रही है। उस टाइम मौका वारदात पे 2 लड़के पकड़े हुए थे। बलिनो से एक्सीडेंट हुआ था जिसमें कि बता रहे हैं कि 8 से 10 किलोमीटर की रेंज में उस लड़की को रगड़ा है। स्कूटी कहीं मिली है और बॉडी कहीं मिली है। ठीक है, उसके बावजूद वो लड़की जाती थी इवेंट करने के लिए, छोटा मोटा। उसके पिताजी भी नहीं है, ठीक है, हमारे जीजा, और घर में कमाने वाला कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है। ये छोटे छोटे भाई बहन हैं, ठीक है, जिनका वो अपने घर में चलाने वाले, घर को परिवार को चलाने वाली एक वही लड़की थी। और ये जानबूझ के सरासर ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं, उस लड़की को अकेले देख के उसके साथ कुछ ना कुछ वारदात हुई है, कुछ ना कुछ उसके साथ घटना हुई है, जिसके कारण बॉडी अलग है और स्कूटी अलग है। इसकी हम चाहते हैं छानबीन सख्त से सख्त की जाए। इन बच्चों का गुजार बसर कौन करेगा? हम सरकार से ये चाहते हैं कि इनका भी कुछ देखो। छोटे छोटे भाई बहन हैं, अकेली लड़की थी, उनके हस्बैंड भी नहीं है, वो खुद बीमार रहती है। कभी वो लड़की कहीं से वेलकम, कभी कहीं से इवेंट करके अपना गुजारा करती थी। घर में कोई आदमी नहीं है कमाने वाला। हम चाहते हैं सरकार से कुछ ना कुछ इन बच्चों की तरफ देख के कुछ ना कुछ न्याय, हमारे को न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
तो पुलिस ये बता रही है कि गाड़ी से एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उसके बाद जो आपकी भतीजी हैं उनके कोई कपड़ा वगैरह, भांजी जो है,
हाँ जी,
वो उनका कपड़ा वगैरह उनकी गाड़ी में फंस गया, जिसकी वजह से वो घसीटते हुए चली गई। तो ये आपको क्या लग रहा है इसमें?
सर, ये कपड़ा तो मिला है। अब आप भी समझते हो कि जब कोई ठंड में जा रहा है तो कपड़ा तो नेचुरली मिलेगा, ठीक है। कपड़ा मिला है, वो तो मौका वारदात पे जैसे मानो जबरदस्ती भी करता है इंसान। अगर एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, एक्सीडेंट लड़की तो घिसट गई, उसको जबरदस्ती, वो तो टक्कर होगी, जबरदस्ती गाड़ी में डाल के और कहीं लेके भी तो मारा होगा उस लड़की को। बॉडी 10 किलोमीटर के रेंज में बता रहे हैं कि स्कूटी कहीं मिली है और बॉडी बैक साइड में वापसी मिली है। तो बॉडी पहले मारी है या स्कूटी वहां पे बाद में छोड़ी है? ये कहीं से तो कहीं तक बात नहीं हजम होती ना। बंदों को पकड़ने से क्या, वो तो बंदे आज पकड़ लिए दिखाने के लिए, कल वो छोड़ भी सकते हैं। और उसके साथ, लड़की के साथ कुछ ना कुछ हादसा हुआ है, जिसके साथ हम चाहते हैं सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई हो, उनको सजा मिले। शिवानी, तू भी आ जा। प्रीति, ये तो शादी इसकी लेनी है।
The family there speaking about what happened early this morning and the fact that she was the only breadwinner. More details are coming in of the incident. That's the car that was seized by the police. A woman was killed after she was hit by this car and then dragged for a few kilometers. Some reports are pegging it at about 4 kilometers in the national capital. She was dragged for 4 kilometers in the national capital and body was entangled to the wheels. The police has gone on record. We have the police as well. Let's play out what the police has said.
कंझावला थाना जो रोहिणी डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर आता है, वहाँ पे एक कॉल आई थी जिसमें ये बताया गया था कि किसी कार से कोई व्यक्ति लटका हुआ खींचा जा रहा है, ड्रैग हो रहा है। उसके बाद वहाँ की पुलिस ने जब कार नंबर से आइडेंटिफाई किया तो उसके ऑनर और जो कार के ऑक्यूपेंट्स थे उनके बारे में पता चला। जब हमने उनको एप्रीहेंड करके उनसे पूछताछ की तो उन्होंने बताया कि सुल्तानपुरी के इलाके में एक स्कूटी के साथ उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था और जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो वहाँ जब हमने वेरीफाई किया तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी टूटे हुए हालत में मिली भी थी और स्कूटी के नंबर से हमने विक्टिम को आइडेंटिफाई किया तो ये पता चला कि इंसिडेंट के टाइम में, एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ था उस समय स्कूटी से लड़की गिरी थी और बालेनो कार जिसमें एक्यूज सवार थे उसके नीचे आ गए थे और उसके साथ ड्रैग होते काफ़ी दूर तक गई थी। एक्यूज्ड की ये दलील रही है कि कार के शीशे बंद थे और म्यूज़िक काफ़ी हाई वॉल्यूम पे था, इसलिए उनको पता नहीं चल पाया और सड़क भी उबड़ खाबड़ थी, इसलिए वो पता नहीं कर पाए कि गाड़ी के नीचे कोई व्यक्ति है या उबड़ खाबड़ होने की वजह से गाड़ी पे बम्प है। काफ़ी दूर जाने के बाद उन्होंने रियलाइज़ किया और उसके बाद फिर बॉडी डिसेंटेंगल करके वहाँ से वो फिर भाग गए। बाद में हमने उनको पकड़ा है। जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो ये है कि एक फैटल एक्सीडेंट है और एक्यूज्ड के पार्ट पे ये गलती रही और जो उन्होंने रुककर विक्टिम को देखने के बजाय ड्रैग करते हुए गए और काफ़ी दूर तक बॉडी गाड़ी के साथ खींचती रही।
In fact, let me go across to Vishal Pandey, who's joining us from the national capital. He's at the hospital. Vishal, what do we know at this point about where the accident took place and how these people in the car didn't even realize that there was a body that they were dragging, or there was a woman they were dragging, and that too for 4 kilometers?
जी देखिए, बिल्कुल ये पूरी घटना आज सुबह 3:54 की है, जब बताया ऐसा जा रहा है सोर्सेज के हवाले से कि वो जो लड़की थी वो अपने घर में अकेले कमाने वाली लड़की थी। उसके पिता की पहले मृत्यु हो गई थी और माँ जो है वो बीमार रहती थी। 2 छोटे भाई बहन हैं और कमा कर घर यही चलाती थी। ये लड़की जो है अपने जो है किसी नौकरी से जो है वो घर जा रही थी और इसी बीच जो है वो 5 जो युवक हैं जो नशे में धुत हालत में जो है वो अपने पार्टी करके वापस घर जा रहे थे। 5 युवक दिल्ली के ही रहने वाले हैं। उन 5 ने टक्कर मारी और यहीं पर यह बात खत्म नहीं हुई। टक्कर मारने के बाद उस लड़की को इतनी बुरी तरीके से 4 से 5 किलोमीटर तक, जैसा दिल्ली पुलिस का बताना है कि 4 किलोमीटर तक लाश को जो है वो घसीटते हुए लेकर के गए। लड़की का दम निकल गया, लड़की लाश बन गई। और जिसके बाद मैं इस वक्त संजय गांधी मेमोरियल अस्पताल में मौजूद हूँ। मंगोलपुरी में यह अस्पताल है और इस अस्पताल में जो है लड़की को लाया गया, जहां पर डॉक्टर्स ने उसको मृत घोषित कर दिया। डॉक्टर्स ने बताया कि पहले से ही लड़की की मौत हो चुकी है। अभी इस वक्त लड़की की बॉडी यहीं पर रखी गई है, यहीं मॉर्चुरी में जो है वो लड़की की बॉडी रखी गई है। पोस्टमार्टम होगा और पोस्टमार्टम ये साफ होगा, क्योंकि देखिए अगर वो विजुअल्स काफ़ी जो है वो वैसे तो देखने लायक विजुअल्स नहीं है, क्योंकि उन विजुअल्स में साफ ये दिख रहा है कि लड़की के बॉडी पार्ट्स जो हैं वो साफ खत्म हो चुके हैं। चाहे हम पैरों की बात करें या कई बॉडी पार्ट्स जो हैं वो खत्म हो चुके हैं। हालांकि 5 जो आरोपी हैं उनको दिल्ली पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और तफ्तीश लगातार जारी है। जब दिल्ली पुलिस ने पूछा कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया, तो आरोपियों का कहना था कि म्यूजिक बहुत लाउड था और हमारे शीशे बंद थे गाड़ी के, और रूरल अर्बन जो वो एरिया पूरा है वो सेमी अर्बन एरिया है, तो वहाँ रोड्स जो हैं वो ऊबड़ खाबड़ रोड है, तो इस वजह से पता नहीं चल पाया कि गाड़ी में कोई फंसा हुआ। लेकिन ज़रा सोचिए कि गाड़ी में अगर एक तिनका भी फंस जाता है तो साफ तौर पर आदमी को पता चल जाता है कि गाड़ी में एक तिनका फंसा हुआ है या गाड़ी में एक पत्थर फंसा हुआ है। 20 साल की लड़की जिसका वजन जो है करीब 50 से 60 किलो हो सकता था, वो अगर गाड़ी में फंस गई, स्कूटी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ और गाड़ी में फंस गई और घसीटते हुए करीबन 4 किलोमीटर तक उसको लेकर गए, जिससे दम घुट जाता, जिससे उसका जो है दम है वही निकल जाता है, उसकी जान चली जाती है। इस पूरे मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस लगातार जांच पड़ताल कर रही है और इस पूरे मामले में जो है दिल्ली पुलिस ने मुकदमा भी दर्ज कर लिया है और आगे की जांच लगातार कर रही है कि आखिर इन 5 आरोपियों ने कितना नशा किया था, किस तरीके से, क्या इनको पता था, जानबूझकर इन्होंने घसीटा या फिर अनजाने में घसीटा, ये तमाम जांच का विषय है। लेकिन दर्दनाक घटनाएं हैं। साल का जो है पहला दिन था, नया साल, सुबह का 3:54 की पूरी ये वारदात है, जहां लड़की अपने काम से लौटकर वापस जा रही थी अपने घर को। बताया जा रहा है कि किसी प्राइवेट फंक्शन में जो है वेलकम गर्ल का काम करके वो वापस अपनी स्कूटी से अपने घर को जा रही थी और इसी दौरान जो है लड़की का एक्सीडेंट होता है और एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद जो है ये 5 जो नशे के धुत हालात में जो युवक होते हैं, गाड़ी में बलेनो कार बताई जा रही है, कार के भी विजुअल्स हमने दिखाए रिपब्लिक भारत पर कि किस तरीके से उसी कार से घसीटते हुए लड़की को इतना घसीटा कि लड़की के सारे कपड़े फट गए, लड़की निर्वस्त्र हो गई और लड़की की जो है वो जान चली जाती है। फिलहाल इस मामले में लगातार तफ्तीश जारी है। जी,
तस्वीर आप यहाँ पर देखिए और ये वही गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमारे सहयोगी जो हैं वो उज्जवल यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, वो आपको ये तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आगे से आप देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी बहुत ज़्यादा, आप देखिए कि गाड़ी किस तरीके से बहुत ज़्यादा, गाड़ी पर किसी प्रकार के कोई निशान यहाँ पर नहीं आए हैं और इसी गाड़ी में बताया जा रहा है कि वो लड़की जो है फंसी हुई थी। हल्के फुल्के स्क्रैचेस आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात, आप ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये ज़्यादा बड़ी गाड़ी नहीं है और ये छोटी गाड़ी है। देखिए अंदर जो है वो सिगरेट पड़ी हुई भी यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगी। तस्वीरें आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं, माचिस और सिगरेट यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है। सीधे तौर पर ये वही गाड़ी है, आपको बताए बलेनो गाड़ी। आपको आगे से एक बार तस्वीर हम आपको यहाँ पर, उज्जवल आपको आगे से ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि आगे बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है, आगे बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है। नीचे बम्पर की तस्वीर इस वक्त हम आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि 20 साल की लड़की जो है वो है और किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता। आप नीचे की तस्वीर हम आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी गाड़ी में जो है नंबर प्लेट भी यहाँ पर लगी हुई है। नंबर प्लेट हल्की सी मुड़ी आपको दिखाई देगी। जिस हिसाब का ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पुलिस बता रही है, अगर वाकई में ये वैसा एक्सीडेंट होता तो गाड़ी के हालात आप यहाँ पर देखिए। ये स्कूटी है, आप पहले स्कूटी की तस्वीर यहाँ पर देख लीजिए कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं, चाहे हेडलाइट हेडलाइट की बात करें या फिर आप देखिए कि पूरा हिस्सा आगे का पूरी तरीके से खत्म हुआ है। गाड़ी के पीछे का हिस्सा, जैसा आपने कहा, वो हम दिखाने की कोशिश यहाँ पर करेंगे। ये पीछे का हिस्सा है। पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि किसी प्रकार से गाड़ी में कोई भी निशान यहाँ पर आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। गाड़ी नंबर आप देखिए सही सलामत यहाँ पर, और गाड़ी आगे से, स्कूटी की तस्वीर जो हमने आपको दिखाई वो आगे से पूरी तरीके से हेडलाइट जो है वो खत्म है। गाड़ी के आगे के हिस्से की अगर हम यहाँ पर बात करें, आप ये देखिए कुछ स्क्रैचेस यहाँ पर पड़े हुए हैं, और नीचे बोनट के पास में, नंबर प्लेट के पास में हल्का सा नंबर प्लेट जो है वो मोल्ड होता हुआ यहाँ पर दिखाई दिया है। ये तस्वीर उज्जवल आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे कि नंबर प्लेट हल्की सी मुड़ी हुई दिखाई दे रही है। नीचे बम्पर हल्का सा यहाँ पर मुड़ा हुआ वो भी दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी। ये कैसे हो सकता है?
दिल्ली के कंझावला इलाके से एक बहुत ही दिल दहलाने वाली घटना सामने आई है। बताया जा रहा है कि कल रात एक लड़की स्कूटी पे जा रही थी और उस लड़की की स्कूटी को ठोकर मारी एक गाड़ी ने, जिसमें 5 लोग नशे में धुत सवार थे। लड़की को चोट लगी, लड़की गिर गई और ये गाड़ी उस लड़की को घसीटते हुए कई किलोमीटर तक लेकर गई, जिस वजह से लड़की की मौत हो गई है। लड़की का नग्न शरीर पाया गया है दिल्ली की सड़कों पर। ये बहुत ही ज्यादा डराने वाली घटना है और हमने समन्स इशू करे हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को, क्योंकि सबसे पहले तो वो ये हमें आकर एक्सप्लेन करें कि क्या हुआ और लड़की को इंसाफ कैसे दिलाया जाएगा। दूसरी बात मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि न्यू ईयर्स ईव पर दिल्ली पुलिस की दिल्ली में क्या सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है कि लड़की को इतने किलोमीटर तक घसीट कर लेकर जाया जाता है और कोई चेक पोस्ट नहीं है। वो लोग दारू पी के गाड़ी चला कैसे रहे थे, उनके ऊपर कोई एक्शन नहीं हुआ। क्या दिल्ली पुलिस की कोई सुरक्षा व्यवस्था नहीं थी कल रात दिल्ली में? ये बहुत 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 डराने वाली बात है। दिल्ली महिला आयोग ने समन्स इशू करे हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को और मैं चाहती हूँ कि एक्शन हो।
Cutting across to some breaking news now coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, getting in news of one death, 2 to 3 injured in firing in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. Waiting for more details, the police and the army have been rushed to the site. Reason for the firing is not known yet. Some reports suggesting it could have been a terror attack, but we can't confirm that since the police has not gone on record yet on the shooting. Let's go across to Gursimran, also joining us on the phone line with more details. Gursimran will be just on the phone line with us. He's picking up more details, but those are the first pictures coming in of a firing incident reported in Jammu and Kashmir. Firing incident reported in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. Reports suggesting that one person has died, 2 people are injured. First pictures coming in on your screen from Jammu and Kashmir. Firing that took place a few minutes ago, and we're trying to get more details. Some reports suggesting that it may have been a case of terror, but the police has not gone on record yet. The shooting was close to, as per some reports, close to a place of worship. We don't have more details. We're waiting for more details to pour in. As of now, Gursimran is on the phone line with the details. Gursimran is live. Gursimran, tell us more about this incident. Is it a case of terror? Has the police gone on record?
See, Niranjan, police has not gone on record saying that this is an act of terror, but what it primarily seems that the way guns have been used, the firing has taken place. One person has lost his life, 2 to 3 injured, and the number of injured is expected to go up. And it seems that it could possibly be act of terror. However, there has not been a word by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Senior officials, including the DIG of the Rajouri range, along with the SSP, they are reaching the spot in a short while from now, and then we will be able to get a confirmation. But the way in the recent past the act of terrors have been conducted by the terror groups when it comes
Poor signal there with my colleague Gursimran. We'll try and go back to him. But the first pictures coming in, even though reports suggest it could be a case of a terror attack, we're waiting for more details. Some of the reports suggesting that one person has died. We are waiting for more details to pour in. The police and army rushed to the site, keeping a close track on the developments in Jammu and Kashmir. Quick check of the other top stories we're tracking this evening. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey visited forward posts at the line of control and interacted with the troops. Motivated soldiers posted along the LOC on the first day of the year. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan visited Delhi's Army Research and Referral Hospital on the first day of the year. Along with his wife, he met troops who are there for treatment. One person has been killed, 14 others injured in a fire which broke out after a blast in a boiler at a chemical unit in Maharashtra's Nashik district. Rescue operations continued late into the evening. The incident took place at about 11:30 a.m. along the Nashik-Mumbai highway. A fire was reported near the gate of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. The fire triggered by a short circuit. No casualties or injuries were reported. Odisha Crime Branch has said that they've recorded the statements of the hotel employees in connection with the death case of Russian tourists. He added that the investigation is underway and it will continue for a few more days. They will have to analyze statements before confirming any motive.
With the evolving COVID-19 situation across the globe, India has stepped up measures. Right now, I am at the arrival of the Delhi airport, wherein you can see that RT-PCR test has been made mandatory for 5 countries, which is China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand from today, that is 1st of January 2023. The reports will have to be uploaded on the Air Suvidha portal before travel, and all of this test has to be done 72 hours before undertaking the journey to India. The advisory has been issued by the Health Ministry. Remember, this move comes amidst an uptick in the COVID-19 cases in China and East Asian countries, and this requirement is in addition to random 2% test of all international passengers in all incoming international flights on their arrival in India, and this is irrespective of their port of departure. All of this is happening amid a very, very massive spike in the COVID-19 cases that is reported across the globe. India, however, has not reported a spike so high. However, in order to maintain precaution, in order to maintain and make sure that everybody is safe and India does not face a COVID wave like before, India is taking all precautions. Health Ministry in this regard has issued advisories, which in this case is also making the RT-PCR test mandatory from 5 countries, which is China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Like we say, precaution is always better than cure. Hence, take your precautions, maintain the COVID advisory protocols and stay safe. This is Tanisha Avasti with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
We're getting some breaking news now from Guntur. There's been an incident of stampede during Chandrababu Naidu's meeting in Guntur. This is what we are picking up. Initial details coming in. Just picking up the first reports coming in from our correspondent, who's now confirming that there was an incident of stampede. This was at TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting in Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. 3 people lost their lives. In fact, very disturbing images. Very disturbing images. In fact, we'll hold on to those images. We'll hold on to those images. We'll take a closer look at these images and get you the details. But one more stampede-like situation. Some of the pictures coming in are disturbing from Guntur. 3 people have lost their lives during the meeting there, the public meeting in Guntur. I'll try and go across to my colleague Aneri, who's picking up the details in Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, as there were reports of the stampede that took place there. We'll try and go across to Aneri if she's on the phone line. Meanwhile, those are the first pictures coming in of that meeting that took place, the aftermath, in fact, in what seems like the aftermath of the stampede. This was in Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. It's the second incident is what we are picking up. Aneri, she's live with us. Aneri, what's going on? Is it a case of mismanagement?
Well, that's right, Niranjan. We have been saying, this is not the first incident. 2 days back also there was another incident which was reported in Nellore where 8 people died. And today, once again, when Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, was holding a public meeting in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh, 3 people are said to be died. Well, further details are yet to be coming in. But yes, as of now, what preliminary investigation and preliminary information what we have got is that 3 people have lost their life and several are said to be injured in this because of a lot of crowd. As you can see there also in the visuals very clearly, thousands of people had gathered there to take part in the public meeting of the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu there in Guntur, where he was addressing. He was holding a public meeting there, and thousands of people had gathered. Stampede-like situation led to the loss of life. 3 people are said to be died in this incident and several are injured. But more details in regard with what exactly has happened, we'll have to wait for further details. But yes, as of now, 3 of them have lost their life, and this is not the first incident. Just 2 days back, we had seen that in Nellore there was a roadshow where Chandrababu Naidu was leading the roadshow in Nellore, where we saw that there was a massive crowd. Thousands of people had gathered there to take part in that crowd, in that roadshow, and 8 people lost their life and 6 were injured in Nellore. But now, yet another incident coming in from Guntur, where we see that 3 have lost their life and also a few are said to be injured. Well, exact figure of how many are injured, we'll have to wait for more details in that connection, Niranjan.
Right. The second incident, in fact, a few days back, 7 to 8 deaths were reported at Chandrababu Naidu's rally. That was another stampede-like situation. At that time, the incident was in a similar way. That was at Nellore district in Andhra Pradesh. This is in Guntur. Do we have any details of how many people were there? What arrangements were in place? How many people were expected? Have you been able to contact any of the TDP leaders, Aneri?
Well, Niranjan, we tried to contact the TDP leaders, but they are not yet responding. They have not come out with any sort of official statement in this connection. But we see that thousands of people, according to the visuals also, which we have access from Guntur, where we see thousands of people had gathered because this was an open ground, is what we are able to understand. This was an open ground where Chandrababu Naidu was holding a public meeting in Guntur. Well, this is in run-up to the 2024 State Assembly elections. TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has been holding several road shows, several public meetings. Well, this is not the public meeting or road show which has just began. Chandrababu Naidu has been doing such public meetings and roadshows since past many months against the state government, against the Jagan Mohan Reddy's government there. And so we see that now, as thousands of people had gathered there for that public meeting, which was being led by the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu, but stampede-like situation led to the loss of life of 3 people and a few others are said to be injured. Well, exact figures for this we'll have to wait. But yes, as also what we are being told is that police officials have reached the spot. They are right now have taken up rescue operations. They are trying to clear the way there in Guntur. So we'll have to wait for more details in this connection. But yes, shocking incident, and not the first one, because 2 days back also we had seen one similar incident had taken place in Nellore, and today it happened in Guntur.
In fact, what we will do is we'll stay on the story. We'll stay on the story and we'll try and get some reactions, because some of the reports that we are picking up in the newsroom, Aneri, is that the number of those victims, now the number of victims could be much higher than what is being reported. As of now, what we have as per reports is that 3 people have died in a stampede. We're trying to find out how many people are injured. On the right of your screen, that's what happened a few days ago in Nellore. So we'll just put a timestamp on it. On the right of your screen, that's earlier stampede in Nellore. That was on the 28th of December. And on the left of your screen, that's today's incident of stampede, where reports are trickling in that 3 people have died. And some of the reports suggesting that the number of those injured could be much higher. While we wait for some of those updates to come in from Guntur in Andhra Pradesh, we'll also try and connect with some of the leaders of the TDP and see if we can get them on the phone line. Very disturbing images are coming in from Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. Very similar, the images to what we saw a few days back in Nellore. Tragic incident from another rally of Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief. It's the second public rally where there's been a tragedy and a loss of lives. The last time it happened, in fact, a few ministers in Andhra Pradesh even went on record to say that there should be action taken against Chandrababu Naidu for the stampede deaths. And we're trying to get more details on what happened here. Do we have more details on whether the public rally began? Was he about to speak? Did it complete? What do we know about the event itself, Aneri? We'll try and go across to Aneri, but okay, she's back with me on the phone line. Aneri, can you hear me?
Yeah, well, what we are being told is that right now, police officials are at the spot. They are right now trying to bring the situation under control because there's a lot of panic-like situation which has been reported because of this stampede which has been reported in Guntur during the Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting. Well, this is today's event. Where Chandrababu Naidu was holding a public meeting, and also earlier on 28th of December 2022, just 3 days back, we had seen that in Nellore also during the road show, Chandrababu Naidu who was holding the road show. 8 people lost their life there, and now we see that 3 people have lost their life in Guntur.
Be with me, Aneri. I'm just getting in some reactions to what's happening here in Guntur. I have a spokesperson of the TDP, Anup Bugadi, joining us. Anup, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. What happened here, Anup? Do we have details?
The incident was very unfortunate. Though we had a very good public meeting roadshow, we have a sufficient arrangement, but precautions were not arranged by local police over there. So it led to the stampede. And unfortunately, we lost the lives. And it was very unfortunate incident in Nellore. And even there are some multiple injuries to some other people as well. But it was very unfortunate in Kandapur meeting.
No, but why are you blaming the police? Who organized the event? I'm sure the police didn't organize the event, right?
See, we organized the event. We took the permission from the police. But the police, the intelligence in the police department have an idea that how many people will turn to that for the road show. But the precautions were not arranged. See, first thing, we have to understand that several persons fell into the drainage ditch where it was being constructed on the roadside. So there was not a minimum safeguard for the drainage.
So, but how are you blaming the police? I mean,
all of the sudden.
No. If your party organized the road show, and is it coincidental that there have been 2 incidents in 3 days, Anup?
Yeah.
Over 10 lives have been lost. 11 lives as per the reports. 7 to 8 on the 28th, and 3 lives lost today.
See, that's what we are saying. It was very unfortunate. So, but we purely believe that it's due to lack of, lack of intelligence failure. The precautions were not arranged by the local police. See, people are turning out in a huge numbers to listen to TDP Supremo Nara Chandrababu Naidu because they are literally pissed up with YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. So the intelligence have like good reports that people are.
I think you're making a mistake, Anup. I don't know if you're trying to allude some political motives to what has happened here. That's really unfortunate. It's a second stampede. You can't blame the police or intelligence failure for this, right? You obviously know how many people will turn up, and you will know whether the roadshow itself was held at. You're blaming construction. You're blaming the police. You're blaming the clearance. You're blaming everyone apart from the organizers, which is your party.
See one thing. See who is ruling? Who is ruling in Andhra? See who is ruling in Andhra? The YSRCP party is ruling in Andhra. So we are seeing an open drainage without any proper protection.
So didn't you think of that? 1 minute. Didn't you think of that? No, 1 minute. Any event, 1 minute, Anup, any event, right? Any event will be held at an area which is open and can accommodate that many people, right? Now you can't blame open drains for the death of people of a mismanagement of a roadshow, right, Anup?
See, it's not a mismanagement. This is not the first time that the television party is arranging the roadshow. We have did several in past. It is not the new one. Now here we need to throw some light that where the incident was happened in Guntur. It was clear indication and a clear failure of the government of YSRCP that there was no development in Guntur and there was no proper protection for that nala. It was a very...
You're blaming the nala, boss. I don't understand. Anup, people's lives have been lost. 1 minute. Anup, I don't think you're getting the point. You're not getting the point, Anup. Just be with me 1 minute. I have Abdul Hafiz Khan, YSRCP MLA, also joining us on the phone line. Abdul Hafiz Khan ji, ये क्या हुआ है यहाँ पे और यहाँ पे ये clearance कैसे? Who gave them the clearance? How was the clearance given? How was this mismanaged?
Sir, let me tell you, sir. We all political parties, whenever we do any program, we know how much the crowd is going to come, which area we need to choose, what should be the location, how should be the roadmap. So everything is a planned way we should do it. Okay, and our leader was for more than 4,650 kilometers. We got much bigger size crowds, but never we had this kind of an issue. So the way these people have been doing for last 1 month, if you see the footsteps of them, if you go back and check their Facebook accounts or the video footages that they have sent to the media, they are planning every rally into narrow roads or in a smaller area. They are trying to dump thousands of people from like 5-6 assembly constituencies to show that there is a hype and that Chandrababu Naidu is getting a lot of attention from the public.
No, but how did the police allow it? Abdulji, 1 minute. Okay, I get your point, but how is because it's the YSRCP government, right? How are you allowing these events or the road shows?
Sir, whatever they are saying, let's say they are saying for 5,000 people of crowd, for the sake of a drone shot, for the sake of photo management, for the sake of media hype, they are dumping 10,000, 15,000 people, let's say. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, if the capacity is there for 5,000 people, okay, that is what they are saying when they are taking the permissions. But they want to show, they want to create a hype. They don't care. They are very irresponsible people. They are murdering people in the name of politics. And then again, they are blaming on us. What kind of politics is this, sir? They should be responsible for the way they are doing the thing. And he is such a seasoned leader. It's a seasoned party. It's not like they are novice. They have been into this political scenario for last 30-40 years. Either they want to do mudslinging politics, or they are doing only for the cheap photo shoot. And if you see in the past as well, he has done that in Pushkaral time. 29 people lost their life just because he was trying to do a video with the National Geographic Channel, and he wants to do a video with some renowned Telugu film director. So he is a very media savvy guy.
No, I don't know. This is really
knows.
unfortunate. Abdul, 1 minute. Abdul, I understand your point. You're trying to make a political point saying they say 5,000 people, they get 10,000 people to get better shots to show that they have bigger crowds. But tell me, how is the police or how is anybody allowing so many people to come there when there is no space? Who's eventually
time and again we have been telling them for everything they want to do a political. If we stop their people that their capacity is not enough, they will say that the YSCP government is not allowing people to attend our meetings. If we allow them, the stampede kind of situation is happening. Sir, they have to be responsible, sir. They cannot do this mudslinging politics on us.
But eventually, even the state will have to answer. We are questioning the TDP. I think I have 1 minute. Abdul, be with me. Abdul, be with me. I have another leader of the TDP. Abdul, be with me. I have TDP's Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari on the phone line. Professor Jyotsna, how did this happen? How do two such tragedies happen within 3 days? And how is it that your party is refusing to take responsibility for what happened here?
I'm sorry. First of all, we are not refusing to take the responsibility. We are telling what is happening on ground. The other day also happened in Guntur. We were very clear. We said an unfortunate incident has happened. Yes, there was a failure of the intelligence there. There was a failure of the police authorities. But still, we managed the next 2 meetings that has happened. We had our own volunteers. We had everything. Even today, we had our volunteers. As a political party, what all we can do, we are doing because we are in the opposition. But the point is, I think I'm sorry, but I have to say this: there is a foul play happening from the state side, And I'm very clear when I say this, whether it was in Guntur or whether it is in Guntur today, there is something fishy happening. Why isn't the police giving the police present in the required numbers? Who is stopping them? Who is stopping the police to be present in the required numbers? Because as volunteers, as political party volunteers, we can only volunteer up to a certain extent. Beyond that, when the crowd is huge, and that's the reason we take permissions, and that's the reason we take the support of the police, and that's the reason we apply. That's saying that we are expecting so and so crowd, and that is the reason we require your support. Why isn't the police present? The other day we saw in only 40 to 50 policemen. Even today in Guntur, the police were in very small numbers. Something is happening. It is a foul play.
No. One minute, Professor Jyotsna. How are you claiming foul play? Your party invites people are coming to listen to your leader, right? Or hear him speak, right? You're the ones calling the crowds in, right? So how are you blaming?
When I say foul play, when we are calling the people, when the people are thronging in bigger numbers, isn't it the responsibility of the state to take care? Because we have applied for permission. We have applied for security. We have applied. It is not that we are going behind. We have all the state support. We cannot stop the people from coming, can we? And that's the reason we are asking the support of the state. Isn't it the responsibility of the state?
How is it the responsibility? 1 minute. How is it the responsibility of the state? Let me ask you. Let me tell you.
Let me give you a small example. Now Aziz ji said that हम जब कर रहे थे बहुत सारे लोग आए. Yes, there was no casualty. There were casualties then. But we were in government then, and we made sure his entire Padayatra ran without any problem. We made sure we had police and bigger numbers. We made sure...
No, 1 minute. Professor Jyotsna, let me get Abdul Hafiz. Abdul Hafiz of the YSRCP wants to respond to you. Abdul Hafiz, you're listening to Professor Jyotsna. They're trying to blame your party, your state government, partly for what has happened, or wholly.
Sir, give me 1 minute, sir. Whatever she is talking, it should be logical to you and me and to all your viewers as well. Sir, if you are planning for some kind of a number, then you should plan your location accordingly. If it's a road show or if it's a ground or if it's ma'am, the way your party has put the flexes on the both sides of the road, the way you guys have parked the vehicles, the way you guys have mobilized the people, the way you have conducted the Kandupur meeting, are the other roadshows. It's a purely political stunt. It's a purely political stunt. It's a purely political stunt that you guys are doing. You guys don't care about the poor people's life. You should take the responsibility. You cannot murder people just for the sake of cheap politics. This is highly irresponsible on your part.
It's a state which is mattering.
Here the government.
No. Why is it, sir, answer my question. Why isn't the police present?
1 minute. Abdul Hafiz and Professor Jyotsna. 1 minute. Abdul Hafiz and Professor Jyotsna. Just 1 second, please, because we're getting in some of the victims. Let's listen into them. I want you to listen to the victims. First pictures of the police on site. We had some of the eyewitnesses also speak there. So we'll try and play out what the eyewitnesses have said. Looks like the police is taking stock there. But reports indicating, and even the TDP admitting, that you didn't expect the kind of crowds that you saw there, right? So obviously you gave a number, you organized the event, you called the people in, right? You had the volunteers, you chose the location, and now you're trying to blame everyone else. I had another TDP spokesperson who said it may be the failure of the intelligence department. I mean, why are you blaming intelligence? Professor Jyotsna, you're looking at the pictures, 2 tragedies in 3 days. 2 tragedies. It's not coincidental.
See, that is what I'm trying to say. Because understand one thing, sir. The people are so much frustrated with the government of YSRCP. They want to air their. Who are they going to tell? It's only Chandrababu Naidu who can actually, try to probably give them what they want. And they want to see the leaders. They want to come. And whenever, when it was Rajam or Pillay or Kurnool or Adon or Adoni, wherever it was, we had huge crowds. Even in Kandupur, we had huge crowds. Even in Kavali, the very next day, we had huge crowds. Then on the other day also, we had huge crowds. Even today, when we had huge... And when I say foul play, when you see people are so much frustrated with the government, when they are coming out in big numbers, we are requesting the police to give us the help and support in the form of numbers, in the form of their presence. Why aren't they there? And one more thing. When a chief minister goes for a meeting or anything, he has 2,000 to 3,000 police stations. When people are coming in huge numbers, somewhere around 50 to 60,000, almost a lakh in some places, you hardly have 150 or 100 or...
Really sad that, even now you're saying, both parties are making it political. I just want to go back to the pictures. No, you're making it political, Professor Jyotsna. It's really sad that 10 lives, 11 lives have been lost.
It is our family members whom we are losing, sir. Please try to understand. It is our family members. Understand the pain that we are undergoing. Kindly understand. Our Supremo has gone to each and every house. And we are literally shocked. Losing our family members is the worst thing. We are so much pain. And they are politicizing. How rubbish can they get?
Hafiz, are you listening to this?
What?
Sir,
understand one thing, sir. It's our. I'm sorry, I have a very bad throat, but I'm sorry. It is our pain, sir. We are in a deep state of grief. Try to understand. Why are they politicizing? Let them give us more number of police. Who is stopping them? Who is stopping them?
Please allow me, sir.
Who is stopping them?
Okay, Professor, just hold on. Let Abdul Hafiz respond, and I want to go across to my reporter who's picking up more details. Yes, Professor. Yes, Abdul Hafiz.
Sir, I will tell you the footprints of this yatra, sir. It has been doing around for last 1 month. The way they have been doing it is from 5-6 constituencies. They are putting the 2-3 people who will be expecting the party tickets. They are giving them a set target number to mobilize these many people, by even funding the crowd. It's a politically motivated, organized campaign, sir. It is not that people are coming for free because there's something very wrong is happening on the ground. It is a welfare state. where we have given more than 1,85,000 crores to the public. So this is a orchestrated, politically motivated gathering.
No. 1 minute. No.
Sir, they have the number. If the capacity of the ground or if the road is 5,000 or 10,000, how can they do a 50,000 gathering? The way she is saying, Professor Joshna is saying that they are organizing for that kind of a capacity. It's a politically motivated and managed rally. So they are the murderers, sir, and then they are showing grief and sadness. This is a political law, sir. I totally condemn the way she is trying to portray the picture of the government. It is highly condemnable on the ground.
Okay. You know what I'll do at this point is, Professor Jyotsna, I'll free you because we'll try and get you live at 9 o'clock. I'm just staying with this story itself. Abdul Hafiz Khan, I'll try and get you live as well. We're staying on the breaking news coming in from Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. Getting in disturbing news that 3 lives have been lost. Another roadshow of Chandrababu Naidu.
We are very sorry about it, sir.
Yeah.
We are very sorry for those all poor people, sir.
Can you join me live? Can you join us live? My team will try and get you live, on Zoom or Skype. Okay?
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going back to Aneri. While we get those 2 leaders and 2 parties live, let's go back to Aneri. Aneri, do we have more details? What's the latest that you're picking up from Guntur? And what really happened there? Aneri.
Well, that's right, Niranjan. Today evening, Chandrababu Naidu, who was supposed to hold a public meeting in an open ground in Guntur, where we see that it was an open ground, but due to the place got overcrowded. Well, that is the reason why it led to stampede-like situation. People also were, as you can see in the visuals, also how people were trying to move from one place to another place. They were trying to save themselves, and also we have been seeing right now the police officials are at the spot, are at the very location where the public meeting was going to be held, and where we see that 3 people lost their life due to stampede-like situation and several others are injured is what we are being told, and they are being shifted to the hospital. But right now, police officials taking stock of the situation. But also, what happened on the 28th? Well, we also spoke to the Nellore SP on the 28th, where 8 people lost their life. Well, Nellore SP had to say that the route which was decided by Chandrababu Naidu for his roadshow wasn't.
Be with me. I have a member of Parliament of YSRCP, I beg your pardon, which is Jagan Mohan Reddy's party. The state government in Andhra Pradesh is run by the YSRCP. Let me go across to Nandigam Suresh. Mr. Suresh, what happened here? And can the state completely duck responsibility? We are questioning the TDP, but is the state government and the police also responsible or answerable rather for what happened here?
Today, Chandrababu Naidu is gathering the own publicity. Took that people is gathering in some small place. But they are looking at Chandrababu Naidu in the Guntur people. Suddenly, he is planned on Dayas and the circle is a small city, small location. But the people has somebody down people are in Chandrana Kanuka. No,
but who gives them the permission, Mr. Suresh? Mr. Suresh, who gives them the permission? You're saying your party is saying that they have a habit, and your party and YSRCP has gone on record to say that TDP has a habit of saying 5,000 people will turn up, but more people turn up, and they're doing it for publicity, etc. Then why do you give permission for such events when you know it's going to turn out to be deadly?
No, it is no permission. It is no permission. Today is the year January 1st. The people are coming that encourage that the Chandrana Kanuka and the extra and gifts. They are looking at already. They told that the YSRCP leaders already told the Chandrababu Naidu is the party is on. Members are gathering in small locations.
Okay. Mr. Suresh, what we will do, we're going to, come back to the story on top of 9 p.m. It's our biggest story tonight on Republic TV. Second tragic roadshow in Andhra Pradesh in 3 days. Another Chandrababu Naidu roadshow or rally has turned deadly. 3 lives have been lost. On the 28th, nearly 8 people lost their lives and 3 have died today. We're taking a short break. Coming back with those pictures and the reports of what really happened there. Also on Republic, more on the Assam delimitation, a big debate over the Assam cabinet decision.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. What was that story? What happened in Manipur?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. I think the most important thing is to believe that you have a mission at hand. Now that I've reached there, I can't just abandon the mission.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है. लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है. आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा. जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी. और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है. पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है. और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा. और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. What was that story? What happened in Manipur?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. I think the most important thing is to believe that you have a mission at hand. Now that I've reached there, I can't just abandon the mission.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है. लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है.
Getting in breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, the first pictures coming in of the stampede in Guntur 5 days after a similar stampede took place in Nellore, Andhra Pradesh. 2 tragedies 5 days apart in Andhra Pradesh. The common factor in both these tragedies is one, both the events were held organized by Chandrababu Naidu's TDP, and both these tragedies have unfolded in Andhra Pradesh. And both the parties, the TDP and the YSRCP, are blaming each other. YSRCP is the state government there. Jagan Reddy is the chief minister. TDP is a party founded and currently run by Chandrababu Naidu. His party is blaming the state government and the police. We'll take a short break. Coming back with the pictures and the reports on top of 9 p.m. from Andhra Pradesh, the stampede, the tragedy, second in 5 days. Stay tuned. I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू।
Were Chanda Kochar and Venugopal Doot acting alone? Was Videocon the only company and Chanda Kochar the only banker who took advantage of the culture during the Congress government? Were the money of poor Indians locked in banks, backed by government-issued licenses and government backing and government trust? In effect, people's money was swindled by business houses with political links who were fronts for extracting the money either out of India or into the hands of corrupt politicians and corrupt business houses and corrupt business persons. Without political patronage, such corruption cannot happen. When we investigate at Republic, either SSR or such financial scams, the corrupt and those guilty fight us back. With your support, we at Republic will fight back harder and we will beat them. Ladies and gentlemen, the whistleblower in this big financial scam is live with me at 10 o'clock tonight.
Burning question.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan and wish a happy, healthy, successful 2023 to everyone. But on top of 9 p.m. this Sunday evening, we have some tragic news coming in from Guntur in Andhra Pradesh, where there's been a second stampede in 5 days. On the 28th of December, 5 days ago, there was a stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event. 8 lives were lost. 3 have died this evening in a similar roadshow, 5 days apart. That's our top focus at 9 p.m. Here are the headlines. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Nobody willing to take the responsibility. Three dead, many injured in Guntur stampede in Andhra Pradesh during Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting. Hit and run case in the national capital. A 20-year-old mowed down, dragged by a car for 4 kilometers. 5 people arrested.
The way the population is getting increased, and you have seen that how demography has changed in Kerala, Jammu, Kashmir, Bengal, in Assam. This is the real problem.
As opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, the Chief Minister says there's nothing to politicize. Kumaraswamy compares Amit Shah to Nazi propagandist, triggers a big political storm. Pan-India protest by the Jain community against Jharkhand government decision on pilgrimage site. Thank you for joining us on The Burning Question, getting you more details of the second stampede in Andhra Pradesh. Once again at TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu's roadshow. Today, this evening, in fact, 3 people have lost their lives in this stampede in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur. Here are the first pictures and the initial reports that have come in. And then we have representatives from both the TDP and the YSRCP joining us on the show.
In Guntur, a political event by the TDP chief turned deadly. A stampede has killed at least 3 and left several injured. This stampede comes 4 days after a similar stampede in Nellore that killed 8 people. The police in Andhra Pradesh is taking stock of the matter. But question remains, who is responsible? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Being joined by representatives of both the YSRCP and the TDP this evening on the show, I have Abdul Hafiz Khan, a YSRCP MLA, joining us live this evening from Kurnool, and Professor Jyotsna Tirunagari, who is a spokesperson of the TDP, joining us live from Hyderabad. Professor Jyotsna, the immediate question. Didn't you anticipate the crowds, especially after what happened in Nellore? Didn't you know what precautions had to be taken so that a Nellore type stampede doesn't repeat? And you let it happen.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Professor Jyotsna? Can you hear me?
Yes.
What precautions did you take after what happened in Nellore, and how did you let this happen again? 3 lives have been lost.
Yes. First of all, we offer our deepest condolences for the loss of our own family members. One thing we would like to say is we have had our volunteers there. We had the entire system for us in place there. The only problem we had was we did not have the sufficient number of police supporting us there, which we have been time and again asking the government. We have applied for permissions, we have applied for their security, we have applied for the police to be present in numbers. And one more thing, it's not a blame game. It's not that we are blaming YSRCP or YSRCP blaming us. They are politicizing the event, but it is us who have lost a family member. It is us who are in this state of grief wherein it is unexpressible. Understand our pain. Because the people are frustrated with the stupid, I think I should use this term, stupid YSRCP rule.
Madam, 1 minute. If I'm not wrong, it is your party that sought, right? You organize the event. You organize the roadshow.
Yes.
You pull in the crowds, right? It was your roadshow, your public rally, your volunteers, your party event. And how are you blaming the government for what happened?
See, whenever any political party or any let's assume any organization also organizes any public event, we request.
I have a bad line. I have a poor line with you. Video link. I'll get you back. Let me go across to Abdul Hafiz.
Probably any casualties.
I'll just reconnect your line, Professor Jyotsna, because I have a poor video line with you. Okay, let me get the initial comments from Abdul Hafiz. Abdul Hafiz, how many policemen were there? Did you really not give support to the TDP as being alleged?
Sir, first of all, we offer our deepest condolences, sir. This is in the second time within 3 days which is unfortunate. that very poor and downtrodden people, families have lost their loved ones. Sir, I would like to tell you, for last 1 month, Telugu Desam Party and its Supremo, Chandrababu Naidu, have been trying to do road shows. Their road shows, the way they have been doing it, sir, is they are trying to mobilize people 5, 6, 7 assembly segments. They are giving targets to their leaders that you need to mobilize this number of party workers or sympathizers. Either they are sympathizers or some people might even have come there for some kind of a financial gain, sir. But they want to somehow create a hype that something very big, something wrong is happening on the ground in state of Andhra Pradesh, which is not true. So when they are selecting the locations as well, they are selecting locations that are very narrow, which can hold the number of people that they are planning and organizing. And also they are not telling the right numbers to the police and administration. They are telling one number, they are choosing one select location, but they are doing against it. But because they want to show that there is a huge response for Chandrababu Naidu's sir's rallies, and the last time as well, they have put flexes on both the sides, which has narrowed the lane. They have parked the vehicles where the people cannot move forward. So these kind of irresponsible things have been done in the last meeting, which we have clearly told, and our IPS officers, our SPs and our collectors, they have already told the same thing. Without learning the lessons out of this last 3 days back event, today I was in a program, sir. I just got your phone and I'm coming live. I don't have all the numbers, but I can tell you one thing. I just came to know that after the meeting, they wanted to give some Sankranti token. Means Sankranti is a very hugely celebrated festival here. They want to give some kind of gift to the people who have come to the rally. Means there's a financial gain for the people, and for that gain, the people have come there. And when they are distributing it, that's when this kind of stampede has happened. Has been told just to me by one of my close persons here. But I don't know the ground reality, and I need to know more details about it. But one thing is for sure, sir, Chandrababu Naidu and his madness for this political hype that he wants to create and show that there is a lot of anti-incumbency on the ground is the reason for the loss of life, and he and his party should take responsibility. They should not do this kind of mudslinging on the government. And any IPS officer of an SP rank or any IS officer of a district magistrate rank will not do anything wrong just for the heck of it.
The entire, Abdul Hafiz, from what you're saying, you're trying to completely put the blame on the TDP. Yes, the TDP is answerable.
Reality on the ground, sir.
No, but not you. No, how can you also wash your hands off and say that it was completely their fault, because the police was also part. Okay, I think. Okay, just be with me. I lost the line with Professor Jyotsna. She's back. Aneri is also live with me, but I want to go across to Professor Jyotsna before I lose her again. Professor Jyotsna, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, but you anticipated the crowds, and he made a point. He said your party was giving some Sankranti vouchers or some gift boxes is what he said. Is that right, Abdul Hafiz? You made that claim. Yeah. How are you saying that? And was that part of what you declared to the police of your intent in Guntur?
Yes. When the program that we had organized in Guntur today was as a part of the New Year celebrations, and also when we were in government, we always had the gifts given to the people for whichever, whether it was for Christmas or Ramzan or Sankranti, we always used to do that. Now that the government was not doing it, with the help of our NRI team, we were trying to give them, and we had given the number also. 30,000 kits was the number, as clear as that. And it's been publicized, it's been given to the police. Everything we have given in writing to the police, and wherever it was required, we have requested them for constant support and numbers. If I give you an example, because I have to quote this, Kandukur, we had a very bigger tragedy. So what we have done is, even then, we told the police, see, for an event that was for, let's assume, for the political party of YSRCP or whatnot. They are having the police present in bigger numbers. And when we're giving you the numbers, and every time the number that we give, the crowd is more than that, almost 2 to 3 times more than that. And we have already mentioned it to the police also. We have constantly requesting them to be present in bigger numbers. We had Kandakur incident, then again in Kavali we had, okay, then the police were present because the immediate next day, then again the other day also we had police, but today again the police were present in very bigger number.
It was not there, ma'am. Yesterday only you did the program went well. Okay, ma'am.
Sir, the police were present in...
Your organizers.
Sir,
if you want to give that kind of a gift to the people, poor people, they for the gift, and because they always presume that they might not get...
given the numbers to the police.
They tried.
Kindly understand our pain. Kindly understand our pain. We have lost our family members. Kindly do not politicize this.
No, you know the sad part is Professor Jyotsna and Abdul Hafiz. 1 minute. Professor Jyotsna and Abdul Hafiz. Okay, 1 minute. Abdul Hafiz and Professor Jyotsna. 1 minute. Abdul, 1 minute. Hafiz, 1 minute. Hafiz, 1 minute. Hafiz and Professor Jyotsna, 1 minute. I want to play those pictures of people trying to revive those who fell unconscious, okay? And I want both of you to look at those pictures. Look at those pictures. Okay?
It's very unfortunate.
No, please look at those pictures. No, please don't say anything. Look at those pictures. Okay? 8 people on the 28th of December. 8 families. 8 families. For them, this year will never be the same. On the 1st of January, I'm speaking to both of you. Right? Today, 3 families have lost their loved ones. And both of you are blaming each other. Right? The TDP calls 30,000 people there or has intent to supply 30,000 kits to people. Obviously, Professor Jyotsna, you're not calling them out of just goodwill. Obviously, you want to also build your political capital by calling for this event. It is a fact. But none of you are willing to take responsibility and say...
Sir,
no, can both of you... First of all, will both TDP and the YSRCP say that both of you are responsible for this? Each of you are blaming the other.
Let me put it very clearly here. When I said it's my family members, the other day when we have lost lives, we were the people who immediately rushed to the hospital. See, it's not again something that we are doing out of this thing.
But your party is saying, madam, your party is saying that there was a drain that was open and the YSRCP government was responsible for that drain which was open. Who called those people there? And why are you calling people to an area where the drains are open? And who gives clearances for a public show or a public event where drains are open? Please respond. Both of you are responsible.
That's what I'm saying. In Kandakur, whenever a public meeting is held, a roadshow is held, that's the circle where it is held. And even then, we had our volunteers put up there. But there were no police. And again, it's not the question. And I'm sorry, when you say TDP is blaming, it's not about blaming, sir. It's about the pain that we are undergoing. I'm requesting the YSRCP not to politicize this.
I'll tell you, Professor Jyotsna. Both of you are sitting. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll give you a chance to speak. Right? Both of you are sitting here on a debate, and both of you have not been there in Guntur. Okay. Both of you don't have the facts at hand of what really happened and why those 3 lives were lost. Correct? But both of you, without getting into the facts of what really has happened on the ground, are blaming each other. You're assuming that the TDP, the YSRCP government has not given you support. He's assuming that you're doing it for publicity and calling in the crowds because you want a better photo opportunity and hence putting people's lives at risk. Both of you don't really know what really happened. But even before getting into the facts, you're all blaming each other. Professor Jyotsna, I'll give you 30 seconds and I'll get Abdul Hafiz.
Yes, see, it's not the blaming. Let me tell you one thing. You're saying you're sitting here and we have taken I can give you the numbers in what the police were present. My only question is, when you're asking us this, because we are on a debate panel here, the minister has come up without any, they have not even called for an inquiry. She blindly says it's the work of the TDP. How can they call it as the work of the TDP? So who is politicizing it? Which chief minister politicized this? Jagan Reddy politicized this. We are not politicizing. We are with the grieving families. We are with them. It is our family member that we have lost. We are in a deep state of grief. We are literally crying for our people. We know the pain. They are politicizing it. We know the pain. We are feeling the pain. And you also should understand the frustration of the people. You understand why are they coming in big numbers? What is the reason for them to come in big numbers? Today you are saying it's because of the gifts. What happened in Kandakur? What happened in Kavali? What happened in the other places? Why are people coming in bigger numbers? It's because the current government has failed. And I'm not saying again, it's not a blame game. But when we have people, losing their lives, isn't it minimum humanitarian grounds that you respond? You again blame the opposition parties again? How low can they get? Understand? How low can they stoop down?
I'll let him respond to you.
They should at least have some humanitarian point of view.
Sir, I request Republic TV, sir, to please send your TV crew to each and every place where they have kept the meeting for last 1 month. How they have been mobilizing, how they have been giving targets to each and every assembly constituency leaders to mobilize people. What is the financial gain for the people who are attending the meetings? Where the meetings are being organized? Are they being organized at bigger places or in the narrow lanes? 5. Why these meetings are being organized?
Then why are you giving clearance to it then? You're saying, okay, the narrow lane, this and that, but how are you letting it happen?
Sir, if they give us the right kind of numbers, we can.
But she's saying they had declared 30,000 kits, which means assuming that 30,000 people would come there to pick up 1 kit each, right?
Sir, 30,000 is not at all a big number, sir. We have done this kind of programs with a much bigger number. Sir, you need to keep right kind of boxes where you need to keep different sections of the people, and all those freebies that they want to give, they need to place it right within the public so that they get distributed properly. The people feel that the freebies are not more than the number of people there. Their anxiety will lead them to go and rush and take those freebies. And that's when the stampede kind of a situation arises. How can even the police manage to, with that kind of thousands of people, if they start falling on the freebies? Sir, I would like to tell you that it's a purely...
But you're letting it happen, right? Abdul Hafiz, your government is letting it happen, right? Your government is giving the clearance to let it happen, right? No. Is YSRCP ruling Andhra Pradesh or TDP? Your government is giving the clearances, right? Your establishment is giving the clearances.
Sir, that's what, sir. Their intentions need to be very clear, sir. They need to speak out very clearly. If we stop, then you will call me on this TV panel and they will say, you are stopping TDP and you are not allowing people attending the TDP. People you are killing democracy. These will be the blames that they will blame on us. Right now, after the innocent people, the poor people who came there only for the sake of freebies, these people are claiming that they are family members of TDP party. No, sir. They are the poor people who will go anywhere to take the freebies. They are all our people. They are innocent people. They are poor people. They are being sacrificed for the sake of cheap politics.
I don't think it's that easy I don't think either your party or the TDP can get away with this because even the state government will have to face questions on how you let it happen. Abdul Hafiz, I'll leave it at that.
We are ready for kind of a situation and any kind of inquiry, sir. What I'm telling you again and again is you please send us a TV crew on the ground.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. No, that we will. That we will, but...
The way they are politicizing it, the way they are trying to take sympathy out of this situation.
We will report on it. No, we will report on it, Abdul Hafiz, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Sir, 1 second, sir. Chandrababu Naidu has got such a low, sir. When people died, he said 3 SCs died, 2 STs died, 1 BC died, 1 OC died. Is this the way you talk to the people? Sir,
no, you say that. You say all of that to the people who are there on the screen right now.
They are innocent people. There's a loss of life.
No, it's really sad that... No, I'll tell you, Abdul Hafiz. I'll leave it at this. I'll leave it at this because it's really sad that 5 days after 8 lives were lost, this was allowed to happen. Right? That's the only point, and that's the reason we're reporting on it. We'll take this forward. I'm getting in some more breaking news. Abdul Hafiz, thank you for joining us on the burning question. Thank you very much. Getting in some more breaking news from the national capital. Let's cut across. We're getting in the CCTV video of what happened earlier this morning when a car dragged, first mowed down and then dragged a woman for nearly 4 kilometers. Getting in the first CCTV video. In fact, that's the CCTV video. We'll have to slow that CCTV video down because at some point in that video you can see the car. It comes in the frame. We'll just remove the top band because you can see that a car passes, and as the car passes you can see something below the car, and that's the body of the woman that was dragged for nearly 4 kilometers. Horrific accident in the national capital. And the saddest part is that the 5 people who were arrested who were inside that car, didn't even realize they had dragged, first mowed down, or they claim that they didn't even realize that there was a woman stuck below the car for 4 kilometers. And they dragged her for 4 kilometers. Look at that. That's a video, real time, because there was loud music in the car. They were playing loud music. We're waiting for a confirmation on whether they were in an inebriated state, whether they were drunk at the wheel when the accident took place. But that's the first CCTV video that's come in of the Delhi hit and run case. We've been reporting from the national capital. She was the sole breadwinner for the family in the national capital. She was first hit. She was working in an event company. She was hit by this car and her body was dragged for 4 kilometers and nobody realized it for 4 kilometers. That's the first CCTV video that's emerged. A woman was killed after she was hit by this car. She was dragged. She was entangled in the wheels. And the police said that the condition of the girl after the incident was so bad that after being dragged on, her clothes and even the backside of her body, many body parts were ripped off. The naked body of the girl was found in Delhi's Kanjawala, and a very disturbing incident that is being reported. We've been reporting on this crime since this evening. As per reports, a PCR call was received at about 3:24 in the morning. 3:24 in the morning was when the first call went out. From the details that we've picked up and getting in more details that after that call, the police, they noticed a body being dragged. Another PCR call was received at about 4:11 a.m. about the body of the girl lying on the road. The police alerted the officers, inspected the spot and took photographs of the spot from different angles, and the body was sent to a hospital where eventually the victim was brought dead. This is at the SGM hospital in Mongolpuri, as per details coming in. And the body was kept further at the mortuary of the hospital. A postmortem was conducted. That's the first video of the CCTV that's come in, where you can see the car. The timestamp on that CCTV video is 3:29 a.m. Vishal Pandey is joining me live. He's live in Delhi. He's been at the hospital. Let me go across to him. Vishal Pandey.
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए इस वक्त हम एसडीएम हॉस्पिटल के बाहर ही मौजूद हैं और मैं आपको बता दूं, इसी हॉस्पिटल में सबसे पहले जो है वो लड़की को लाया गया था। जब ये पूरी घटना हुई उसके बाद उस लड़की को यहीं लाया गया था और जैसे ही उस लड़की को यहाँ लाया गया तो डॉक्टर्स ने पहले ही बता दिया कि ये पहले से ही जो है इसकी जान निकल चुकी है, यानी पहले से ही जो है डेथ हो चुकी है लड़की। इस वक्त तस्वीरें ये हैं कि यहाँ पर लड़की को जो है वो अंदर रखा गया है, मॉर्चरी में रखा गया है और पोस्टमार्टम तैयारी की जा रही है। कुछ ही समय में यानी कल तक है वो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आ सकता है, ऐसे सोर्सेज के हवाले से खबर निकली है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि सीसीटीवी तस्वीर जो आप रिपब्लिक टीवी पर देख रहे हैं, इसमें साफ देख सकते हैं कि ये वही बलेनो कार है जो वहां से गुजर रही है। और जरा सोचिए कि अगर एक तिनका भी फंस जाता है गाड़ी में तो साफ तौर पर हमें पता चल जाता है, लेकिन जो 20 साल की लड़की थी उसका वजन कम से कम होगा 50 से 55 किलो और वो लड़की जो है वो फंस जाती है गाड़ी में, ऐसा उन आरोपियों का कहना है। और लाउड म्यूजिक और शीशा बंद होने के कारण उनको पता नहीं चलता है और वो 4 किलोमीटर तक जो है उस लड़की को ड्रैग करके लेके जाते हैं। ये अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़े करता है। इन सवालों का जवाब लगातार दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो लगातार आरोपियों से तफ्तीश कर रही है, जांच पड़ताल कर रही है। पूरे मामले में जो है वो FIR भी दर्ज हो चुकी है। दिल्ली पुलिस लगातार इस पर जांच पड़ताल कर रही है। बहरहाल हम लड़की के जो लड़की की माँ है उनसे भी हम मिले और लड़की की माँ और लड़की का जो परिवार है उनका लगातार यही आरोप है कि ये बस एक्सीडेंट नहीं है, बल्कि उनकी बेटी के साथ दुष्कर्म किया गया है, उनके साथ गलत काम किया गया है और उसके बाद जो है उसको मारा पीटा गया है और उसके बाद जो है उसको सड़क पर छोड़ दिया गया है। ऐसा परिवार लगातार आरोप लगा रहा है। परिवार का ये भी कहना है कि अब इस मामले में हम चाहते हैं कि CBI जांच हो और CBI जांच होने के बाद ये पता चले कि आखिर इन युवकों ने क्यों साजिश करके ये पूरी की पूरी घटना को, वारदात को अंजाम दिया। जी, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Vishal Pandey. That's the first video. In fact, that's the car that dragged the body, and below the car, you can see that the body was dragged by this car for nearly 4 kilometers. For 4 kilometers, and the police claimed that this bunch of 5 men who were in the car were playing music so loudly that they didn't even realize that they had knocked someone down with the car, that they'd mouthed someone down and then dragged the body for nearly 4 kilometers. What a tragedy. The national capital. The victim was the sole breadwinner for her family, and her family devastated this 2023 on the first day of 2023. Tracking that story very closely. Some more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go across now. Getting in some news of a grenade attack. A grenade attack in Srinagar at the CRPF. Zeenat, what more do we know at this point?
See, Niranjan, this was a grenade attack, although it missed the target, and one local boy from the Habak of Srinagar, in the outskirts of Srinagar, he got injured. He has received some splinter injuries, although he received the minor injuries. But yes, the CASO has been launched by the joint forces of J&K police along with CRPF, because this was an attack on the CRPF vehicle by the terrorists, although the sources within the police department claims that this was an attack carried by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. The local boys of the LET had hurled grenade towards the CRPF vehicle that missed the target and it injured one of the local boy. Although the visuals that we are beaming on the screen comes from the from Haval, the Zadibal area of Srinagar, where actually this incident was reported earlier some time back, but CASO continues in the area. Although this is the second incident in the Kashmir Valley, because earlier in the morning, one local boy of the Pulwama snatched a rifle from the CRPF personnel, although ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar has confirmed that the boy was brought back with their rifle, and investigations are going on. They got success in Pulwama as the boy has returned back, and the one who was accompanying the boy, he has also returned to the family. But it seems like as this is the first day of the 2023, the two major attacks. One was when the local boy tried to snatch the rifle from the CRPF. He decamped, and later he was brought back by the J&K police. And now the terrorist action was also witnessed in the downtown area of Srinagar. This is the Mirza Kamil Zadibal area of Srinagar downtown, where they tried to hurl grenade towards the CRPF vehicle. It missed the target, and unfortunately one local boy has got splinter injuries, although the police in the Srinagar claims that he has received the minor injuries and he is safe and secure. And the visuals that we are showing also tells you that how the CASO is being launched by the joint forces in the Srinagar city.
It's keeping a close track on the situation. In fact, this is the second incident today. The first incident, we are not calling it a terror attack. We don't have a confirmation yet, but there was firing in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. There was an incident of firing where lives were lost. Tracking the situation closely, a grenade was hurled at the CRPF vehicle in Srinagar, also in Jammu and Kashmir. Keeping a close track. Thank you very much, Gina. On to the big story from Assam, where the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has asserted that criteria other than population should be considered for future delimitation exercises. Assam has undergone a delimitation exercise of parliamentary and assembly seats based on the 2001 census, and it's been done for other states as well. But there should be a debate in parliament, is what Himanta Biswa Sarma says. Here's why it's turned out to be a controversy. Take a look at what's happened so far.
A day after announcing the merger of 4 districts in the state of Assam,
the way the population is getting increased, and you have seen that how demography has changed in Kerala, Jammu, Kashmir, Bengal, in Assam. So I don't dispute his statement, but this is the real problem. And the large Indian community should fight back and should ensure that demography is not changed, and we must implement certain policy so that our demography remains intact.
The Assam Chief Minister made it clear there was nothing political about the upcoming delimitation exercise.
The scope of reconsideration is always there, but this exercise is not attributed to anything the way you want to put it.
Now the Congress is calling it an exercise of polarization.
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, इन लोगों का क्या राय है नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन असम का लोगों का कहना है अगर करना है तो 26 में करिए जहां में सीट बढ़ेगा। तो अगर करना है तो 2011 का एक सेंसस था, उस सेंसस में क्यों नहीं होगा?
So does the AIUDF.
Ultimately, our question is that you do this 24 or 26 once for all, not for twice. So that's why our demand is very clear. You do this as per 2011 census.
The left claims the Assam government is only dedicated to RSS communal politics.
Assam government is a most anti-national, anti-people, anti-minority, anti-Muslim government, and it is totally dedicated to RSS communal politics. So he behaving is like follow that line. There is no doubt about that.
In Kashmir, the PDP is trying to claim database delimitation is a lie under the BJP.
जो डिलिमिटेशन होता था वो नॉन पॉलिटिकल होता था और इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से उसको किया जाता था, लेकिन बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर में हमारा डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन आया था, जो नए सिरे से डिलिमिटेशन हुआ, तो मैं अकेला नहीं कह रहा या पीडीपी नहीं, हर एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने कहा है कि वो सियासी तौर पे उसको छेड़छाड़ की गई है, किसी एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टी को फ़ायदा देने के लिए वो सब कुछ किया गया है.
Fact remains, delimitation is a long pending exercise.
The delimitation process were started once at 2001, but due to I don't know why it was not happening, but it is now delimitation will be there, and we welcome the decision of the election commissioner that delimitation will get one good perfect delimitation process, and thereby will get a perfect constituency.
It's an essential and timely process of a democracy. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the debate are Pramod Swamy, spokesperson of the Assam BJP, Karan Verma, author, political analyst, and questioning the move are Vivek Srivastava, political analyst, and Anirban Banerjee, who's also a political analyst, joining us live from Kolkata. Now, Anirban Banerjee, is the real problem that Himanta Biswa Sarma has said? Okay, actually, let me put that question to Karan Verma. Karan Verma, you can start. See, Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, says, and I quote, he says, as per the current law, population is the basis for delimitation, but some communities, he adds, that some communities have abided by population control policy, while others have not. But those who have violated the policy are being rewarded, and those who have abided by it are being punished. Now, is that the real reason why they're questioning it? Because they don't like how frank and straight Himanta Biswa Sarma is, isn't it?
I think he's hit the nail on its head. In today's time, Niranjan, where there are existential threats, where there are security threats, we have to address the issue. We can be politically correct and keep maneuvering, but until and unless we address the root of the issue, we cannot allow ghettoization to happen in certain communities. We've seen the spillover effects of that, whether it be in Dhubri or Barpeta, where temples have been destroyed, where the MP, frankly, AIUDF chief Badruddin has made some very inflammatory statements. So let's address the issue at hand. We cannot have a demographic imbalance, and Himanta Biswa Sarma has addressed it, and he's addressed it rather democratically. He said population alone should not be the criteria, and this should come up for a discussion. I don't see anything undemocratic or wrong in that. I think the left and the opposition has a problem whenever there is anything that is talked of as far as regularization. When madrasa regularization was discussed, they had a problem.
Your entire logic
of the matter is illegal immigration is addressed, they have a problem. So I think he's very well within his right to address it, and rightly so. Population alone should not be the criteria. Otherwise, we'll have a demographic imbalance and we'll have ghettoization, which we can't afford.
No, Vivek Srivastava is very uncomfortable. Let me start with Anirban Banerjee. Vivek, 1 minute. Vivek, 1 minute.
No.
Vivek, okay. But are you in doubt that there's been a demographic change, especially in Assam? Do you have any doubt about that, Vivek?
What nonsense is this gentleman talking about? This constitution says ek Musalman or Hindu ek hai. You have one vote for every community. What does it mean by demography badal jayegi? And we have to take care of this. Some neta said this. This is nonsense. Constitution guarantees one vote per person. Whatever be your caste, whatever be your gender, whatever be your religion, you are all same. Demographics, if it changes according to caste system or religion system, that is not the job of the government. The government cannot discriminate.
Nobody is discriminating.
The government cannot discriminate. If SC/ST population starts rising in a particular constituency, or the minority population decreases or increases, you artificially cannot go about making changes.
But where is the change been made? 1 minute.
In fact, this is totally unconstitutional.
To marriage happy rights in the name of Dalits.
No, see, if the chief minister was serious,
Karan, hear about 30 seconds and then we'll take this. Otherwise, speaking over each other.
The reason we were against CAA NRC, the reason we were against CAA NRC was exactly this, because we know the government is biased. The central government, the RSS and the BJP is totally anti-minority. These districts where suddenly there was a minority population could have been in majority, and even the SC/ST. This entire exercise was done in a haste. What was the hurry? Why did you not take the opposition into confidence? Why was it not discussed in the assembly? These are the questions.
Let me ask Pramod Swami.
And then you
Pramod Swami, 1 minute. Okay,
this is absolutely wrong.
I think Pramod Swami is better placed to answer that question, Vivek. 1 minute, let him speak. Pramod Swami is from the Assam BJP. Pramod Swami,
okay.
You heard the question. You want to respond to him?
कहा है, मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर लोकतंत्र में एक स्वस्थ विमर्श होता है तो उसमें किसी को क्या आपत्ति है। आप अपनी विचारधारा, अपनी पॉलिसी लेकर करके जनता के बीच में अगर जाते हैं तो उसमें कोई आपत्ति वाली बात नहीं है। और इसी देश में हमने देखा एक ऐसे भी प्रधानमंत्री थे जिन्होंने कहा कि भारत के संसाधनों पर पहला हक मुसलमानों का है। हमने इसी देश में यह भी देखा कि किस तरह से साबानो केस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय को बदल दिया गया। ये एक एक्सरसाइज है, जो एक्सरसाइज डिलिमिटेशन की जो एक्सरसाइज है वो अकॉर्डिंग टू द लॉ होगी। और जो हमारा पार्लियामेंट का
इसका मतलब आप मानते हैं कि ये मुसलमानों को टारगेट करने के लिए किया गया है और आप इसको जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
आप उत्तर दीजिएगा, आप इस तरह से डाइल्यूट मत करिए, आप उत्तर दीजिएगा, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए, आप उत्तर दीजिएगा, मैं आपके बीच में नहीं बोलूंगा। तो जो पार्लियामेंट ने जो कानून बनाया है उसके आधार पर डिलिमिटेशन होगा। सिर्फ हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा जी ने, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ने सिर्फ इतना ही कहा है कि सिर्फ पॉपुलेशन के आधार पर डिलिमिटेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक वर्ग की जनसंख्या जो है उसमें काफी वृद्धि हो रही है और एक वर्ग की जो जनसंख्या नहीं बढ़ रही है। तो जिस वर्ग की जनसंख्या बढ़ रही है उसको रिवाज देने की क्या आवश्यकता है। तो ये एक विमर्श का विषय, इसके ऊपर में डिबेट हो, जनसंख्या नियंत्रण पर डिबेट हो, अन्य मुद्दों पर डिबेट हो। लोकतंत्र में डिबेट के द्वारा ही हम क्या सही है क्या गलत है इस बात को जनता के बीच में ले जाते हैं और जनता निर्णय करती है। इसमें गलत
आपने डिबेट नहीं करी ना सर, आपने असेंबली में डिबेट नहीं करी, आपने डिबेट करी ही नहीं सर, आपने अपोजिशन को बुलाया ही नहीं।
हमने तो एक मुद्दा उठाया जो हमने
आप पहले डिसीजन ले लेते हैं, चारों डिस्ट्रिक्ट को मर्ज कर देते हैं, उसके बाद आप कहते हैं डिबेट करेंगे
कि जो वर्तमान कानून है उसके अनुसार डिलिमिटेशन होगा और उन्होंने अपना एक विचार रखा है जनता के बीच में।
मैं आपसे आई एम आस्किंग यू सिंपल क्वेश्चन सर, अगर किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में SC/ST की जनसंख्या बढ़ जाती है, नहीं सर सुन लीजिए, क्या किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में SC/ST की जनसंख्या
I think we're getting too technical. 1 minute Vivek
या अपर कास्ट के अनुकूल क्या वहां भी यही करेंगे?
प्रशासनिक डिसीजन है और आसाम गवर्नमेंट को एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन लेने का अधिकार है।
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, let me bring in. Don't speak over each other. We'll just have two. We'll have two panelists. No, 1 minute. We'll have two panelists on the screen. Okay, we'll have two panelists on the screen. Let me bring in Anirban Banerjee. Anirban, Anirban, he says, and he hasn't said anywhere that it has to be changed apart. I mean, he hasn't said what the criteria should be. But he has certainly said that just population alone cannot be a criteria. It should not be the only criteria. And he has a reason to say that because Assam has seen a demographic change, whether you like it or not. Anirban, can you deny that Assam has seen a demographic change?
Let Mr. Bishwa Sharma come up with the names of the communities. You cannot just say that one community or the other. Name the community. Let's also hear that what are the names of the community, because what we suspect is that a few months back, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat in one of his speeches had raised this population issue. There were no facts to back up his claims, but he had raised this issue of population, demographic change, imbalance between a population of communities, etc., etc. And now we are hearing Chief Minister of Assam speak the same tone, speak the same language, almost the same language when it's concerned about delimitation. Now, when he has given a proposal about the population not being one of the criteria for delimitation to be discussed in the parliament, we want to hear it from one of his parliamentarians of the BJP, his own party. If they consider his proposal, put it in the parliament and come out with clear names. Which community are you referring to? What are your data? What are the breakups, state-wise breakups of difference in population, the percentage rise, etc., etc. Because we all know when the delimitation of the parliament seats is going to come up, I think it is in 2026 or somewhere, sometime like that, the entire country is going to face a debate. There is no second way about, two ways about that. Because population change, the rate of increase of population is very varied across the states. West Bengal has one kind of population increase rate, Tamil Nadu has another, Madhya Pradesh another, Uttar Pradesh is different, Assam different. Every state had its own characteristic regarding population. So when Mr. Bishwa Sharma is towing the line of the RSS, he must come out with clear names. Is he referring to Muslim community, to the tribals, to the indigenous people, to the Assamese, to the Bengalis? Why is he linking this delimitation process with the NRC? Because whenever you come up with the NRC thing, in the final list of the NRC, almost 19 lakhs names were, just a moment. Almost 19 lakhs names were left out, among which almost 17 lakhs were Bengali speaking population. Among those 17 lakhs, almost 14 lakhs were Hindu Bengalis. So therefore it is very clear what the BJP is trying to do. They're targeting a linguistic community in Assam, in the north.
Don't make it about,
and creating this divide.
I think you're diverting it now. Okay, I don't want to go back to NRC.
Niranjan, that is a fact. No, that is a fact.
Wait, the BJP spokesman, 1 minute. The BJP spokesman is contesting.
What is the connection with NRC and delimitation?
1 minute. The BJP spokesman from Assam is contesting your claim. Yes, Praveen Swami ji, क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप उनको?
हाँ, ये जो कह रहे हैं कि हमारी सरकार जो है किसी कम्युनिटी को टारगेट कर रही है, ऐसा नहीं है। हम हमारे आसाम की सभ्यता और संस्कृति को बचाने के लिए हम लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। और आज कितने जिले आसाम में जो है डेमोग्राफी बदलने से कितने जिले अफेक्टेड हुए हैं, ये शायद इनको मालूम नहीं है। और अभी जो लिंग्विस्टिक माइनॉरिटी की बात कही इन्होंने, तो मैं इनको बताना चाहूंगा कि आसाम में जो लिंग्विस्टिक माइनॉरिटी का जो सपोर्ट जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरी तरह से मिल रहा है। ये बात आप जान लीजिए। और तीसरी बात मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूंगा कि आज आसाम में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार के नेतृत्व में लिंग्विस्टिक माइनॉरिटी का चौमुखी विकास हो रहा है। और हमारी जो सरकार है उसकी जो नीति है, आप जवाब दीजिएगा। हमारी सरकार की नीति लेकिन आसाम की सभ्यता और संस्कृति के ऊपर अगर कोई संकट आएगा तो उसका भी हम आसाम के लोगों के हितों के मद्देनजर रखते हुए उसके लिए सरकार को जो भी कदम उठाने चाहिए।
Do you consider Bengalis to be part of Assam? Do you consider Bengalis to be part of Assam?
You are dividing the greater Hindu community.
Then why were there 95% names left out of the NRC list, Bengalis? Why were those 17 lakh names left out of the NRC list? Why were the Bengalis?
NRC के
According to Bengalis are termites. According to the BJP, Bengalis are termites.
की है और NRC का जो कामकाज है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की देख रेख में वो काम संपन्न हुआ है, उसके लिए आप असम सरकार के ऊपर में दोषारोपण नहीं कर सकती।
1 minute, you know,
it was your people who conducted the surveys and all. The government people. It was the government people who did it.
What are you saying?
No, it was your government people who did the survey. They prepared the list. We have seen Assam police drag people to detention camps.
टोटल प्रोसेस जो हुआ है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की देख रेख में हुआ है। आप तथ्यों की गलत जानकारी देश की जनता को दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि
सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजेस did not come down to Assam to prepare the list.
श्री राम के नाम से आपकी दीदी फिरती है।
It was Mr. Koti Khajela, the coordinator.
आपका जो सेकुलरिज्म है मात्र सेकुलरिज्म है और हमारा जो सेकुलरिज्म है वो सर्वधर्म का सेकुलरिज्म है। हमारा जो सेकुलरिज्म है वो सर्वधर्म से सुखी सर्वधर्म से निरामय का सेकुलरिज्म है। हमारा जो सेकुलरिज्म है वो एकदम सत्य विप्रा बहुधा वदंती का सेकुलरिज्म है और आपका जो सेकुलरिज्म है वो मात्र एक कम्युनिटी को अपील करने का सेकुलरिज्म है।
Detention camps are there right now in Assam.
No, I think we are going 10. 1 minute. I think you are going 10 steps forward. 1 minute. You're taking it 10 steps forward. 1 minute. Anirban, 1 minute. Anirban, please don't speak over each other. Please
let him answer. How many detention camps are there in Assam?
No, you're taking it in another route. It's not required. We're talking about delimitation. Let's calm down. Take 2 steps back. I'm going across to Karan Verma.
The Honorable Chief Minister of Assam referred to NRC when he was speaking about delimitation.
Yes, he referred to. I'll tell you what he said. Wait, I'll tell you what he said. I'll tell you what else he said.
That is why I'm bringing in NRC.
Yeah. Let me tell you what else he said. In respect to the NRC, let me tell you what else he said. He said that during the NRC exercise, it was seen that there has been a demographic change in the state. But the extent will be known only after the 2021 census records are made available. He's saying that after the 2021 census records are made available, you will know the demographic change. Karan wants to come in. Hold on. You hear Karan. I'm 1 minute.
The Chief Minister must
you hear Karan now. You ask him the question. Yes, Karan.
Anirban raised a very valid point when he says that Himanta Biswa Sarma should come into the specifics. That point I agree. But he made 2 factual inaccuracies. One, he said that the number of Bengali Hindus who are not in the NRC list are somewhere around 12 lakh. They are just 5.5 lakhs, and that too, 1 lakh of them could not get a certain entry right, which is going to be corrected in the coming days. So that reduces it to just 4.5 lakhs. So if you say they are doing it for the vote bank considerations, you are wrong. Secondly, who brought the communal angle? It was Badruddin Ajmal who brought the communal angle. Badruddin Ajmal said, "हम यहाँ majority में हो गए हैं. अब हम बताएंगे हिंदुओं को. हिंदू तो बच्चे भी नहीं पैदा कर पाते 40 की उम्र के बाद." He passed communally charged statements. Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma never made it Hindu-Muslim. He just talked about demographic.
Exactly.
Mr. Badruddin Ajmal, who is the MP from Dhubri, he said that we are now in majority. We must be in majority.
No, and Vivek,
a communal color.
Karan. Yeah. One interesting. Okay, one last point. I just want to make one last point. Vivek, listen to this. Very interesting, huh? The AIUDF, Badruddin Ajmal's party, claims several assembly constituencies which were previously reserved for SC and ST communities have undergone demographic changes, and in the meantime, Muslims comprise the majority in many such constituencies. Such seats, he said, should be reserved accordingly on religious basis. Vivek Srivastava, I think you were mentioning, you were referring to Badruddin Ajmal in your first comment, right? Not Himanta. You meant Badruddin Ajmal, right? You said Badruddin Ajmal was communal, right?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Badruddin Ajmal has every right to, get his own party. We are a democracy.
He's got a right.
He's wrong.
Fantastic. You're saying he's got a right. Ajmal has got a right to an opinion. Badruddin Ajmal has got a right to an opinion, but the Chief Minister doesn't.
If he is wrong, that does not make the BJP right.
No, but he's got the right, but the BJP doesn't have the right to have an opinion.
First of all, absolutely not. Because the BJP, the Chief Minister is of BJP. The ruling party is the BJP. The government is BJP. If
So you're saying Badruddin Ajmal is not communal?
It would have been a different
fantastic.
thing.
You're saying Ajmal is not communal for saying that, you know,
yes, he could be communal.
he could be communal.
See, you are diverting. We are here to debate. We are here to debate the Chief Minister.
No, we're not. We're simply asking. We're not here to debate the Chief Minister. We are here to debate.
He could be the worst man on the earth.
1 minute.
That does not matter.
Okay.
That does not matter.
No. I'll tell you. Let me rephrase the. Let me at the end of the debate.
Ruling party.
At the end of the debate, let me remind you what we are here to debate. We were here to debate whether the delimitation exercise was communal or not. And at the end of the debate, we've decided, or rather, we've come to a consensus that it wasn't communal. But because you see, Badruddin Ajmal didn't say it today or yesterday, right? He said it a long time back.
It was communal. Who says it was not communal? It was absolutely communal. But if you try to get Mr. Ajmal into it, I don't understand the logic.
No, I'm not getting him into it. He got into it a long time before anybody else did. So if he says it, it's not communal.
आप करिए ना सर, आप Chief Minister की बात करिए. Ajmal थोड़ी ना Chief Minister.
Yeah, we'll debate this again. This is going to be one of our top focus stories, Vivek. One of our top focus stories tomorrow as well. We're debating it. Anirban, Vivek, and Mr. Pramod Swami and Karan. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. I have some breaking news from Jammu and Kashmir, so I'm going across straight to that. The breaking news now from Rajouri. We're getting in reports that 3 people have been killed, 10 injured in the firing in Dangri area of Rajouri. The injured are getting treatment. We got you those pictures earlier. There was an incident of firing. The police and district administration are at the spot. We're waiting for more details and full clarity on what happened there. Gursimran with the details. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, right now we are in the Akhnur area where the entire area has been put on the alert after what it prima facie seems a terror attack that has been carried out by 2 armed terrorists who were carrying the 2 automatic weapons and also a huge cache of arms and ammunition in a bag they were carrying. And this incident has been reported at around 7:30 in the evening when these group of 2 terrorists, they barged in the 3 to 4 houses and then they opened fire, in which 3 people so far have lost their life, 7 others are injured, out of which the 3 people are said to be critically injured. The Indian Army's Mi-17 has already been pressed into the service that those critically injured will be taken to the Jammu, and all the vehicles that are coming from Rajouri and also going towards the Rajouri district, they are thoroughly being checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police so as to ensure that everything goes smooth and all the vehicles are thoroughly checked so that the terrorists don't get any chance to escape from that very place. What it primarily seems that this is a group of newly infiltrated terrorists that have managed to sneak in inside the Indian territory, because this area comes in the Rajouri and this is very near to the line of control from where Pakistan is always in a bid to push terrorists into the Indian territory. On 28th of December, a major bid by the Pakistan to push in a group of Jaish terrorists into the Indian territory has been foiled, and now another such incident coming into fore where the 3 civilians have been killed in a possible terror act. Alert has been sounded in the entire Jammu region and specifically for the vital installations of the Indian Army that could possibly be on the target of these 2 armed terrorists who have carried out this heinous act of targeting the minorities in the upper Dangri area of Rajouri, which is at 7 to 8 kilometers distance from the main city, not that very far. But this kind of incident coming into fore in the Rajouri, that too in the Hindu heartland area, clearly shows the desperation of the terror group, as what primarily it seems is a terror attack carried out by 2 armed terrorists. Niranjan.
Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those inputs. One of our top focus stories this evening, firing in Rajouri in what is a terror attack as far as we know. Can we call it a terror attack? Are the police calling it a terror attack, Gursimran? Just one last word. Yeah.
To some of the senior officials, and they said that as per the statement of one of the person who got injured, it is a terror attack. So prima facie, it is a terror attack, and also one of the terror groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed operated groups, has claimed the responsibility.
Okay, thank you for that, Gursimran. One of our top focus stories here on Republic. Taking a short break now. Back to the headlines. Stay tuned.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi-charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi-charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau report for Republic TV.
First pictures coming in of the Rajouri firing incident. No official word from the police on whether it was a terror attack, but 3 people have been killed, over 10 injured in the firing that took place in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir. There was indiscriminate firing is what we are picking up from Jammu and Kashmir. Taking a short break, back with more details.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi-charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi-charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau report for Republic TV.
Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Nobody's taking the responsibility, not the TDP, nor the YSRCP. 3 dead, many injured in Guntur stampede during Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting. Horrific case of hit and run in the national capital. 20-year-old is mowed down and then her body dragged for over 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. 3 dead, 10 injured in the suspected terror attack in Rajouri. Initial reports says minorities were targeted. Terrorists hurled grenade at CRPF vehicle in Srinagar. Cordon search operations launched. As the opposition tries to communalize delimitation process in Assam, the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says there is no need to politicize. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. A woman, a 20-year-old, was killed after she was hit by a car and then dragged for a few kilometers on the road in the national capital. Her body was entangled onto the wheels. Delhi police say that the condition of the girl after the incident was so bad that her clothes and even the backside of her body was ripped off. The body was dragged for 4 kilometers at least. The suspected car has been traced down. 5 occupants arrested from their houses. It happened early morning, a little after 3:30 a.m. The police say that the medical examination is being conducted to ascertain if the 5 arrested were under the influence of alcohol. But reports suggest that they were playing the music was so loud in the car that they didn't even realize, they claim, that somebody was stuck below the car. Here are some of the reports we've been gathering from the national capital of this hit and run.
कंसावला थाना जो रोहिणी डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर आता है, वहाँ पे एक कॉल आई थी जिसमें ये बताया गया था कि किसी कार से कोई व्यक्ति लटका हुआ खींचा जा रहा है, ड्रैग हो रहा है। उसके बाद वहाँ की पुलिस ने जब कार नंबर से आइडेंटिफाई किया तो उसके ऑनर और जो कार के ऑक्यूपेंट्स थे उनके बारे में पता चला। जब हमने उनको एप्रीहेंड करके उनसे पूछताछ की तो उन्होंने बताया कि सुल्तानपुरी के इलाके में एक स्कूटी के साथ उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था और जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो वहाँ जब हमने वेरीफाई किया तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी टूटी हुई हालत में मिली भी थी और स्कूटी के नंबर से हमने विक्टिम को आइडेंटिफाई किया तो ये पता चला कि इंसिडेंट के टाइम में एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ था उस समय स्कूटी से लड़की गिरी थी और बालेनो कार जिसमें एक्यूज सवार थे उसके नीचे आ गए थे और उसके साथ ड्रैग होते काफ़ी दूर तक गई थी। एक्यूज्ड की ये दलील रही है कि कार के शीशे बंद थे और म्यूजिक काफ़ी हाई वॉल्यूम पे था इसलिए उनको पता नहीं चल पाया और सड़क भी उबड़ खाबड़ थी इसलिए वो पता नहीं कर पाए कि गाड़ी के नीचे कोई व्यक्ति है या उबड़ खाबड़ होने की वजह से गाड़ी पे बम्प है। काफ़ी दूर जाने के बाद उन्होंने रियलाइज़ किया और उसके बाद फिर बॉडी डिसएंटेंगल करके वहाँ से वो फिर भाग गए। बाद में हमने उनको पकड़ा है। जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो ये है कि एक फैटल एक्सीडेंट है और एक्यूज्ड के पार्ट पे ये गलती रही और जो उन्होंने रुककर विक्टिम को देखने के बजाय ड्रैग करते हुए गए और काफ़ी दूर तक बॉडी गाड़ी के साथ खींचती रही।
Meanwhile, the family of the girl has alleged foul play and suspects that there may be more to the crime.
मेरी तो सब कुछ वही थी, कमाने वाली दमाने वाली। मैं तो बीमार हूँ 2 साल से, मेरी किडनी खराब, मेरी लड़की के सिवा मेरा कोई नहीं है और मेरे 2 छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं। मैं क्या करूँ, मुझे बस मेरी लड़की दे दो। मेरी लड़की काम पे गई थी घर से, बस बोल के मैं काम पे जा रही हूँ मम्मी, मैं अभी आ रही हूँ।
मैडम घर से कब निकली थी और कहाँ काम करने वो जाती थी?
मेरे से पंजाबी बाग बोल के जाती थी, मैं पंजाबी बाग जाती हूँ मम्मी, मुझे और काम का कुछ नहीं पता उसके। मुझे बस नु कहती थी मैं पंजाबी बाग में काम करती हूँ मम्मी। शादी ब्याह में जहाँ भी अटेंड हो जाता है वहीं चली जाती थी, कभी कभी इवेंट के काम करती थी।
कब निकली थी घर से?
कल शाम को निकली थी 5-6 बजे करीब। यार मेरा आज कहीं इवेंट है, मैं आ जाऊंगी। फिर मैंने 9 बजे करीब कॉल करी, फिर कॉल नहीं लगी। कॉल लगी थी, फिर एक बार लगी कॉल, फिर दोबारा नहीं लगी कॉल। मैंने कॉल करी, कह रही मैंने कि बाबू तू गाजर ले आई हो। मैं तो जाती नहीं, कुछ सामान लेने वो ही जाती। कहती मम्मी ले आऊंगी, मैं आ जाऊंगी 9 बजे 10-11 बजे तक ले आऊंगी गाजर। फिर मुझे फोन नहीं आया, मैं दवाई खा के सो गई। मुझे फिर नहीं कुछ पता कि क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं। सुबेरे कॉल आई है कि ऐसे ऐसे तुम्हारी लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, और अभी तक ना ही कोई दिखाया, ना कोई सुनवाई करी, ना ही बताया कि कहाँ है कहाँ नहीं है। कभी कंजावला, कभी सुल्तानपुरी, कभी कहीं ले जा रहे। सुबह से मेरे को कहीं भी नहीं दिखाया मेरा बच्चा। मेरे को सुबह से ये टाइम हो गया, मेरा बच्चा नहीं दिखाया इन्होंने।
My colleague Shrishti has filed a report showing the condition of both the vehicles after the incident. In fact, we've been reporting on this story since 5 p.m. this evening. The pictures are horrific. The CCTV image showing that the body of this 20-year-old was dragged for several kilometers.
तस्वीर आप यहाँ पर देखिए, और ये वही गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमारे सहयोगी जो हैं वो उज्जवल यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, वो आपको ये तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आगे से आप देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी बहुत ज़्यादा, आप देखिए कि गाड़ी किस तरीके से, बहुत ज़्यादा गाड़ी पर किसी प्रकार के कोई निशान यहाँ पर नहीं आए हैं, और इसी गाड़ी में बताया जा रहा है कि वो लड़की जो है फंसी हुई थी। हल्के फुल्के स्क्रैचेस आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आप ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये ज्यादा बड़ी गाड़ी नहीं है, और ये छोटी गाड़ी है। देखिए अंदर जो है वो सिगरेट पड़ी हुई भी यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगी। तस्वीरें आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं, माचिस और सिगरेट यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है। सीधे तौर पर ये वही गाड़ी है, आपको बताए बलेनो गाड़ी। आपको आगे से एक बार तस्वीर हम आपको यहाँ पर, उज्जवल आपको आगे से ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि आगे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है, आगे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है। नीचे बम्पर की तस्वीर इस वक्त हम आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं, और बताया जा रहा है कि 20 साल की लड़की जो है वो है और किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता। आप नीचे की तस्वीर हम आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी गाड़ी में जो है नंबर प्लेट भी यहाँ पर लगी हुई है। नंबर प्लेट हल्की सी मुड़ी आपको दिखाई देगी। जिस हिसाब का ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पुलिस बता रही है, अगर वाकई में ये वैसा एक्सीडेंट होता तो गाड़ी के हालात आप यहाँ पर देखिए। ये स्कूटी है, आप पहले स्कूटी की तस्वीर यहाँ पर देख लीजिए कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं, चाहे हेडलाइट की बात करें या फिर आप देखिए कि पूरा हिस्सा आगे का पूरी तरीके से खत्म हुआ है। गाड़ी के पीछे का हिस्सा, जैसा आपने कहा, वो हम दिखाने की कोशिश यहाँ पर करेंगे। ये पीछे का हिस्सा है, पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि किसी प्रकार से गाड़ी में कोई भी निशान यहाँ पर आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। गाड़ी नंबर आप देखिए सही सलामत यहाँ पर, और गाड़ी आगे से, स्कूटी की तस्वीर जो हमने आपको दिखाई वो आगे से पूरी तरीके से हेडलाइट जो है वो खत्म है। गाड़ी के आगे के हिस्से की अगर हम यहाँ पर बात करें, आप ये देखिए कुछ स्क्रैचेस यहाँ पर पड़े हुए हैं, और नीचे बोनट के पास में, नंबर प्लेट के पास में हल्का सा नंबर प्लेट जो है वो मोल्ड होता हुआ यहाँ पर दिखाई दिया है। ये तस्वीर उज्जवल आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे कि नंबर प्लेट हल्की सी मुड़ी हुई दिखाई दे रही है। नीचे बम्पर हल्का सा यहाँ पर मुड़ा हुआ वो भी दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है, और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी। ये कैसे हो सकता है?
The other big story we've been tracking from the state of Andhra Pradesh this evening, there's been a second stampede at the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu's roadshow. It's the second roadshow within 5 days when there's been a stampede, another tragedy. Today, 3 people have lost their lives in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur. Here's a short report on the facts at hand so far.
In Guntur, a political event by the TDP chief turned deadly. A stampede has killed at least 3 and left several injured. This stampede comes 4 days after a similar stampede in Nellore that killed 8 people. Police in Andhra Pradesh is taking stock of the matter. But question remains, who is responsible? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We are in the Lucknow area where the entire area has been put on the alert after what it prima facie seems a terror attack that has been carried out by 2 armed terrorists who were carrying the 2 automatic weapons and also a huge cache of arms and ammunition in a bag they were carrying. And this incident has been reported at around 7:30 in the evening when these group of 2 terrorists they barged in the 3 to 4 houses and then they opened fire, in which 3 people so far have lost their life. 7 others are injured, out of which 3 people are said to be critically injured. The Indian Army's Mi-17 has already been pressed into the service that those critically injured will be taken to the Jammu, and all the vehicles that are coming from Rajouri and also going towards the Rajouri district, they are thoroughly being checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police so as to ensure that everything goes smooth and all the vehicles are thoroughly checked so that the terrorists don't get any chance to escape from that very place. What it primarily seems that this is a group of newly infiltrated terrorists that have managed to sneak in inside the Indian territory, because this area comes in the Rajouri and this is very near to the line of control from where Pakistan is always in a bid to push terrorists into the Indian territory. On 28th of December, a major bid by the Pakistan to push in a group of Jain terrorists into the Indian territory has been foiled, and now another such incident coming into fore where the 3 civilians have been killed in a possible terror act. Alert has been sounded in the entire Jammu region and specifically for the vital installations of the Indian Army that could possibly be on the target of these 2 armed terrorists who have carried out this heinous act of targeting the minorities in the upper Dangri area of Rajouri, which is at 7 to 8 kilometers distance from the main city, not that very far. But this kind of incident coming into fore in the Rajouri, that too in the Hindu heartland area, clearly shows the desperation of the terror group, as what primarily it seems is a terror attack carried out by 2 armed terrorists.
There's a big political face-off over the delimitation exercise in Assam. The opposition has questioned the Himanta Biswa Sarma government for, one, merging the districts, and second, the comments on the change in demography. Here's the story so far.
A day after announcing the merger of 4 districts in the state of Assam,
the way the population is getting increased, and you have seen that how demography has changed in Kerala, Jammu, Kashmir, Bengal, in Assam. So I don't dispute his statement, but this is the real problem. And the large Indian community should fight back and should ensure that demography is not changed, and we must implement certain policy so that our demography remains intact.
the Assam Chief Minister made it clear there was nothing political about the upcoming delimitation exercise.
The scope of reconsideration is always there. But this exercise is not attributed to anything the way you want to put it.
Now the Congress is calling it an exercise of polarization.
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, इन लोगों का क्या राय है नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन असम का लोगों का कहना है अगर करना है तो 26 में करिए जहां में सीट बढ़ेगा, तो अगर करना है तो 2011 का एक सेंसस था, उस सेंसस में क्यों नहीं होगा?
So does the AIUDF.
Ultimately, our question is that you do this 24 or 26 once for all, not for twice. So that's why our demand is very clear. You do this as per 2011 census.
The left claims the Assam government is only dedicated to RSS communal politics.
Assam government is a most anti-national, anti-people, anti-minority, anti-Muslim government, and it is totally dedicated to RSS communal politics. So he behaving is like follow that line. There is no doubt about that.
In Kashmir, the PDP is trying to claim database delimitation is a lie under the BJP.
जो डिलिमिटेशन होता था वो नॉन पॉलिटिकल होता था और इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से उसको किया जाता था, लेकिन बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर में हमारा डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन आया था, जो नए सिरे से डिलिमिटेशन हुआ, तो मैं अकेला नहीं कह रहा, जहाँ पीडीपी नहीं, हर एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने कहा है कि वो सियासी तौर पे उसको छेड़छाड़ की गई है, किसी एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टी को फ़ायदा देने के लिए वो सब कुछ किया गया।
Fact remains, delimitation is a long pending exercise.
The delimitation process were started once at 2001, but due to I don't know why it was not happening, but it is now delimitation will be there, and we welcome the decision of the election commissioner that delimitation will get one good perfect delimitation process, and thereby will get a perfect constituency.
It's an essential and timely process of a democracy. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Army Chief General Manoj Pandey on Sunday visited the forward areas in the Kashmir line of control. His visit is significant, keeping in view that the Chief of the Armed Staff celebrated the New Year with the troops who have been deployed on ground zero under the heavy snowfall and intense challenging conditions, and also the threat perception that always remains intact from the enemy Pakistan, which always remains in a bid to destabilize the peace in Jammu and Kashmir and also to foment troubles on the borders. But the troops of the Indian Army have always stood firm for the sovereignty and the integrity of the country. Yesterday evening, the Chief of the Armed Staff reached the Kashmir Valley, and today morning he was in the Kupwara district of the North Kashmir, the northern frontier of the Kashmir Valley that deals with the line of control with the Pakistan. And this visit is also significant as it has come on the day of New Year and a major morale boosters for the troops who have been deployed in the challenging condition.
Well, intensifying the war of words over H.D. Kumaraswamy's comments on Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the BJP has accused the JDS of being frustrated over the overwhelming response that the party was receiving ahead of the Karnataka State Assembly elections, as they now completely focus on the old Mysuru region, where traditionally the JDS and the Congress have tried to have an upper hand, but the BJP seems to be going for the jugular.
Former Chief Minister of Karnataka H.D. Kumaraswamy resorted to name-calling and insulting Union Home Minister Amit Shah in a series of tweets. This comes a day after Amit Shah made it clear that the BJP would not have any tie-up with the JDS in the 2023 polls.
JDS और कांग्रेस एक ही सिक्के की दो पहलू हैं। हमेशा आपने JDS को वोट दिया और कुमारस्वामी जी कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठ गए। मैं आज कहने आया हूं कि एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दीजिए। 5 साल के अंदर ये परिवारवाद, ये भ्रष्टाचार और एक जातिवाद, तीनों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी समाप्त कर कर्नाटक के अंदर इस देशभक्त सरकार देने का काम करेगी।
In the 11-tweet thread, H.D. Kumaraswamy responded to Amit Shah's charge that Karnataka would become ATM if JDS comes to power.
कांग्रेस आती है तो कर्नाटक दिल्ली का एटीएम बन जाता है और जेडीएस आती है तो एक परिवार के लिए एटीएम बन जाता है। बारी बारी ये दोनों पार्टियों ने ये दोनों पार्टियों ने भ्रष्टाचार कर कर्नाटक के विकास को रोकने का काम किया है।
Rumours were rife with a possible JDS-BJP tie-up ever since JDS stalwart and former Prime Minister Deve Gowda paid a visit to Prime Minister Modi on 14th December. When Amit Shah inaugurated a mega milk dairy in Mandya, Karnataka in the presence of Deve Gowda. However, the BJP Karnataka, through its official handle, has also openly lashed out at HD Kumaraswamy and claimed that JDS was rattled about BJP's growing presence in Mandya. In 2019, BJP had won a crucial trust vote that ousted the JDS-Congress coalition government of 14 months. Question is politics of abuse the only trick in the JDS arsenal? Let's debate.
Army Chief General Manoj Pandey visited forward posts at the line of control, interacted with troops. Motivated soldiers posted along the line of control on the first day of 2023. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan visited Delhi's Army Research and Referral Hospital on the first day of 2023 along with his wife, met troops admitted there for treatment to boost their morale. 2 persons have been killed, 14 others injured in a fire that broke out after a blast at a boiler at a chemical company in Maharashtra's Nashik. The incident took place at around 11:30 this morning at the Nashik-Mumbai highway unit. Fire was reported near the gates of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. The fire was triggered reportedly by a short circuit. No casualties were reported. Odisha Crime Branch has said that they've recorded statements of hotel employees in connection with the death of Russian tourists, adding that the investigation was underway and that it would continue for a few more days. They will have to analyze statements before confirming any more details. Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach in the state. The female coach made the allegations and a day later she filed a complaint with the police. The minister has now stepped down pending investigation.
Sexual harassment allegations have shaken up the Haryana cabinet.
तो ये प्यार से इसकी चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हुई तो फिर इसने ऑफिशियली हमेशा कोई ना कोई ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर तैयार किया है कि ये लड़की तो चल के मेरे पास ही आएगी। और जब मैं एक एम्प्लॉय हूँ तो सिंपल सी बात है, मैं डायरेक्ट उनके अंडर में काम कर रही हूँ, तो इन्होंने हर वो चीज़ की, ये बाज नहीं आए अपनी हरकतों से। तो मेरा सब्र बिल्कुल पेशेंस जवाब दे चुका था और इसीलिए मुझे आना ही पड़ा बाहर।
The sports minister Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach. Resigning from the ministry, the Neta dismissed allegations against him, calling them baseless.
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को खराब करने के लिए और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लेंगे।
However, on the other hand, Chandigarh police said a probe will be conducted to find out if the allegations against the minister is true.
एक लेडी कोच है हरियाणा की, उन्होंने 30 दिसंबर को चंडीगढ़ पुलिस को अपनी कंप्लेंट दी थी, तो उस पर चंडीगढ़ पुलिस के 26 पुलिस स्टेशन में एक FIR दर्ज की है 354, 354A, 354B, 342 और 506 IPC की, जिसको इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है।
Soon after, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired a key meet with top DGS and CIDs. Currently, a probe is on, but the minister facing the grave allegations is not behind bars.
मैंने सुनी है उनकी सारी बात, ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। मैं मंत्री जी से भी बात करूंगा और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी बात करेंगे और बिल्कुल इंसाफ करेंगे इस मामले में।
Will the state government take action? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, North Korea has marked the first day of 2023 with reports of further rocket tests. In addition to images set to show these tests, the Korean media has showed our North Korean leader Kim Jong-un overseeing a large display of new rockets and congratulating workers who manufactured them.
The world welcomed 2023 with grandeur. But what grabbed the spotlight were the actions of North Korea. Mounted on trucks, barrage of missiles were rolled out at the May Day Stadium. Thousands gathered for the missile launch. Taking stride steps, watch how North Korea's Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un led the launch of this one-of-its-kind missile. With Kim taking center stage, an emotional audience broke into an applause. The display of weaponry comes a day after Pyongyang's latest rocket launches. And after the big end-of-the-year meeting of the party, where Kim called for more nuclear weapons, for North Korea, 2023 started with a bang. The fresh tests come as a declaration of intent by an increasingly belligerent Pyongyang, which has refused to show any sign of halting its arms race. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi-charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप
Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Nobody's taking the responsibility, not the TDP, nor the YSRCP. 3 dead, many injured in Guntur stampede during Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting. Horrific case of hit and run in the national capital. 20-year-old is mowed down and then her body dragged for over 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. 3 dead, 10 injured in the suspected terror attack in Rajouri. Initial reports says minorities were targeted. Terrorists hurled grenade at CRPF vehicle in Srinagar. Cordon search operations launched. As the opposition tries to communalize a delimitation process in Assam, the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says there is no need to politicize. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. A woman, a 20-year-old, was killed after she was hit by a car and then dragged for a few kilometers on the road in the national capital. Her body was entangled onto the wheels. Delhi police say that the condition of the girl after the incident was so bad that her clothes and even the backside of her body was ripped off. The body was dragged for 4 kilometers at least. The suspected car has been traced down, 5 occupants arrested from their houses. It happened early morning, a little after 3:30 a.m. The police say that the medical examination is being conducted to ascertain if the 5 arrested were under the influence of alcohol, but reports suggest that they were playing the music was so loud in the car that they didn't even realize, they claim, that somebody was stuck below the car. Here are some of the reports we've been gathering from the national capital of this hit and run.
कंसावला थाना जो रोहिणी डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर आता है, वहाँ पे एक कॉल आई थी जिसमें ये बताया गया था कि किसी कार से कोई व्यक्ति लटका हुआ खींचा जा रहा है, ड्रैग हो रहा है। उसके बाद वहाँ की पुलिस ने जब कार नंबर से आइडेंटिफाई किया तो उसके ऑनर और जो कार के ऑक्यूपेंट्स थे उनके बारे में पता चला। जब हमने उनको एप्रीहेंड करके उनसे पूछताछ की तो उन्होंने बताया कि सुल्तानपुरी के इलाके में एक स्कूटी के साथ उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, और जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो वहाँ जब हमने वेरीफाई किया तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी टूटी हुई हालत में मिली भी थी, और स्कूटी के नंबर से हमने विक्टिम को आइडेंटिफाई किया तो ये पता चला कि इंसिडेंट के टाइम में, एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ था उस समय स्कूटी से लड़की गिरी थी और बलेनो कार जिसमें एक्यूज सवार थे उसके नीचे आ गई थी और उसके साथ ड्रैग होते काफ़ी दूर तक गई थी। एक्यूज की ये दलील रही है कि कार के शीशे बंद थे और म्यूज़िक काफ़ी हाई वॉल्यूम पे था, इसलिए उनको पता नहीं चल पाया, और सड़क भी उबड़ खाबड़ थी इसलिए वो पता नहीं कर पाए कि गाड़ी के नीचे कोई व्यक्ति है या उबड़ खाबड़ होने की वजह से गाड़ी पे बम्प है। काफ़ी दूर जाने के बाद उन्होंने रियलाइज़ किया और उसके बाद फिर बॉडी डिसेंटेंगल करके वहाँ से वो फिर भाग गए। बाद में हमने उनको पकड़ा है। जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो ये है कि एक फैटल एक्सीडेंट है और एक्यूज्ड के पार्ट पे ये गलती रही, और जो उन्होंने रुककर विक्टिम को देखने के बजाय ड्रैग करते हुए गए और काफ़ी दूर तक बॉडी गाड़ी के साथ खींचती रही।
Meanwhile, the family of the girl has alleged foul play and suspects that there may be more to the crime.
मेरी तो सब कुछ वही थी, कमाने वाली दमाने वाली। मैं तो बीमार हूँ, 2 साल से मेरी किडनी खराब। मेरी लड़की के सिवा मेरा कोई नहीं है और मेरे 2 छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं। मैं क्या करूँ, मुझे बस मेरी लड़की दे दो। मेरी लड़की काम पे गई थी, घर से बस बोल के मैं काम पे जा रही हूँ मम्मी, मैं अभी आ रही हूँ।
मैडम घर से कब निकली थी और कहाँ काम करने वो जाती हैं?
मेरे से पंजाबी बाग बोल के जाती थी, मैं पंजाबी बाग जाती हूँ मम्मी, मुझे और काम का कुछ नहीं पता उसके। मुझे बस नु कहती थी मैं पंजाबी बाग में काम करती हूँ मम्मी। शादी ब्याह में जहाँ भी अटेंड हो जाता है वहीं चली जाती थी, कभी कभी इवेंट के काम करती थी।
कब निकली थी घर से?
कल शाम को निकली थी 5-6 बजे करीब। यार मेरा आज कहीं इवेंट है, मैं आ जाऊंगी। फिर मैंने 9 बजे करीब कॉल करी, फिर कॉल नहीं लगी। कॉल लगी थी, फिर एक बार लगी कॉल, फिर दोबारा नहीं लगी कॉल। मैंने कॉल करी, कह रही मैंने कि बाबू तू गाजर ले आई हो। मैं तो जाती नहीं, कुछ सामान लेने वो ही जाती। कहती मम्मी ले आऊंगी, मैं आ जाऊंगी 9 बजे 10-11 बजे तक ले आऊंगी गाजर। फिर मुझे फोन नहीं आया, मैं दवाई खा के सो गई। मुझे फिर नहीं कुछ पता कि क्या हुआ क्या नहीं। सवेरे कॉल आई है कि ऐसे ऐसे तुम्हारी लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है और अभी तक ना ही कोई दिखाया, ना कोई सुनवाई करी, ना ही बताया कि कहाँ है कहाँ नहीं है। कभी कंजावला, कभी सुल्तानपुरी, कभी कहीं ले जा रहे। सुबह से मेरे को कहीं भी नहीं दिखाया मेरा बच्चा। मेरे को सुबह से ये टाइम हो गया, मेरा बच्चा नहीं दिखाया इन्होंने।
My colleague Shrishti has filed a report showing the condition of both the vehicles after the incident. In fact, we've been reporting on this story since 5 p.m. this evening. The pictures are horrific. The CCTV image showing that the body of this 20-year-old was dragged for several kilometers.
तस्वीर आप यहाँ पर देखिए और ये वही गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमारे सहयोगी जो हैं वो उज्जवल यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, वो आपको ये तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आगे से आप देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी बहुत ज़्यादा, आप देखिए कि गाड़ी किस तरीके से बहुत ज़्यादा, गाड़ी पर किसी प्रकार के कोई निशान यहाँ पर नहीं आए हैं और इसी गाड़ी में बताया जा रहा है कि वो लड़की जो है फंसी हुई थी। हल्के फुल्के स्क्रैचेस आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात आप ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये छोटी गाड़ी है, ये ज्यादा बड़ी गाड़ी नहीं है और ये छोटी गाड़ी है। देखिए अंदर जो है वो सिगरेट पड़ी हुई भी यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगी। तस्वीरें आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं, माचिस और सिगरेट यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है। सीधे तौर पर ये वही गाड़ी है, आपको बताएं बलेनो गाड़ी। आपको आगे से एक बार तस्वीर हम आपको यहाँ पर उज्जवल आपको आगे से ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि आगे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है, आगे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है। नीचे बम्पर की तस्वीर इस वक्त हम आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि 20 साल की लड़की जो है वो है और किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता। आप नीचे की तस्वीर हम आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी गाड़ी में जो है नंबर प्लेट भी यहाँ पर लगी हुई है। नंबर प्लेट हल्की सी मुड़ी आपको दिखाई देगी। जिस हिसाब का ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पुलिस बता रही है, अगर वाकई में ये वैसा एक्सीडेंट होता तो गाड़ी के हालात आप यहाँ पर देखिए। ये स्कूटी है, आप पहले स्कूटी की तस्वीर यहाँ पर देख लीजिए कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके